I'd like to call to order this budget meeting for Monday, June the 22nd. I'd like to note that all commissioners are present. I'd like to remind the audience this meeting is being recorded and/or taped. Usually I say before we go into the meeting, we'd start with an invocation, all that, but not today. So with that being said, I'd like to make a motion that we go into attorney-client privilege.
You can't.
Oh, for non-elected personnel?
Yes, you can do that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm an attorney, but I think that it's better form if the city attorney is here.
Okay, all right. I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session for non-elected personnel, and we'll return at, what time do you think, Gina?
Better give it enough time.
Yeah, I want to make sure we have enough time. I don't want us to go in, out. 45 minutes? Or do you think that's too much?
I think 30.
30, and then if we need to, we'll go back in. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we go into executive session for non-elected personnel. We'll return back at, it is 9:01, so we'll return back at 9:31 a.m.
Jeff, can you come back at 9:30?
I will, yes.
Thanks.
Executive session for non-elected personnel will return back at 9:31 a.m. All those in favor, please say
Later.
aye.
Aye.
Aye, okay.
So,
I'd like to make a motion that we come out of executive session with nothing to report.
Second.
Been moved and second that we come out of executive session with nothing to report. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Okay. Brad seconded, or Doug did, whichever one you want to call it.
Brad's good.
Okay.
He's better.
All right, if you guys want to go get coffee, you can.
Thank you.
And then, Tammy's here, perfect.
and so Susan.
Susan, all right, so if you wanna, is those for them, by the way? They have their own, so Tammy, Susan, as I said, I know this is gonna be kind of a long day. As I've told you both, you are more than happy to sit in the comfy chairs right there. So you guys' backs are not killing you.
That's where the bathroom is too.
Yes, around the hall.
Yeah, just down the hall to the left. Yeah, you guys can sit on either side, doesn't matter.
So I just thought I could ask now.
Can I sit at that table?
Which one?
That one?
Yeah, if you want to.
You can move that chair too.
No, this chair's
Yeah,
fine.
and then Susan, if you wanna sit on either side, you can. Either or.
I'm fine.
I'm
No
secure.
secrets.
There's no secrets, and again, I do implore you, since you guys are both candidates, I do implore, if you guys do have questions, please ask. As I said, this is the people's budget, this is the city's budget, so,
Not highlighted, so.
perfect.
Regina, did you know Kay? Did you know her mother?
I did
She
not.
looks more like her mom every day. No,
I've
that's a
been told that
compliment.
a lot lately.
That's a compliment.
That's, as I'm aging and I look in the mirror in the mornings, I see my mom more and more
Yes,
too.
yes, I take that as
God, that's
yeah.
my dad. Gee.
I see my
Lawyers have
mom.
a certain
It's
look.
when you hear her come out of your mouth.
Oh, your mom?
Yeah.
Now, Regina,
My mom coming out of my mouth.
do they have,
Bree, before you leave, will you please make sure that those pot pies get put in the oven by 11? And
11.
yeah, and if they're in the convection oven, they'll only need probably a half hour.
Bree, and I'm sorry to ask you this, do they have any copies of this?
What is that?
That is the budget workshop kickoff from, refresher. Do we wanna give them that, by the way?
Sure,
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
but Tara,
I
we
don't
have,
have it, but I don't need it now, or need
so
it.
I made lunch
Yeah.
today, so we'll be able to stay. I know that Doug has to leave, but.
Yes.
Well, that's good coffee. I don't know what brand it is.
As I said, this is just kind of refresher, so this kind of just is a very kind of self-explanatory kind of.
What was it again? I'm sorry.
It's just our budget workshop kickoff refresher.
Oh, okay.
So it's just a good way to kind of
I don't call these.
understand
Yeah,
things.
sure.
My daughter's in Pfizer.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine.
Sorry.
Breakfast.
No, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
Like in Scottsdale.
I can make them so you can
I
sit.
don't
She had
have a
this
copy
tray
of
of
it, so
coffee.
it's
I
front
said,
back.
what did that
Oh,
cost?
this is from Tara.
Yeah, and so we'll need
Tray
at
of
least
coffee.
3.
And they're all like,
Yeah.
drizzle on one side, something on the other. Mocha
By the way,
whatever.
Jeanette, I did want to say thank you for running the meeting.
She said, the dermatologist that runs the clinic.
So, but I
He
appreciate
drinks
it.
his black. All the
Yeah,
hell.
the weather was not great, but the food was great.
Well, that's half of it.
I ate seafood the entire time. I didn't eat a
Let's get to
single
going.
chicken or cow, so.
Let's
You
get
should
to
not
going.
win
Yes.
there.
All right, so Regina, I guess let's get started.
Yeah, let's get to
Well,
going.
we need Tara.
Oh,
Oh,
there's Tara.
the brains of the operation here.
I did like how you guys had in the budget binder, like, hey, this is what happens if the sales tax passes or if it doesn't pass, so.
That was nice.
Which,
Kind of the wild part, so.
No, that's perfectly fine.
did you ladies get the mailing?
No, it shows, I get that email every morning. It shows mine's coming today, but I saw
I got
some
mine
of the
now.
public got
Yeah,
there.
I didn't get
I
mine.
got mine and I only live 2 houses from it.
Wow.
I didn't get mine, but I sometimes think my wife threw it away.
Come last week. The mailing, yes.
With
Yes.
information about the sales tax, so that we're gonna have 3
Yes.
informational meetings, yep, and the first one is this Saturday at the municipal building
Yes,
at
10
10
o'clock.
a.m. Yep,
yep, I'll be there.
to answer questions from the public.
Unless anyone else wants to show up.
Well, I tend to be there unless something more
Yeah.
pressing comes up.
We just have to make sure that, since we are taught, Gina, since that one's about information, we probably want to make sure there's only 2 commissioners there, correct?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
That's true.
So you're going
Don't have to. Go ahead if you want.
Saturday, is it Saturday?
Yeah, 10 a.m.
I think I could.
Tara,
Okay,
did you want us to start with this?
Yeah, I can,
yeah. Yes,
Where we
Oh,
start?
she's making.
yeah, she's making copies for you guys really quick, so, but,
okay. Yeah, so we'll just kind of get started with how we usually kick this off. Is just kind of a refresher of the purpose of what we're doing, importance of what we're doing the next couple of days. And just, again, a highlight over the process really is, what the PowerPoint is. So, the purpose of getting an adopted budget put into place for the city, that is by state statute what allows us to actually spend any money. So, the budget's very important. It can be used as a planning tool to help with future decision-making. It also dictates how financial resources are distributed among different departments, programs, services, which kind of reflects what your priorities are as a commission for the city moving forward. It's a really important document and it provides pretty valuable information because it's really kind of the blueprint of kind of what the city wants to do over the next year and where it's placing its importance. That also provides us the ability to levy ad valorem taxes as well and helps determine how much in property taxes need to be levied. Moving on to, this is the 3rd slide, the amount of expenditures, you can't exceed what we put in the budget. And that's by fund. So any certified fund, whatever we say we're gonna spend, we can't spend more than that. While the budget does outline different lines within the budget, you can spend more at a line level, but not at a fund level. And this is all done publicly. It's a very transparent process. The budget will be published in the paper. We'll let them know when the budget hearings are. And then obviously you guys approve the budget during a commission meeting. Moving on to the next slide. Again, this is evaluated at a fund level, not an individual line level. However, the line level is a good management tool. So it's important, the line level is important, but if we need to exceed a line, we can not spend as much money in another line to offset that impact. And this should be monitored throughout the year. The next few slides aren't really there for the numbers. This is actually, the pictures are from a couple years ago. It's just more kind of explaining what these documents look like. So the budget authority example, just once we get through all of this, again, we'll have all of our funds listed out, and that top page of the budget's gonna say how much expenditure authority each fund has been approved to have. So the budget has kind of a summary page that's a quick glance at how much can we spend in each fund. That next example is an example from what the general fund budget looks like, and that's showing that we do budget by department, and even within department by further detail by line. And again, those departments can spend more than what's shown there as long as the total is not more than the total. So how do we monitor this? There's a variety of ways that we monitor that we're staying within budget throughout the year. Every month end, after month end is complete, each department head receives their own revenue and expenditure reports. This also shows what their budget is, so they're able to see as they go throughout the year, how am I doing compared to the approved budget that the commission approves? So that is done on a monthly level, and department heads do get with me pretty periodically asking questions of, you know, they can identify if something might have got coded wrong in the wrong line. So department heads are pretty active with sending me questions during that monthly process. And that's gonna be more at a detail level, because obviously the department heads are in the weeds and they know what's going on with their department. There is a higher level review done monthly as well, that's part of your commission packets, and that's looking more at how are we doing at a fund level, so it's a much more summary look. But allows you throughout the year to see, you know, if we're halfway through the year, are we more than halfway hitting our budget? You can kind of monitor that as well. The next couple slides again are just examples. These aren't numbers to be focused on. But this first example, this is what the internal reports look like. So that's just showing the general fund where we have what our budget is, what they spent in the current month, where they are year to date. And that's at a department level. Each of those lines has actually a further detail. It's broken out by account. So again, the departments get a lot of detail each month to make sure they are staying in line with their approved budgets. That next slide is just an example of what you get every month in the commission meetings. And the budget stuff's off to the right of that, where it kind of shows where we are year to date. Within that budget report, you will notice there are certain transactions, I just want to point this out, it really has nothing to do with the budget process. But there are certain transactions throughout the year that actually do not have to be considered a budget expenditure, and those would be lease purchases, for example. So early in the year, we bought a truck for $700 and some thousand. It was leased. That does not hit against that fund's budget authority. So you'll see I've added some columns since I did this screenshot. So you'll see in your current reports that you get, I've actually subtracted out that $700,000 because it shouldn't affect the budget piece. It's just required to be shown as an expense. A little discussion on cash carryover and what that is. So this is just the amount that we didn't spend at the end of the year that can go into the next year. And so this is kind of equity in the commercial world. You know, you don't want to spend your cash to zero. You need to have some funds set aside for emergencies, unplanned costs, and kind of the general rule of thumb or best practice that the Government Finance Officers Association or GFOA has as kind of a 3 to 6 month operating cost is best practice. So as we're budgeting, you kind of want to keep that in mind as well of, okay, we don't want to spend our cash to zero. So what do we need to do to have some cushion there for the unknowns?
And we've talked about that before because there has been some commentary on savings and whether or not we would have to dip into our cash reserves, you know, to stay revenue neutral. Currently, how many months of cash reserves do we have?
I have that a couple slides down. So at the end of 25, if you just go a couple slides, the general fund at the end of 25 had about 4.5 to 5 months. So right in that kind of sweet spot of the 3 to 6 month.
In a healthy,
Yeah.
in a healthy place.
Yeah.
At the end of 2025.
So some clarification on that, because I'll admit I don't fully understand it. Okay, so what you could budget to spend would be your beginning cash plus the revenue that you expect to receive. So in budgeting expenditures, you could go up to that amount, which there'd be some making contingency for the future to budget, so you could spend all that with the intention to not spend all of it, to have cash left over to carry into the next year. So, do we budget for cash to carry into the next year that we can't spend, or is that just unused budget that is carried into the next year as cash?
Probably a little bit of both. So the budget's going to have some cushion and some flexibility kind of built into it for the unknowns. But there is also a line on the budget that's called cash carry forward.
Yeah.
And that's what you're estimating will be unused at the end of the year. But it's put on the budget for administrative purposes. Because if you would have to use it, it keeps us from having to do a budget amendment for cash we already have.
In case there's a large expenditure requirement that we didn't foresee during the year.
So that is actually a budgeted expenditure we don't intend to use.
That line would be what you hope, yeah, at a minimum, at a minimum.
You know, usually though, the departments, there's some that really do bump right up against their budget line, but several of our departments consistently are well under budget at the end of the year.
And to me, that needs to be our mentality. Just because it's budgeted, we aren't gonna spend it unless it's prudent to spend it.
Yes, yeah, and we talk about that all the time, you know, in department head meetings. Watching costs.
Because you don't wanna go over budget, so, I mean, honestly, you need to build a little cushion in there. Because unexpected things come up. I just wondered how that cash carryover played into the having a little cushion, so you don't have to amend the budget if something unexpected comes up.
And Gina, I do have a question, and it's not to criticize, what departments are kind of like, they kind of get to the wall?
And I was gonna explain it, well, so one of them is cemetery, you know, because what we charge for cemetery purposes, like, you know, what are our lots, you know, $400?
Yeah, because didn't we raise that from like,
From like $100, yeah. So we weren't charging enough to keep up with the demand, and so we have had to supplement it with the general fund.
They're close.
That's anticipated.
They're tight.
They are tight. They're
Yeah,
always tight.
they've always been?
I think I can't remember if noxious weeds
Special
or
streets.
streets are all, because the cost of the materials to repair and replace streets has just exponentially gone up in the last decade. And then another one is recreation, but the reason that recreation is has bumped up against their budget line is because as we do more events, I mean, so we have, like, last year was the first year that Justin and Brad came on, and they've done a great job with their programming. They've added more programming. We didn't anticipate necessarily that we would have to buy so much concession materials, but we ended up making money from that, but
Yeah.
that's not reflected in the
Right.
budget, you know? So it's a little bit deceptive because recreation is actually bringing in a lot more money than they have in years past. But the numbers that we budgeted for the supplies for their concessions so that they could sell went up because they were selling more stuff.
and the pool chemicals does not come out of their budget, it comes out of Jeff's budget, right?
There's a
There's a
pool.
pool.
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pool is one thing that recreation and
Public Works share.
Works share,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that excess revenue that they're getting from concessions and stuff, in essence, isn't available to be spent until the next year.
Correct, and so this, for 2027, we've increased their revenue expectation to match
And the expense goes.
and expense.
Like up
Wait,
to
which is-
80,000 or something, wasn't
Like how much?
it? 80?
Probably.
Sounds about right.
But anyway, I think we've been fortunate because in the teens, we didn't have that much cash carryover. We weren't,
For recreation?
no, for anything.
Oh, for anything.
For
You're
general
right.
fund, we were, we're sitting a lot better than we were then.
And
Well,
that's the context that the public doesn't understand, is that our books look so much better than they did
oh, I concur.
yeah.
Oh, gosh.
years ago.
Yeah.
So, and there seems to be no way to explain that.
Well, they seem to, they think the 700,000 is coming out of nowhere. it's coming out of general cash carryover, and I mean, it's,
It was
well, and our
it was-
funds that are invested, and I don't think they understand that those invested funds are committed funds to departments for capital improvement, capital equipment, things like that. But it's idle money that we're actually now, because of you, we're making money on.
Yeah.
Well, so the 700,000 that we transferred for the police department remodel, is that what you're talking about? So,
No, I think
No, I'm talking about the
if we
sales tax.
if we remain revenue neutral,
oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. It's money that is sitting there. So we don't, right now, what Tara was saying is that we had 4.5 months of
healthy.
Operating.
operating, in our budget at the end of 2025. We don't want to spend that down to 3 months or below 3 months because the healthy range is between 3 and 6. But there is some cushion there that could have been used in order to alleviate the high property tax burden on our citizens. That's the point.
Well, I think there's the impression that I read on Facebook that we're somehow manipulating this money or conjuring this money from somewhere, and it's there. We just haven't designated it for, it's there. And we're fortunate to have it.
I mean, if you really think about it, it's like you said, Doug, 5 years ago when I first joined this commission, there was nothing. I mean, I remember our first my first term, I think weren't we in the red?
Was it 2022?
Yeah.
2022 was a hard year. And the reason it was hard was because we lost Diana at the end of 2020.
Yeah.
And Brett Carver was not hired until May of
Yeah.
2021. And he had a lot to learn about municipal budgets. He had an accounting degree, but he didn't know to adjust the ECA.
Yeah.
With the electric department, and the electric department makes transfers into the general fund. And so without those transfers, we spent, we didn't have the cash.
We didn't have the cash, yeah.
So yeah, that was a tough year,
Very tough year.
but we've learned.
We have, but I think, under your leadership though, our budget's a lot better now.
Oh, we didn't mean to interrupt you, Tara.
Yeah, we're so sorry.
That's the point of this kind of start kicking off.
Susan or Tammy, yes,
Are we allowed to ask questions
Yeah,
throughout this
please.
process?
yes.
So to me, that cushion is generally just like your own individual. As an individual, I have X dollars in an emergency fund should something terrible happen and I didn't, I had to replace the roof on my house or a flood or I was in the hospital for some reason that.
Yeah.
It's just like any individual's emergency fund,
Exactly,
but covering the city.
yes. And like I said before Regina, I guess we could say we really didn't have much of that. Or did we have a little bit?
I mean, we were never writing hot checks, but and I'm not gonna take all the credit for it because we made a lot of strategic decisions in those years,
Yeah.
like bringing Tara on to do the budget.
And Scott Lloyd did help us out.
Right, yeah, get us through when Brett resigned. So now we have a much better understanding of what we have. And the benefit of having Tara's firm behind us is that even if something were to, even if Tara were to win the lottery and say sayonara baby, the firm would still take care of us.
Yes.
And have all of our history.
Yeah. So no matter what, we are protected. So, sorry, Tara, I guess we can.
That's like I said, this kickoff thing is to start these discussions, so. So I did put in there the cash carryover, like I said, is 4.5, 5 months at the end of 25, which obviously is the last fiscal year we have complete. I did drop in, and I did this last year too, if everything goes according to 100% how we budgeted, so we spend every single bit of our budgeted dollars in 26 and 27, which, like Regina said, a lot of departments usually do come in under their budget, so this would be worst case scenario. I did put in there what the 26 and 27 cash carryovers would be. Again, I wouldn't anticipate, the general fund to drop that low. This is just if we spend every single dollar, which again, does not always happen. So how to project expenditures, really it's looking out of, you know, what's coming down in the future years. There's a lot of time that Regina spends with the department heads ahead of this meeting to discuss their needs. They know a lot about, you know, what their price increases are looking like for the items that they purchase. So there's a lot of upfront work that goes into this process. We have employee pay increases, you know, that we can kind of manage a little bit as well. And then really just the priorities. So do we want to put our money here in A or do we want to put it in B? You know, what is the city needing and wanting to prioritize? Again, as far as price increases, I already kind of discussed this, but there is a lot of conversations that go on at the department level with Regina when they're looking at their budgets and what they know they not only need, but they know what their price increases are on the supplies that they.
Gina, I'm just kind of curious here, maybe more like, you know, when Kelvin comes in here and all them, what have we seen from 2025, you know, when we prepared the budget from last year for 26 and everything, have we seen, what's the percentage of price increases that we've seen from last year compared to this year for?
Well, it's similar to what you see in your personal bank account, and
Yeah.
you know, it's the economy. What is inflation rate right now? I think it's definitely slowed since 2023.
It's not quite as bad.
Not as bad.
Right, which is one of the reasons why we were able to find ways to keep revenue neutral.
Gotcha. Okay.
And you know, every single day, the departments are looking at systems and software and equipment, and we're looking for ways to mitigate costs. I'll give you an example. Brianna, one of the costs that has just gone crazy is our credit card fees. You know, more and more
Saw that like
people.
32,000 a year.
Oh, it's
Oh,
more than
it's-
that.
It's hundreds of thousands.
Yes, it is hundreds of thousands.
That's
It's about
crazy.
20,000 a month.
So is that our own fault for wanting people to pay by online? or-
I don't even know that I would assign a fault,
Not
you know,
a fault,
but
but-
I would say that more people feel comfortable using credit cards, and the system that we've adopted, the software that we use does not pass on that fee, where a lot of vendors, even around town, I went and had lunch at the Mexican restaurant on South Main, and they have a sign on the door, we will add 3% if you use a credit card. You know, we haven't done that in the past, but we're having those discussions, and we're also, I sent Bree, I was at a training with a number of other municipal representatives, and we were discussing software and whether or not Tyler Technology is serving us well, and in part because of those high level costs. And so I sent Bree the name of another municipal software company that other municipality representatives are raving about. And so we're constantly looking at those things, saying, okay, is there a less expensive option that could provide the same services? And we've done the same thing with the software at municipal court. We've switched up that software because it's much more user-friendly for municipal court clerks, and it offers more benefits, and it also offers the option of credit card payments online.
You get your money at least. You get most of your
Yes.
money.
Yes, if people are able to pay online rather than coming in with their credit card, they are much more likely to pay for their tickets.
However, ACH is minimal fee. I mean, fractions of a cent compared to percentages. I would be in favor of us going to for online, ACH, no surcharge, pay with the credit card or debit card, there's a surcharge, even though banks get part of the interchange. You know, cutting our own throat here, so to speak, but push them to ACH. I think on our end, the admin is the same as far as posting the transaction kind of thing, updating their account. But, you know, ACH comes directly out of your bank account, where a debit card also comes directly out of your bank account. Credit card, you have that credit function if they don't have money in the bank. But I don't see a need for us to eat that fee.
It is, like Tara said, a couple $100,000.
I think of that as more than 2 mills, that's
Yes,
substantial.
it is substantial.
That's a lot of money.
And it kept going up, and we are, we're constantly having conversations with Tara, Lita, me, Brianna. How can we get this under control? And so that is, if we have an issue that, that's probably the low-hanging fruit of figuring out how to handle that. If we were to go to a system, knowing that there's gonna be Facebook mania, we're all gonna be Facebook famous, but if we add that credit card fee to the end, to the end user, and there, in order to encourage movement to ACH, that's one option.
So credit and debit card.
So
They both charge interchange.
logistically, how hard would it be to change to what Monty's talking about?
And I think we would let's have that discussion during
Different time, sure.
during the city clerk portion, so
Yeah.
Brianna's part of the conversation.
Okay.
Okay, slide 15 is just kind of a highlight on, what's already kind of been brought up is in the general fund, the departments within the general fund, they don't have their own cash carryover per se. So you come to combating a use it or lose it kind of mentality. But I really think the department heads do a great job of staying under their budget. Those departments that are tight, we know they're tight, they're gonna probably spend all their budget. But there's been incentives as well for department heads to keep their departments under budget. And there are some avenues if departments know that they need to purchase something like a significant equipment, vehicle, or they have improvements that need to be made, that's when we budget some of those transfers over to the capital equipment and improvement reserve, so that allows them to spend some of their current money and set it aside for what they know they need in the next few years. So that is one area. The general fund is one fund, just because of all the multiple departments that you do have to kind of look at that and make sure the department heads are not just trying to spend their budget. And know that we're not gonna just take it away from them next year and cut their budget down to what they spent this year if they save money. There's ways to combat that. A lot of the other funds that we look at, they do have their own cash, and so there is a naturally built-in incentive not to spend your full budget so that you can build up that cash reserve for times when you need it.
That's what we call enterprise funds.
Yeah, so all the utility, electric, water, really any fund outside of the general fund, so even like noxious weeds has its own cash as well, so. A little discussion, just a refresher on mill levies, property taxes, how all of that works. So what is a mill levy? That is the rate, amount of taxable payable per dollar of your assessed value of your property. So we do have information, we just got it last week, so I did update a few of these numbers on Friday or Thursday before I printed this. Valuations did go up again, this year. So 1 mil for the city for 27's budget's gonna be approximately $56,000, a little bit over, it's at the bottom of
How much?
that.
Say again, I'm sorry.
56,000.
It's on your slide 16.
Yeah, at the bottom of slide 16.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
That'll change slightly as that's a preliminary valuation that the county is required to give us by the 15th of June. It's not the final valuation, but it usually doesn't change too significantly. So that's the mill levy we're working with for budget purposes, is at $56,300. So what funds are reliant on that levy? So the general fund, noxious weed, library, and the firefighting equipment are the 4 funds that over the last few years we have levied property taxes to help fund those operations. The library is kind of, we get the money and then we pay it out to the library. It's kind of a 1-for-1. And then we have our funds that are reliant on other sources, so they're either generating their own charges, like the utility funds, for example, or the 911 fund gets fees from the state to run that operations. So the non-tax levied funds that we do have to look at, are they able to generate enough of their own money to pay for their operations? And we've discussed this, and I highlighted it on slide 17. The cemetery and the special highway fund are 2 of those funds. that we actually do kind of have to budget a transfer from the general fund to help fund those operations, for the variety of reasons we'll discuss when we get into their separate budget sessions, but we've already kind of discussed that a little earlier as well, that those two funds usually need some help or assistance. So with that little bit of background, slide 18 talks about the revenue neutral rate, or it's abbreviated R&R for short. So that is, the revenue neutral rate is no matter what happens with the property valuations, if you're revenue neutral, it means you're not going to assess more tax dollars than you did last year. So it's dollar-based, not valuation-based. So last year we assessed approximately 2.8 million. If we're gonna be revenue neutral, we have to assess that or less in dollars. So what that does then is it affects the mill levy. So property valuations go up, we wanna hold tax dollars the same, the mill levy is gonna go down, because that's how that calculation works. So you do give up some mill levies if you hold neutral, so. Slide 19 and 20 are just kind of putting together numbers related to calculating kind of what all of this looks like. So our revenue neutral rate that we got from the county last week is 51.445 mils. Last year, the mills that we assessed was 53.139. So slide 19 just kind of shows, if we're revenue neutral, again, we would assess the 2,896,000. If we were to assess at the same mill levy, not dollars, as last year, that property tax would be just under $3 million, it'd be 2.991. So that would be taking this year's valuation times last year's mill levy that we actually did assess. That's what that number represents, within a few $100s. There's some rounding issues here that I'll fix with the main budget, but. So that's the approach that was taken last year, was not to hold revenue neutral, but to hold the mill levy flat. So that's what that approach would look like. The next slide, I tried to do some sensitivity analysis since we don't know if the sales tax is going to pass or not. And I think we're putting out there, did you guys decide just to do the 1 cent, not a half
Yes.
cent option?
Yes.
Yeah, at the time I did this, I
No.
wasn't sure, so at the 1 cent option is that bottom table there, of what property taxes would look like, if we take that reduction in the mill levy, if the sales tax passes, it'd be about right at $1.5 million in property tax, which is again half of what you said you would do if the 1 cent passes, so again, we would get that difference of 1.4 million from the extra sales
Yep.
tax to help fund the operations. So that was just kind of giving you an idea of what the property taxes would look like if that were to pass.
So to be clear, we're not hiding anything, we're not stealing $700,000 from some fund, this is the black and white. This is it.
It would come from cash
Sales
carryover.
tax,
Oh,
Cash carry,
yes, so,
You're saying if the sales tax passed?
right,
Yeah.
right.
but as far as if the sales tax didn't pass and we stayed revenue neutral,
We would do the 700,
it would come from cash carryover.
right.
So,
And I don't think that's what people understand.
okay, a twist in this that will come out in the numbers is if it passes, the sales tax goes in effect at the start of the year and we receive 2027 tax dollars on that portion all throughout the year. Whereas normally we would get that money in 2028 as far as cash flowing into, because 2027 property taxes are paid in December of 27 and May of 28.
The property taxes that we assess for the budget 27 year, you get in 27. So it's the tax year's a year behind. So if we assess, let's just say $3 million to make it easy, $3 million of property taxes in the 2027 budget, That's gonna be billed out, it'll be collected. The first half will be collected December of '26. We'll
Okay.
receive the distribution January of '27. Then the second half gets collected and we receive that in March. And then there's 3 or 4 minor distributions throughout the year for delinquent.
So then with that, if the sales tax passes, we would be slow to receive our money.
We would be slow to receive the money because the sales tax is a 2-month lag.
Yeah, I remember.
So if it goes into effect 1/1/27, the sales tax, we're not gonna see January sales tax receipt until March.
And
So we'll have to cover a 2-month period.
that's what I remember. We're gonna have to cover 2
Yeah.
months.
And at that point, though, you just get on sales tax, 1 month's worth of sales tax.
Every
Whereas property tax, you get a big distribution in January and then maybe
then
some trickle in, and then
big
the
one in
second tax
March,
is
yeah.
collected in May.
We get it in March. The
Well,
2 big distributions
If you
come
pay
January
your
and March.
taxes in 2 pieces,
Yeah,
the second piece is due, is it the 10th of May?
Yeah.
And so we would get that probably within a
June.
month or 2 after that. So we would have collected all of that revenue by the end of June.
Yeah.
The first half of the year, where the sales tax money is gonna come in month by month. And the second half of it is gonna be later in the year.
Are you concerned about that?
me?
You,
Oh.
from an accounting standpoint?
No, I mean, it's just the function of timing, we're still gonna get
It's a
you know,
cash
all within the
flow.
year. It's a cash flow thing, but I mean, we do have cash
Cash carry.
To cover
Curious, I guess.
that period.
Hopefully.
And we don't have too many, I mean, there's certain seasonal funds.
Yes.
Obviously, streets is gonna be heavier when the weather's conducive, rec,
And rec,
pool, that kind of stuff. But as far as general operations go, we're not too spiked. So getting the money more evenly shouldn't be a
when-
problem.
The need for cash increases in the summertime, when the weather is warm, because that's when parks, the general fund, departments kick into gear, so parks, rec, pool, streets, and so that lag won't be as much of a heavy burden. And then it'll also catch up as the months go on through the year.
Okay,
So it's gonna be like, could be a roller coaster as we go through. 'Cause it's not gonna be a constant like the property tax.
That's true.
It is a little bit of an unknown, yeah, because you can't,
Which is,
property taxes, you know what you're gonna get.
Right.
which is why Tara built in, a cushion so that we would know if spending habits change, when things do go up and down, there is a little bit of a cushion to cover that. A responsible cushion.
well, and, okay, 2-month lag, then we will actually cash receipts in 2027 be short 2 months because November and December won't be received until 2028.
Correct. The incremental piece of it, I mean, the additional 1 cent,
The
yes.
sales tax
Yeah.
part of it. Just don't want us to run out of cash.
I agree. And that's why I asked her if she was concerned about it from a cash flow perspective, and like she said, we do have cash. It's not likely that anybody is gonna need to withdraw all of their,
Yeah, like equipment reserves and
Right.
all of that.
Well, it wouldn't be the reserve funds, it'd just be the general fund cash that would be the
Yeah, the
squeeze.
cash is separate than budget.
right? So the budget is in our nice, good little spreadsheet boxes, but the cash is pooled while it's in the bank.
Well, just the general fund can't go negative on cash.
Correct,
On
but
the
that's different
books.
than cash flow, like.
No,
Yeah, flow.
with reserve funds, we got plenty of money in the bank, so to speak.
Yeah.
But with expenditures, and maybe it doesn't matter until the end of the year if the general fund is negative on cash.
Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be we have that 4.5 month operating reserve
Okay.
cushion going into the year, so we'd have to have no sales, like zero sales tax come in for 4 months for that to start to be a concern. Cause alls we're gonna be missing is the incremental for 2 months. We're not missing a whole month of sales tax, it's just the incremental piece.
Okay.
Tammy or Susan, any questions?
Just the 1% is all you're gonna be missing.
Yeah.
Will some of this information be available for the public for those times and dates that you have to try to clarify to them to understand? Or what are your hopes that those events, are there any handouts
The
or?
informational meetings?
Yes,
We'll have some handouts for them.
I think that's helpful. I don't think.
So slide 21 is just a history of what the mill levies for,
And I think this is,
Yeah.
yes, I'm so sorry, Tara. I think this part is the most important part to show the mill levy distribution throughout the county, especially between the city, state, county, USD 382, college and airport. I'm kind of, I always thought the, Skyline was on there.
I'll have to
No.
go back and look. I don't think I combined the two schools. But
And
I can pull that up while.
Yeah, I was just kind of shocked I didn't see Skyline on there, I guess.
Skyline.
Or maybe
Public
Skyline doesn't
funding.
affect,
It's USD 438.
yeah,
Okay.
maybe doesn't affect the city. Well, maybe their lines, yeah, okay, never mind. Their lines don't affect the city of Pratt because, well, it's all USD 382, never mind.
Anyway, so that gives a 10-year history of not just the cities, but for anybody that lives in Pratt County would potentially be subject to all those different taxing jurisdictions.
So back on my thing, just say, oh, it's okay. We're talking a shift of $1.2 million, right? Or 1.4, so that's a little over 100,000 a month. So by 2 months not getting received within the year, that's 200,000 or so less money received. And the timing, you know, like of what we received by June, you know, for the whole year kind of thing is $600,000 or $700,000, which we've got more cash than that in the general fund by far. So, okay, I'm pacified. Whatever you want to call it.
I figured that your gears were turning over there, Monty. Your mathematical accounting gears.
Yes.
Slide 22 to start talking about the capital budgets. We've really tried over the last, well, kind of starting last year of really getting pen to paper at the department level of what their needs are, both for equipment and future improvements. Again, we have two reserve funds, two capital reserve funds. One is for equipment, so vehicles, big, heavy machinery, whatnot. And then one is for improvements, which would be more like for building improvements. It's more infrastructure based versus a piece of equipment. So we do have those two reserve funds. The departments have done a good job about identifying what their future needs are, how much money they need to set aside every year within their budget in order to have cash to hopefully cash fund some of those purchases instead of having to finance them. There is a balance there. I mean, financing is not necessarily bad. It just depends on the situation and what we're needing and where we're at that point in time. So those are all outlined as we go through this process as well with each department. So I just wanted to point that out, that is something I think we've been working hard on trying to at least get a picture that you guys can see of what those needs are and what they're for. A quick health insurance update. We changed the plan a couple years ago now, a year and a half ago. I think we're in year 2 officially of the new plan design. The plan year starts in September, goes through August, so it's different than the calendar year. For the 2025 plan year, with that change and the operation of the plan itself, I calculated, at least from a cash perspective, we saved roughly $156,000 compared to if we just had the full premium coverage plan that we used to have. So we have not yet done, I have not moved any of that savings yet into, we do have a health insurance fund. One, because we didn't budget for it, so we didn't have the budget to do it. But two is also wanting to get through, you know, do we want to budget that for 27? To transfer that savings to start building up. I think the hope was we would save enough money through this change in plan to be able to build up enough reserves to maybe eventually go self-funded
To
for
go
health
self-funded.
insurance.
Right. So this year's increase, Bree and I met with Gallagher a couple weeks ago, and Blue Cross Blue Shield's proposed increase is 20%.
I will say USD 382 is going up as well. So it's across the board.
It is a substantial amount of money, and so we've asked Gallagher to get bids, quotes for other carriers, even though, you know, we know that that's not ideal
No.
to go to United Healthcare or Aetna instead of Blue Cross Blue Shield, but we need to know the numbers, you know, just to make responsible.
Have we had high usage this year?
We did, we had one of our employees had a head injury and was in ICU for a time, and that was one.
A non-work related head injury,
It happened at work.
well, that'd be work comp and not part of our health insurance.
It was due to you know, pre-existing medical condition
Oh,
that caused an injury. Caused a fall that caused an injury.
okay.
And, you know,
So I did not reflect that, but if we're starting to want to build up that reserve, I did put on the slide, I mean, theoretically, you can choose how you want to move that money. If you decide we wanna move that into the reserve fund in 27, you can say, well, we're just gonna budget it all in the general fund and move it all, but, you know, several funds participate in the health insurance. So I did on that slide just kind of allocate it, just based on the fund's participation. If we were to move that $156,000 and we wanted to allocate it to the participating funds, that would be an additional expenditure that would have to be budgeted. That's not in any of the current information that you have. And so budgets are tight, so I didn't put it in there for now. But if it's something, as we get through, maybe do the wrap up tomorrow, kind of to see where everything lands, if that's something the commission decides they want to start building that reserve, I can circle back and plug that in. It would be just noted in each of those funds, it would just be a transfer out to the employee health fund.
So what do you two think we should do?
Well, I think that we need to wait until those other bids come back and let Gallagher negotiate those prices with Blue Cross Blue Shield. The city of Pratt's health insurance offering to our employees, Gallagher has said is the most generous that they've seen, you know, throughout other employers. Our employee only is covered fully, and our employee and family coverage is subsidized.
I think USD 32 because of health insurance is dropping 70-30 now. It used to be 80-20, but now it's dropped to 70-30.
So we may have to make those decisions.
I will say personally, you know, I'm okay shopping around, you know, it's always good to shop and everything. I just personally, the experiences I've heard, I have friends that have been on United Health and they say it's terrible for them. It really is, and I just, you know, one of the biggest things, we wanna make sure we offer our employees good health insurance, so that's just my stance, that it's always good to shop, so I'm always fine with that, but I'm just very hesitant on United Health, you know, just because I've had experiences with my friends who say they're not covered, they have to pay out of pocket, you know, I'll just,
Switch medications.
yeah, switch medications, it's just, there's a lot of stuff, so, but
But it's just in order to be fully educated on all of the options
Yeah.
and the cost differences. And then also it's a negotiating tool.
yeah,
You know, I mean, because if United Healthcare was, you know, half the cost of Blue Cross Blue Shield to go back to Blue Cross and Blue Shield and say, there's no way that we can't look at this, you know,
Yeah.
where can you meet us?
Yeah, no, I concur. I just don't wanna push to that United Health, just because, again, my friends who've had experiences with it, and I wanna make sure our employees have good health insurance.
Sure, so the discussion may have to be, would the employees rather be moved to another insurance carrier like United Healthcare, or would they be willing to contribute more towards their own insurance?
I would contribute more.
You would contribute more, and so that input is really
Yeah.
helpful.
Are we still looking at with salary increases at that 2% still, or have we
We always budget for 4.
always budget for 4?
Yeah, but then we break down the cost of, you guys decide where you want it to be, where you want the percentage to be cost of living versus merit raises. Mhm.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
So on the health insurance, moving toward self-insured, that's a significant decision. And my understanding, which I've been involved in the admin side of when it was self-insured, but that's a little bit deceptive. You still buy insurance for these huge claim, like anything over $100,000.
That's true.
You can't stand stop loss. So kinda if you do the self-insured, you're either thinking that you are going to beat the average on health claims, or if you're not, that you think that the health insurer is making money on that in-between piece that you're gonna cut them out of.
Yes.
And you have more control. If you're the self-insured, you have access to the information to know more about your group's claims. My opinion, we're probably on the small end of who should be self-insured. You need a big enough group to have averages work for you, so you don't get big highs and big lows. You know, the bigger the group you are, the more stable it is. And, yeah, there's advantages to it. I don't have made up my mind which way we ought to go. It's just a big decision if we decide to go that way.
So when we took on the secondary insurance, you know, the intention was to begin to shoehold that savings, you know. We don't have to go self-insured, but either way, when we took on FCMI, we did begin to save some significant dollars, not as many as we had hoped, but some significant dollars. Is that a fair representation?
Yeah.
So in essence, we went self-insured on a little bit.
Yeah.
Like from
And very
people's
incremental.
claims from, say, $500 to $5,000. We're self-insuring that difference.
That's
'cause
true.
Only if we went self-insured, we would be a big
Yes.
piece. Like we'd be taking all the claims up to $100,000 or something like that.
But so far, it hasn't been an inconvenience or a burden as far as employees filing or paying claims, or you're laughing kind of a little bit.
Well, every change has a transition period. and so-
Gallagher's supposed to help with that, right?
They do. Gallagher's been wonderful. They have
Okay.
really helped manage the portion that Alita or the city clerk would have otherwise been required to handle, answering questions about COBRA, the handling. In fact, Brenda has had a lot of communication with PRMC about whether or not they've correctly.
Anyway, that was my big, not opposition, but once I was assured that it wouldn't be a burden on the employee to pay their bill or know what they owed, I was okay with that. And I'm with Monty, it's a big decision to go self-insured. I was not a fan of self-insured at the hospital, no offense to a former board member, but because it was cumbersome, it was not the best. But I think we blended well and tried to make it good for the employee.
So, a little bit more. Okay, our bank is a part of the Kansas Bankers Association group that is self-funded. They made that change maybe 5 years ago. And to me as an employee, I have a Blue Cross card and I don't know the difference. It's all behind the scenes that part of that cost, most of that cost is picked up by our pool and not by Blue Cross. They have hired Blue Cross as the administrator to administrate claims. And so that is why, from my perspective as an employee, it appears that we just have normal Blue Cross insurance. Just as a interesting point, our insurance did not go up this year, which is, it's like, God, how'd that happen? It's just
I don't know how that happened.
our group, which has like 10,000 people insured, had good claims history. And so that's back to, is your group going to beat the average?
Tara, go ahead and finish this.
Okay. So anyway, I have that on there for us to circle back to tomorrow, once we've gone through everything to make a decision if we wanna budget for that. The last couple of slides are just quick things. Grants, obviously the city's getting more and more grants, which is fantastic. We did set up, last year, I did set up a separate Fed state grant fund because there's a lot of requirements, reporting requirements, tracking, it just was easier. And within that fund, then every time we get a grant that I'm gonna put in that fund, we set up a department per se, but it's really, each grant has its own little category within that fund, so we can track it. Again, most of those operate on a reimbursement basis where we have to incur the expense, we submit a report and get the payment back. So at any given time, that fund might look like it has negative cash because we have to upfront that. But that's pretty normal, and there's some things within statutes specifically about grants and reimbursement base that, while it's noted, statutes are like, yeah, we get it, it's a timing thing, you know, within a month you get your money back, so. So I just wanted to point that out, that there is quite a bit of grant activity that's gonna be even more of a thing, as well with some of the larger grants we've gotten over the last year. Last slide here, interest revenue, just highlighting on that, we already kind of discussed that a little earlier as well. Doing a pretty good job of keeping our cash invested, in order to earn money on that idle cash. So that's helped as well, offset some of the cost increases. And a year and a half or so ago, the commission did approve, that used to get allocated to all the funds, which was really a big pain for the amount of money that was getting allocated. So that does all go into the general fund, so that helps the general fund, except for the specific funds that have restricted cash. They still get their share of the interest. Outside of that, that goes into the general fund, allows a little bit of flexibility, and then if another fund needs assistance, like the cemetery, you know, we can budget for that, as we go through the process, so. Really, that's it, as far as the kickoff, I think we had some good discussions that'll feed into the department meetings.
Yeah, I'll say, I don't know what you guys think, maybe we'll go and talk about the business assistance donations, all that. Maybe do that during lunchtime. Since it's 10:30, I'd say we just go straight to park, cemetery, streets. Regina,
Sure.
does anyone object to that at all? Nope. Okay, perfect. All right, so then it's kind of a little bit after 10:30, but that's okay, we'll hit park, so Danny, why don't you come on up and all that, sit next to Jeff, and we'll kind of get started here. So we are starting at the 10:30 session.
How's everybody?
Oh, loving all this rain we're getting. How about you?
I love it. I love it. Beats a drought. Grass to mow and mosquitoes to kill. Okay, mine's pretty simple. Not a whole lot of changes from last year's budget. 104 overtime. Want to take it from $2,000 up to $3,000. Our department helps here in the last few years. We've been helping with snow removal. And then, of course, we inherited the train. And we're taking care.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Brad. And so, but hey, this year, I think we've got all the bugs out of it. Last year, we really struggled. And they ran it quite a bit, and it's staying on the tracks and doing real good. Yesterday, went down, made sure the tracks didn't get washed out from that nice little rain that we got over the weekend. They were in good shape. They ran it last night, no problems. And now our ball tournaments are getting bigger too, which is good news. Brings in a lot of money, but we go down usually a lot of Saturday and Sunday tournaments. So we go down there and clean the bathrooms and straighten up after Saturday, so they'll be ready for
This is
Sunday.
still 104.
Yeah, over. Yeah, 104.
Okay.
So that's the reason I'm asking for that extra. I get called in a lot. I usually just write it down. I don't turn it in as overtime because I'd save it for my guys, and so, which is no big deal. I use comp time or just keep track of it. So that pretty much, that's why I'm asking for that $1,000 extra. Hopefully we don't use it, but we might. The other one, in 2004, professional service, we went from 10,000 to 5,000 or 15,000, so $5,000 increase. Last year we ran, it was like 12.5 or 13. A lot of that was, we were mowing all the way up until October. Jeremy Brigham, he mows Avenue Flags, Champa, and Hampton Pinnock for us. And he had, a lot of that was extra time that he had because the mowing season went so long. So I don't anticipate even coming close to that 15, so.
Are we close to replacing any of the mowers yet?
Yes, I'll get to that.
Okay,
here in a
yeah.
minute.
So on that line, in the description or comments, you have tree removal?
Yes,
We
a
actually-
lot.
So you mean like hire a tree service to come in and remove?
Sometimes we do, sometimes it's, I don't feel comfortable. We got some trees down there that are pushing 100 feet and we can only go 65, safely, we can get.
Okay,
maybe
you're talking the
70.
electrical crew coming in and doing it?
Sometimes they help, and then we hire professionals, tree services every once in a while, if it's something that we're not comfortable with.
Okay, I just thought if
But
we can do it ourselves with.
yeah,
electric,
yeah,
it'd be
we've,
preferable.
in the last 2 years, my crew and myself have taken out probably 50 trees.
Okay.
So, it's just, just every once in a while, we call in some professionals. And that also, landscaping or anything like that, if there's something that, we need, either unis or CR services to come in. So that's what that is. But mainly trees is why I got that down. And then we had this 515, it was a lease purchase. We had 25,000 down. We've taken that out of the budget, so that reduced our budget $25,000. So the overall budget last year, we were $531,000, 767, and 27. We're going to be 530,206, so less than last year.
Total budget $1,500 less than last year.
Yes.
And Danny's crew does truly an amazing job. Lemon Park is so beautiful
Yeah.
right now. And I know that they do have to have some professional service help with some of the trees. Like Danny and I have been looking at one particular tree, and it is probably 100 feet high.
Yes, it's 100. It's pushing 100 foot.
But other than that, they do the vast majority of the work. In fact, I don't know if you've seen the new dock at Lemon Park
Yes.
that they rebuilt in-house, and it's gorgeous.
Danny, and I hope I think you guys do a great job. There always seems to be this misconception with all the parks we have in Pratt. It's like we're spending an arm and a leg to maintain them and all that. And it seems, looking at this budget, you guys don't spend
Well, that, and we do a lot of, I mean, we don't take stuff to shops too. I mean, we do a lot of, mechanical work ourselves,
Right.
you know, instead of just something breaks down, we take to the shop, you know.
Right.
Yeah. So now, yeah, we save a lot of money there too. We got very capable, my guys are capable of fixing things and doing in-house, you know, repairs and so.
I always like to say, and call me biased, I always say we have the most beautiful parks.
Yeah, I agree.
Yes.
Spectacular.
Getting to the mowers, really in 27, we got one mower that we'll be trading. Cause I'm on that 3-year program.
Right.
Because the engine's warranted for 3 years. And so this will be the first one that, and I'll probably try to get bids, you know, end of the year, so I know where we're gonna be in January, what it's gonna cost us to trade. But I just wrote down $9,000 trade. And that would be given, they would be giving us like $4,000 for our used, you know, 1,100, 1,200 hour machine that we're gonna be trading in. I don't know. This will be the first one that I've traded on. So.
And we always buy, again, just for the
Right.
record, we always buy local.
Right. So,
And do you mean this is the first bad boy that you'll be trading in?
yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
because,
Yes.
you have traded in the Kenchlows and, the
Yes.
other.
And how many hours did you put on that bad boy off the top of your head, do you know?
A year?
Yeah.
Probably, like last year, we went a little more. It was like 420 hours in a season.
Jeez. What's the average? If it's rain kinda is not as much.
Say 325.
Okay.
So we put 100 extra hours on a machine last year, and you know, the way it looks this year, we might be doing it,
Yeah.
which is good. But if we can stay around that $9,000 mark, that means we ran that mower for 3 years, cost us $3,000 a year. That's really,
good.
That's
my
all.
goal is to stay around that. Because the Kubotas that we bought, I ran them 1 year and just to see, I said, what would it cost me? That's when I was trying to figure out, get a program.
Yeah.
I said, what would it cost me to trade every year? They wanted like, they were gonna give me only like $8,000 for our used mower, and we were looking at like $16,000 to trade every year. I was like, nah, you know,
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah, that's, so if I can stay around that $3,000 mark every, you
Yeah.
know, a year to run a mower, that's pretty reasonable.
That's awesome.
So I will find out more, like I said, when we get to the end of this season, and that'll be the first time I've traded that used mower on another one just like it, so. Last year, moving on, last year we discussed vehicles, you know, I had it down, I needed to pick up 4-wheel drive because my department didn't have one. We was able to acquire a Russ's
Yes.
old truck, and so, I mean.
Working fine for you?
Oh, yeah, great. I mean, I thought it'd have a lot more miles on it. It didn't, so,
So you didn't spend that 22,000?
no.
Good.
And don't anticipate needing to in the, you know, near future. The other deal was asking last year we needed a new 1-ton. We ended up buying that, used CR Services
Yeah.
dump truck.
And what was
It's
that for?
working out real
How
nice
much
for
did you
us, and that was 22,
That's
Five.
the 22.
that was that $22,000.
Oh, okay, so you did spend
Yeah,
that.
you know, the new tonners are running $70,000. So we're good there. But like I told Jeff earlier, I said, you know, if one of the other departments down the road update their tonner, we have no problem taking hand-me-downs, you know?
That's what I
It's still in pretty good shape.
That's what I had in some of my notes was, can we hand down?
Right.
And we've been doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the departments that aren't running them as hard as the larger departments, water or line barn or those are the ones that we transfer down to the less used departments or less hardly used.
Okay, moving on. We still, you know, would like to save, like we've got that 35,000 coming in capital equipment reserves. you know, we'd like to try to get that built up, so in the future, I mean, our department would really like to have a skidster, you know, just because we're always asking, I have to, you
Yeah.
know, does it work for me to borrow yours tomorrow, and it's just a time deal, you know, but, I mean, that's just a wish list. you know.
That also would be take one of the other departments, one that's about ready to retire.
Yeah.
That's
move
what
it
I-
down,
Yeah.
as opposed to trading it in, and then
Well,
get more life out of one.
And the Parks Department took on some of the burden of green trails as well.
Yes,
Now, the
right.
departments are sharing it, you know,
Yeah.
Rec has done a lot, wastewater's done a lot, but Parks has done a lot too.
Mhm.
And in order to clear those trails, you've got to have, you know, a skid steer or a similar type of.
No, and I'll say, you know, Danny, you guys have done, you know, as soon as you guys cleared all that out, it seemed like everyone in town loved it. I mean, they loved how you guys cleared it up. It looked great. I mean, so,
We redid all the signs, and we still got a few to do, but all the trail signs
Oh, they
are,
look so good.
it turned out really good.
Plus, we've got the dock on the list for
Yeah.
replacing the dock down there.
Yep.
So, and the guys did those signs in-house. They burned, you know, the signs and painted them in-house. They did a beautiful job.
Yeah. And other than that, yeah, we're, yeah, like I said, last year I asked for $8,000 to redo that dock in Lemons. It ended up costing around $5,400. Did it, so.
Good job, Dan.
Oh, well, I just, you know, you don't know what prices are doing, and
no, you don't.
you try to, not, you know, that's what concerns me right now, like, I mean, I know we're trying to keep our budgets down and everything, but, just like a deck belt on our mowers, you know, last year I was paying $50 for it, and I just bought one a month ago, and it was $125. Stuff is going up,
Yeah.
just crazy, I mean, fuel, everything.
Fuel, everything. I mean,
Yeah, so,
things we can't control up here.
right, yeah.
And when I know I've said it, but when those guys did the dock at Lemon Park, I went to see them every day. And I do not believe a contractor would have cared nearly as much as our guys cared. I mean, Danny was like doing all the measurements so
I'm
carefully.
OCD a little bit.
He is OCD a little bit. But just to the city press benefit because it turned out.
And Mike McGuire's bad as
More
me.
so.
But also, I mean, it shows you budget for 8,000, only spent 5,400, but still that dock looks
Yeah,
awesome.
and got a better quality product, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, it really shows how much our city employees put their dedication and everything into their work, and it shows a lot.
yeah, and all them,
Willingness to do other than what is just their narrow job description.
right,
Yes.
and all them
Repairs and
stationary
construction.
tables picnic tables that we got down there in Lemons, and then we got, I think we have 11 total, 6 in Lemons, 5 there behind my shop in Sixth Street. We just got done redoing all those with, and did you know, there, a lot of them are memorials, so we
Yeah.
did our signs ourselves, but they turned out really good. So,
I have a quick question for you. So I know you did took that septic tank out or filled it in and hooked that 2-inch line up to the existing 2-inch line to that pumping station
In Lemon Park,
Okay.
in Lemons Park, yes.
on the north side of the park.
the old bathroom.
What is the future on that bathroom?
Well, that's, I've got that down, that the wants is I'd like to replace some sidewalks in Lemons and build a new bathroom to replace old bathroom in Lemons. So, yeah, we're putting money, you know, away in our buildings, trying to stay out of it, build that up a little bit. And then we've also, you know, we've got the Snyder Truss, which, you know, he kind of wanted that to be more towards children, playgrounds and stuff like that. I don't know if they'd oppose, you know, but it's ended up $374,000, you know, that we invest, and we can only use the interest that it makes. But, you know, if we can do 10% on that investment, you know, it's $37,000 a year, you know, so might take us a little while, but, you know, 3 years down 4 years, 5 years down the road, we might have enough money built up to, build I don't think we wanna do like the bathroom that we put in Lemons. I mean, it's very nice, but something smaller and something that could be built, instead of,
Looking at a cinder block style,
Yeah.
like we have, just more functional, a little bit larger on the same site. We can build it over those septic tanks that are not filled yet, but will be, but they are abandoned. Because the footprint and levelness of that still allows for building on it. Than just building an ADA ramp up to it from that park playground area that doesn't have one, so it's just more accessible.
and I'd like to do like a two-door, not have men's or women's, it's just both, to where you got a stool in there and a sink in both of them. Just keep it simple. And it don't have to be that big. And I was up at Clinton Lake and they had some up there that was really nice and it wasn't that big, and I'm thinking, should be able to build something like this, yourself, especially if we did it, had the concrete work done and then, in-house. A lot of it could be done
And the
in-house.
one question, can you build it vandal-proof?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
But to that point, we do have fiber now at Lemon Park, and that exponentially increases our ability to monitor with cameras.
Yeah,
I know you're not gonna keep it from happening. but-
Right.
that would stay a 3-season bathroom, that one, since the other one is all year, so.
And so Danny's budgeted for that in 2030.
I've seen that.
And the Snyder Trust was a gift that the city of Pratt, finalized all the documents. It's managed by the People's Heartland Foundation. And like Danny said, it's $357,000.
This is like 374.
Okay.
That was the grant we just received this year, correct?
No.
Well, we did receive the corpus of it this year, the documents were finalized.
Yes.
It started.
But it's restricted to,
Yes,
we're only allowed to use the interest from it.
gotcha.
And then I would also like to mention that Jill Donner and her husband Ben, in the last 3 months, it's probably 3 months ago, they donated $5,000 to put towards trees. And we used that money, and then she contacted me a week ago to let me know that she's sending us another $10,000. And she told me I could use it however I wanted to for the parks.
That's
So a
awesome.
total of $15,000 in the last 3 months from Jill Donner and her husband Ben.
That's amazing.
So,
Definitely have to thank him for that.
yes,
Thank you. Jill and Ben.
that's pretty much all I've got unless you have questions.
So one question that maybe Tara has to answer it, but on medical insurance, like 2025 dropped 20,000 and then bounced back up. Do you know why that happened? So 2025 actual is 54,623, and then it went up to 82,110, and now it's 85.
That's the budget, not actuals. I think, well, for 26, I think the budget, we didn't know exactly how this health insurance was gonna play out. So we just kept budgeting it the same we had always budgeted it, with the thought of the excess we were gonna transfer into the health insurance fund, so.
Okay,
So if it comes like that, 70, if you look at 25, it's a 79,000 budget compared to the 55,000, that's that incremental savings that we kind of discussed, what are we gonna do with it? But we have to have it there to, if we wanna do something with it, we have to have it budgeted to do with it, so.
okay.
I usually just take those lines and increase it the same, like 4% every year, just as a guess.
Because, so the purpose was to keep all of the health insurance budget the same, but then put the money, the savings in an account to one day be self-funded.
Yeah, okay, build the fund, but have it identified as medical insurance expense all along the way.
Because ultimately, that's what it'll be for.
That's fine.
Any other questions for Danny?
Nope.
Susan or Tammy, do you have any questions for Danny at all?
You just have 4 full-time employees? Is that correct?
3,
3,
including myself.
great.
4,
Wonderful,
4 including me.
great job.
Those guys are hardworking guys.
I
I'll
know.
tell you, and it's just wonderful the
Yeah.
work you do.
When you
It
show
is.
pictures and things
It's
that show the
phenomenal.
progress, then that helps
And we
some of us that don't,
utilize them everywhere.
as you should.
And Danny, and Jeff, I think you said it, you guys did move you moved that whole one, right? With the disc golf and everything away from that?
Yes, we just got that done last week.
Okay.
Did we actually move 2?
Oh, from
Moved
the
to-
house.
yeah.
the-
Yeah, we moved
Yeah, the
2.
gentleman that
Had
had
the
all
disc,
those
yeah.
disc golfs.
Yeah.
I was like, they never went back for him? No. So I was like, okay.
Yeah, got that done last week. We had to move 2 pads. We got the one moved and it was thick and it was heavy, but then the second one we tried to move, it was thin and it busted on us, so we had to form up a new one for it. But got it done last week and dirt work's all done around it.
Perfect.
Should be good to go.
Well, I'll say, Danny, you guys do a great job on everything across the board.
Thank you.
Especially only having 4 employees, including yourself, on covering all the parks, because we have over, what, 300 acres, Gina, or something like that?
It was like 257.
257, so I mean, I think you guys do great with covering 257 acres.
We also just added green.
Yeah, that's not including.
Oh, that's not including green, okay, so, but still though, with 4 guys, you guys are doing great.
Yeah, the Green Trails is 5 miles of trail.
Good, how are you?
So,
And he's always been a pleasure to work with, very much, anything that we needed up at the Tower Gardens, Danny is more than happy to come down and help and see what he can do.
And that looks very nice.
Thank you. Got some great volunteers.
Came a long ways. Short period of time.
all right, if there's no other questions, Danny,
Thank you.
keep doing what you guys are doing.
Thanks.
All righty. Okay, I think next one, cemetery there, Jeff?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Danny.
Nice.
You know what, I'm gonna do the same thing. I was waiting for somebody else to help me.
Yep, timeout.
I just need to stand.
It's a good reminder. I need to as well.
How are you?
Good.
Take 5.
It's out of respect for you that we're standing.
I'm the last person that's ever gonna see you. Yeah. He'll be here tomorrow. But it's already ordered.
Thank you, I didn't think about doing that.
So I still don't know what's causing that short.
How long do you have to run Friday night?
I was out till 5.
Was the sun coming up yet?
Yeah.
Good.
It was starting to peak. I gotta get done.
Mosquito spray Friday night since the truck broke down. They finished the east side and ran all of the west side till about 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, my word.
I've noticed a significant difference.
I hoped it did.
That new spray is amazing.
Okay. Thank you.
Stretch break.
Yeah, I gotta come see you, Jeff. I gotta talk about my mother-in-law's plots. She's all confused, I think. But she's 99, so.
She can be confused then.
Absolutely.
She gets a pass.
That's impressive.
Anyway, she's a little confused, so. We'll come talk to you.
This is Kennedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent her a picture,
Yeah, she hadn't showed us yet.
map, and trying to show her, but unless you come out there, you know, it's not. And I tell them east, west, north, south, and they're,
I
is
know.
that left, right?
She can't get north and south straight, I don't think. But she lives alone, she pays her bills, she
That's wonderful.
Desert thing, you know,
She just said she couldn't drive herself out there, so.
right, no, better not. She shouldn't have a car now, so we got that sold.
So Jeff, I have a question for you. So, you know, when Betty passed away, you know, we placed her urn just straight in the ground and all that. But when my grandma and both my grandparents, my grandpa died last year, we placed them like in, you know, the urn in a vault and everything. Just curious, why don't we do that? Why don't we not put them in vaults and in an urn and all that here? I'm just curious.
We don't require
Okay.
a vault. You can put them in a vault.
Okay,
We just don't require them.
okay. I would,
Medicine Lodge, she always required a vault.
okay.
To me, it's just an extra expense that doesn't need to be there, but. a lot
But
of
traditional,
people-
you require a vault.
Yes,
Yeah, for a casket and all, but for urns, yeah, not needed.
and we have Harley Davidson gas tanks that are buried out there that,
Oh,
my dad's gonna be in a Peter Pan peanut butter jar.
that is awesome.
I mean, we've got it all. You name it, it's in the ground.
Is there such thing as
Peter Pan
peanut butter?
Yeah, there is. It's the best peanut butter they make. It's the only peanut butter they make.
Never had
It's pretty good, Peter Pan. It's
yeah.
It's not Jif.
yeah, it's not Jeff.
It's not just.
Okay, Jeff. I guess let's get started.
I pretty much just moved everything straight across from last year.
Okay.
Really, the only thing that increased for me was, I think I upped the chemical a little bit, which would be like 310. Really, that's, I mean, that's it.
Yeah. Are we seeing it, or Tara, maybe Jeff, you can answer, are we seeing an increase in revenue with us increasing the plot prices and everything, or?
It hasn't really. Well, when did that increase happen?
Didn't we change that last year, or was that?
January of last year, I believe.
26.
Might have even been 20.
Did we, were you on the commission when we did that, Monty?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
I think we're about due to look through it again and possibly,
Increase it again?
yeah, I mean,
Are we still below a lot of the surrounding areas?
yes. At least the bigger areas. I mean, we can't compare to Colison and even Medicine Lodge. They're a lot less than we are even, but Hutch, Wichita, Great Bend,
Yeah,
they're outrageous.
they're outrageous.
So did you have a lot of chemical left over from 25 that you
Yeah.
used? Yeah.
Okay.
So what is the price for a plot?
$400
And we raised that, one, from 150
from 250.
250?
You know, if you look at it as not only a piece of land, but the care of that land for
Eternity.
eternity.
In perpetuity.
That's dirt cheap, no pun intended.
And I mean, you guys.
Gosh, Monty.
It's a good one.
You get extra credit.
This is for informational purposes only.
Oh.
Medical advice or diagnosis.
I'm sorry.
But I think you guys do a great job maintaining that cemetery too.
It is beautiful.
It is. Memorial Day was really nice.
We actually did something new Memorial Weekend this year. Dan McInerney wanted to try something for some of the veterans that had actually died in combat. So he played, I don't know if anybody came out, but all the white crosses that were up by the veterans marker, that was his doing.
Well, that was very nice of Dan to do that.
And I think
And then he
because
marked
of,
each individual grave as well.
yeah, and then I think
that-
because
for
of
the
him,
KIAs.
we had a whole lot more flags put out as well this year, so.
That is awesome.
Somebody took a bunch of Parsons flags. Did he have them?
I'm not sure if Dan picked them up, or I'm not sure who picked them up. I haven't talked to Dan since, so.
I don't know, but he did, Pratt, Iuka, and Natrona cemeteries with the white crosses. And there is a plan in place, and I believe there is an organization in town who's applying for a grant to expand, to purchase more flags and or crosses for use, because there are more than 750 veteran graves out there, and we probably had 300 total flags. And we started with 50, but people heard the need and, yeah, so.
And Gina, maybe this is a question for you. You know, I see on Facebook sometimes that unfortunately people go out there and steal stuff off of people's headstones and everything. Has there ever been talks of putting fiber out there maybe, or, you know, putting cameras out there to catch thieves?
During, if we take a break, I'll go get the cost estimate, but because of how far the cemetery is from any other department, the infrastructure for that fiber it's incredibly high, and that's the only reason why we haven't done that yet. Now, with the ground being bought for the water treatment plant that's adjacent to the cemetery, that will change things, you know, because then we will have two department headquarters in close proximity.
Okay. As I said, I've just seen a lot of that. People, and I don't understand why people would steal stuff off of people's headstones. I'll never understand it.
But can we address that, Jeff? There is a certain limitation on what people are allowed to put on headstones, and so whether or not things are being stolen or if they're being, you know, things are being collected because they are not supposed to be on the headstones. Can you tell people what that is?
Rules of the cemetery are, there's not supposed to be anything left out there on the headstones unless it's in a vase. It's there because I allow it to be there.
Okay.
And I know most of those people that take care of it, so it doesn't, I don't mess with it too much. If it gets out of hand, yeah, I notify the families and say, this has gotta slow down. And I'm sure anybody that's been out there has seen, there's a couple stones out there that they're crazy covered with stuff. And usually about once a year, I go through and I clean it all up. They come to the shop and say, somebody stole all my stuff, and I hand them a box. Here it is. Please back off on putting some of that stuff out, just the clutter. And it's not uncommon, it could get broke with mowers bumping them. They sit in the sun year round, so they get fragile. And yeah, I mean, but cemetery rules, nothing is supposed to be left out there. Solar lights, like I said, as long as they come out and take care of them, I'm fine with it. And if I notice they're broke, or if I notice they're not lighting up, things like that, I'll yank them and get rid of them. So.
Okay, well, I appreciate you answering that question. And thank you, Gina, as well, for answering my
How many
question.
plots are out there?
Sure, I mean, if you think about it, so some people like to
For
put
sale or?
No.
toy
Total.
tractors
I have
or, you know,
over
Matchbox
9,000
cars.
out there right
But
now.
if those things roll off of the gravestone and then get pulled into the motor of a mower, it will cause severe damage to the mower. So that's why those limitations are there.
Well, I appreciate it, thank you. Okay, any other questions for Jeff?
Buying the land for the, right next to the cemetery for possibly the water nitrate, that doesn't affect you because that was land purchased from,
For the water department, for future, yeah.
you weren't ever planning on, if you had to expand or.
Everybody wanted us to, well, Bob Ebb, they owned it originally, always tried to sell it to us to expand the cemetery. We don't need it. And it would have taken so much dirt to bring in and level. It's gonna take a bunch of dirt to level it all out and
Sure.
all that. So it's not something we ever wanted to take over as a cemetery.
So what are you talking about? Guess we haven't got the capital improvement or any equipment, putting a fence up.
So there's a cemetery board. The cemetery, like we talked about earlier, their budget is super tight.
Yeah.
And so especially because the water department bought that adjacent property, we're gonna look at where the money for that fence should come from to make sure that we're not completely taking cemetery into the red. And they have some other needs, as the cemetery has some other needs as well. The roads at the cemetery could really use
Gravel.
some replacement.
That needs more than gravel.
replacement.
Replacement.
Yeah, and I was gonna ask, there's a few other departments that needed road material. Could that be coordinated a lot more in bulk?
I'm sure
To
it
save
can,
money.
yeah, absolutely.
And by the way, speaking of road, did we ever figure out that whole county issue? When the county asked us about, we bought how much did he say?
So I did talk to Nick about it, and Nick said that there's never a guaranteed amount that the city is gonna purchase from the county, and that he ordered what we responsibly needed, and so,
No problem then.
Okay.
do you know?
Yeah, there was no other development off of that. We had no obligation to order what they assumed we were going to order. So we only, whatever purchase we made was what we assumed we would need for that year. So there was no other discussion about it.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah, the roads are bad.
Yeah.
I mean, if you'd have come out there this morning after the rain this weekend, you'd see just how bad.
Yeah, both the asphalt and the
Yeah.
gravel or
And the
dirt
biggest
roads.
problem is we don't have the right equipment to maintain them. Every
Well, the
time we
roads-
try, it just messes everything up worse, makes them wider, loosens all the rock up, and they're not as packed, so then they wash out even worse. And
The roads are good compared to others. They're bad to
Right.
our standards,
Right.
which are perfect. I mean, most of our cemetery is perfect.
So Jeff, that new machine that you guys purchased, that not helpful in that?
The excavator,
No?
No, it'd be, because a lot of those roads they're tipped just or slanted just a little bit, so the runoff is there. We don't have a machine that'll run that machine sideways.
Yeah, I meant,
It looks like.
Sorry.
Jeff.
Oh, sorry.
Are you talking about the asphalt
I know what you're talking
recycler?
about.
So we've talked about that a little bit.
It will be helpful on like the thermal cracking that goes on there, so we
but
can,
not what,
but not bulk overlay.
okay,
It-
gotcha.
Yeah.
The volume is still outside of what that machine, that machine is for patching and crack repair, not volume laying of asphalt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Although I will say that Nick's excited to experiment. So, so we'll see.
Successfully?
We're gonna have to rein him in a little bit.
I don't know, I kinda like his enthusiasm,
Yeah.
so.
He's
So
gonna
we'll
have
see.
more holes dug than we can repair.
He's more than welcome to come out and practice on my roads.
We're gonna try to stay off the beaten path till we get a handle on it, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Jeff and I are in disagreement about Nick's enthusiasm. I'm all about, let's see.
All right, perfect. Any other questions for Jeff Gilmore, not Jeff Shenley?
Thank you.
Yes, keep up the good work there, Jeff.
You know, Jeff Gilmore's department is rarely highlighted for the hard work that they do, and what a service it is to our community to have a beautiful place of rest for our loved ones.
I concur. Okay, all right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, Jeff Shanline, I'm assuming you're up now,
I don't
or
think
is
so.
it Roy?
I think it should be Nick.
Or it should be
Who has
Nick.
been texted and is either in my office or AWOL, in which case I'll go through it. Yeah, just a second.
Okay.
I'll make it over.
Gina?
Yes, sir.
For future budget sessions, if we could have Brianna put numbers on these pages,
Okay,
it would help tremendously.
okay, sure.
Can you be?
Yeah, so right now we're on personnel.
Did you not?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're right there.
No? No?
So Tammy or Susan, do you guys have any questions so far? I mean, I know we've
All right, we'll
talked a
jump-
lot of
we'll jump to
things.
Noxious Weed and Public Works and buy you some time.
Well, just if we
Your
are better
budget.
at referencing, you
Yeah.
know,
Alright.
like he said,
Alright.
if there were page numbers, if we really did call out what is the page number,
2
the
emails
line
and a
number
phone
we're
call. Oh, I thought it
discussing,
was tomorrow.
that kind of thing would be helpful.
We'll jump to Noxious Weed and Public Works, how's that?
All right, so we are gonna jump to noxious weeds and public works.
We'll come back to,
Which is going to be, person, is the person? It's a,
It's just right after streets.
yeah, it's right after streets. Should be,
okay, noxious weeds, okay, sorry,
452.
452, okay. Okay, I got it. 452.
See, when you say that, I don't know what you're referring to.
The second three numbers after the,
Those numbers
dash.
over on the left.
yeah, So-
It's in the general fund.
I
Well,
got
I'm
it.
on noxious weed and I don't see four
Noxious
five two.
weeds,
Well,
right?
you have to look
Noxious
over.
weed is 16.
Sorry.
452, do you see it?
what happened? This label?
452, 101.
Yes.
it's in there.
452 is public works.
That's the far left column, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So are we going Public Works first?
Let's go Public Works first,
Okay.
because I apparently mistagged one of my pages. I assume I'm in the right one.
Public works.
Yeah, Public Works, 452, 101.
Two is Public Works.
So are we all on the same page?
Yes,
Okay.
public works.
Should be.
Oh, wait a minute, that says
Personnel.
streets.
Public, yeah, 452 is streets.
Well, that's 18.
Special street, should be right in here.
Yeah, it
This
should be-
452-101 where it says Jeff's salary,
That would be me.
Should be this.
is that where we're at?
Yes, yes, that is Jeff's salary.
I'm still trying to find that.
101.
Yeah.
465,
452. Are we on 4?
452-101.
Okay.
Okay, I know why, it's because it's got, does it have?
Okay, so we just need to go back. There we are.
I was going through this, I didn't know upwards, backwards.
I got
It
it.
was-
Okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure, I thought I saw three.
If I looked at this page, I put okay on there, so I knew where I was.
Change is gonna be
this, then the way they have them is okay.
two
If you
thousand,
go
so
like
that's
this,
not it.
That's what I was doing.
Wait,
That's what I was doing.
Okay.
it's hard because of how they put it.
I know, see, that's street.
I put my little okay up here, so I knew I could. How do I get to that?
Well, it's just weed. Here it is, public works.
So it should be in the order of this should.
Street department. So you'll be after that.
This is public works budget.
Yeah.
okay.
No, that's not it.
That's what it says, Jeff.
Well, Crocodile,
That's the wrong way.
I know you.
That's
Working on it,
Fred's
Joe.
conference.
Yeah, we did.
Good looking, good
for
looking.
him.
Pretty good looking, yeah. She's pretty.
It's this page right here.
No, there's noxious weed.
It's past noxious weeds.
It's
It
past
should
that.
be in the order of the agenda.
Maybe it's this one.
No, it only has a green
In
button
there
down
with
there.
the Senate.
Right, hang on, Kyle.
Okay, okay. No worries.
is allocated to water, street sanitation.
I think I'm too far down.
Well, here's Nick. So do.
Yeah, there it is.
Well, we ain't turning back. We just found this one.
Okay. All right, we'll sit tight. We'll let Jeff go over.
This one, time out. Is everybody on 452-101 that says Jeff's salary?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay. The only things I've got changing is conference and travel 107, bumping that up for more attendance at conferences. And then I'm reducing dues and subscriptions by 500 to 1,500. Reducing office supply 301 from 4,000 to 3,500 to compensate for the conference. And then I'll be bumping up motor fuel for fuel cost by 500. That is 307. That's the end of that budget.
So why didn't we spend any money in 25 on 204? Or was that just assigned somewhere else?
I have,
That'd be Russ.
that'd been Russ, no idea. Yeah,
Yeah, because Jeff wasn't hired till
that,
beginning of
We'll
this.
we'll blame it on
technically, I was
Russ.
like 3 months at 25.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We'll just blame it on Russ.
sure, fair enough.
That's for me.
Russ will be back.
that's his slush fund.
Yeah.
It's kind of is a catch-all, all departments,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Russ will
If
be
he
back.
calls in for a tree
So you can ask
removal or
him that.
anything, that's what that catches.
At low expense, we don't criticize.
Yeah, that is also
Low, kudos to Russ.
So total increase is $500.
Yeah.
Very good.
Okay.
Capital equipment, obviously I have a newly acquired service truck. That is the only line expense for capital equipment, this department. We're gonna maintain it $5,000. That way, 10 years down the line, there's a budget for a new replacement if needed.
Next page.
Okay? That's
It is
Public
tough.
Works.
Yeah, perfect. All right, then, do we want to go to noxious weeds really quick?
If we can find it.
It's right there.
Should be back.
Yeah, looking at noxious weeds right now.
You can, there's no change
No change.
across the board.
Good.
Yeah.
There's no change?
No change.
And that's-
Nothing at all?
Not even your chemical tank?
Nope.
Don't worry
Okay.
about it.
Hey.
Yeah. Okay, then let's go to streets then. Are we okay with noxious? Okay, all right, Nick, why don't you come up, sit next to Jeff, and we'll go over streets. Streets, guys, will be 465, 101, correct?
This is upside down.
Beginning of the streets, 452, 101. 465 might be the capital outlay, is that right?
Special streets or,
I don't have all of
There's
that.
two different street funds.
Yeah.
One is in the general fund,
452 is
We're
like
looking for-
daily operation.
Yeah,
Fund 18.
Yeah, 465 has regular employment salaries and wages, street department salaries, including a quarter of Jeff's salary, and all that.
Special streets?
No, that's special street.
yeah.
The first page after the cemetery.
Like I say, I did not do anything with special streets.
No, we're looking
465.
at 452, 101, the operational side of streets, not the general fund.
Okay, okay. 452.
Yes. It should say, first line should be street salaries,
You pay the streets.
correct?
Yeah.
Yeah,
452, 101.
okay, all right.
So sorry, this was after the cemetery?
It should be right after the cemetery.
So sorry.
I'm not confused about money, I'm just more confused about where it's at. Doug, you got it?
no, I don't.
It's right after the cemetery.
Not the next page.
And it's not
Next page, On the
465?
back side of it.
That's, there's
Street.
there's two street funds.
The other way.
Hold on.
That's forward.
Let's do this.
Sorry.
Yeah, I've not looked at that one, so.
I'm not gonna Doug's cup.
452 is the only one I have.
446.
It was on the back side. I just, for that 465, it was on the other.
Okay, it was on the other side. Okay, that's what threw me off.
Oh, just the highlighted things, just, yeah.
Okay, right there.
Okay, gotcha.
It's confusing.
It is. It is. Yeah, I would say next year, Regina, that we,
Page numbers?
yeah.
At least.
Okay, are we all, Susan, Tammy, we good?
Sorry.
No, you're fine. Okay. All right, Nick, floor is yours.
Okay, sorry, I had tomorrow as today, so I apologize for getting everybody out of order and getting the paper messed up, so. Do you just want me to start from the beginning, 101?
Yes.
Sure.
I don't have any changes until we get down to 107, 452, 107, conference, education, and travel. I would like to increase that by 2450 up to 3500. We've been sending people to CDL class, and I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of $2,000 per person when we need to. And then we haven't been doing a lot of outside training. I would just like to increase that.
Okay.
The next change, not until down to 452-204, professional services. I'm unsure why that got bumped to 50,000. And so I'm taking 25 out of that to help pay for a couple of the other changes.
Good.
I don't know how that got that high or why. So
Do we
that was
have,
before me.
yeah,
Blame it on Russ.
Well, I wanted to ask, and I just,
Well,
we'll just blame this all on.
I think that the street department, budget has been so tight, you know, that was likely added, you know, with the intention of meeting some of that shortfall.
I'm sure there was a real reason for it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't use it that way.
okay.
So in the comments, it says contract snow removal. What,
Occasionally, if we get a big snow, there's a couple local drivers that have dump trucks that we have used.
Like Uni Landscape,
Jeff
Uni-
Weber.
Jeff Weber.
oh, Jeff Weber, okay.
Jeff being, I think, in my mind, primarily who we've used.
Okay,
But only when it's like, we just need another truck.
got it.
Yeah. So
Okay.
that's not all the time, but that would be snow removal.
This is Nick's first year doing the budget as the superintendent of streets, so.
Okay, I'm gonna ask when did Roy retire?
He hasn't. So this was actually, a very nice succession plan where Roy came to us and said, I'm looking at retirement the next couple of years. We all had agreed that Nick was the right choice as the next
Okay.
superintendent. And so Roy offered to go back to the position of foreman, and he's still there as an advisor to Nick as Nick picks up the pieces and is the
Okay.
new superintendent.
So surprise.
Yeah, I this kind of was like, where's Roy at? And then it was like, I just took over and I was like, did Roy retire? And I just was oblivious to this?
He is not a fan of paperwork or computers or,
Budget.
so he loves the work.
Yeah.
He does not love the paperwork. So we've switched.
Okay.
it's a great plan, I think.
Yeah, I think, so is Roy planning on retiring next year or?
He's not sure. He just knows that it's coming up.
It's coming up. Okay, well, perfect. Well, Nick, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that,
Right.
it's 3910, is that 50,000 designated for anything, or you just needed it for operating income?
Sorry, can you go back to which one that
To
was?
3910, transfer from general fund,
It's under the special,
Oh, I don't know.
street, it's under special street funds.
Operating transfer.
That's a revenue.
Yeah, I don't.
We always have to supplement the special street fund.
But we hadn't for 25, 24, 23.
Yeah, which meant we had to undo move a bunch of expenses
Okay.
back.
I'm just
So either
asking.
way, we get to the same
That's a very good
place.
question.
It's
I don't
just,
know.
this allows us to keep the
You're fine,
expenses
Nick.
in the fund.
Where's it at? Up here in the top.
So why special
It's
street
fine,
fund
Nick.
versus
It's
street
just,
fund?
Here's the one I'm working on.
Why are they separated?
This up here, okay.
That historically,
Yeah,
I'm
see, I
not
don't understand the
100% sure on.
transfer.
Need to be.
Well, if not, the special street fund, Fund 18 is where the money comes in mostly from the quarter sales tax and then the state tax that we get. That's not enough money to pay for all the street activity. So I think maybe that's why the general fund street department was there to pay salaries. If we put it all into Fund 18, we're just gonna have to book a huge $400,000 transfer to pay for it. So it's just a little more transparent to leave the salaries in the general fund.
I'm not opposed, I was just asking.
So you can't put the revenue into the general fund? Is that's the reason why we have the special streets? You can't put the tax money into there?
Yeah, cause it was voter approved 1/4% to streets.
So it's gotta be a special fund?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the reason.
Glad I'm not the only one confused with that. That's always confused me anyways, so. Continue to the next, nothing changed until 452-210, shipping and postage. A reduction of $4,000 there. I do understand why that line is that high, but I don't believe in it. So what that was, is it's really material, it has to do with materials. And so, prior, anytime we would get material shipped in, the material got paid out of the material line and the shipping got paid out of the shipping line. And in my opinion, the shipping makes the material more expensive. So that's just whittling down at that until we can get to a real shipping and postage budget one of these days. You know, we might have to send a piece of equipment off. Wichita, Kansas City at the farthest, something like that, and that's approximately $2,500. Give or take, if we have to, one way. So that's why I'm leaving 6 in there, and that gives us, if we have to send a piece of equipment off, that gives us enough to get it there and back. So, but I just don't like paying out of that fund for material, so.
Jeff, you,
That makes sense.
Jeff, that you
I agree.
concur with?
Yeah, absolutely. When I was at wastewater, we'd have the same problem, you know, you'd order in a motor for $5,000 and they want $300 to ship it. That bill's just that bill. You don't have to split it. That's what he's talking about now, is taking off that shipping charge and just making it the bill, as opposed to more complication with 2 line items and all that. It's just the bill. Pay it out of, the equipment.
Administratively, it's easier.
It's
to-
just so much easier to do 1 line item and call it 1 bill.
Okay.
And that's kind of like back up there at professional services, that was a similar version of that.
Correct.
Where it was just being split between 2 things. Down to oddities, 452-301. This is where the most change came from, I think. There's really not a huge change in the overall budget, just moving money back and forth except for one item. So office supplies, that is just an increase, just basically for 1 year, just because there's some changes going on in the office.
Basically setting up his office.
Yeah, so those will be
Electronics.
office
So
supplies for
modernizing his
500.
office.
Yeah, getting away from the paper process and going digital.
Roy was very old, nothing against him, but very old
No,
school.
absolutely, because big chief tablets have been around,
Right, yeah.
Number 2 pencil, not lying.
Yeah, if I could scan big chief tablets into the computer, we would know everything about the street department.
But I will say this, Roy has the most beautiful handwriting I have ever seen.
100%.
It is, he may just do pen and paper, but it's very beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
And so that's just like a 1 year, basically, just because I know
Okay.
there's some expenses coming for that specifically. 302, equipment supplies, that's just a general increase, just a $5,000, because things are just getting more expensive.
Yeah.
Some of that equipment supplies there would have been paid out of the 204. That's kind of how that one got split a little bit, so it's just moving stuff from 204 down to that one.
And you can see the budget versus the actuals, how they've spent beyond their budget numbers in that line item, for the last several
Yeah,
years.
that's getting equipment fixed. That line is equipment repair, basically.
I would say across the board, all departments, that 302, that one will always have to be increased just for the cost of parts alone. I mean, that's where that comes from, so.
So the next one, materials 304, is my biggest change, and I think I'm looking at the wrong one.
I got you at 120.
Yeah, that's right, I think I'm looking at the wrong one. It should be 120, although I had one made up that they didn't like.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so it should say 100, mine does not say 120,000 because I was dreaming, but
Mine says
it should be, increase that to 120,000.
Yeah, it's on there.
It's on there.
So, that's just increase of all materials, just in general, but also the new machine we've got coming in, the asphalt machine. And I don't know if this, and I haven't shown this to Jeff or Regina, but I was cleaning out the office a little bit more and I found old budget stuff. And so this just kind of explains, like, I think it's in 14 or 15, we had a $175,000 budget for materials. And, and so we had a 1 year $60,000 cut to the materials budget. So we're kind of just bringing that back a little bit. To that, we're not quite there, but hopefully that is gonna be millings for the new machine, a little bit more asphalt, we purchased from the county, that kind of stuff, so.
Maybe a little more do-it-yourself.
Yes, we're gonna have some chip seal material we haven't spent money on for 10 years. I'm currently, right now, waiting on a couple more prices for different items. It's just so across the board from $16 a ton to $100 a ton, depending on the material, so.
So Nick and Jeff and I have been having a lot of conversations on modernizing our techniques, our technology, and doing more of the street replacement repair in-house. They had moved away from that in years past, and we see that probably the number one complaint we hear from the public is the streets. And so we are attempting to address that with process, planning, and technology.
I was, when Jeff called me, I was actually typing up a report on the differences between the costs of material and doing it ourselves versus contracting it out. So I have something else to show you one of these days, but it's not done yet.
So I have a question about materials. At one time, asphalt and concrete were comparable to each other.
In a quantity like that, I don't know how I could compare exactly. We purchase, okay, maybe I can. We purchase asphalt from the county. It's a cold mix asphalt. That is what we would put down on a side street somewhere. Well, we have about 500 tons we're getting, or 250 tons we're getting ready to put down on 5 blocks. Currently, the county sells us that. It's kind of their leftovers at $65 a ton.
Is that's a cold mix, right?
That is a cold mix, yep. And it's the county's mix that they have. Heft & Sons comes in and makes for them, and then we'll just buy whatever they have left, if they have any. And it works out, 1-year-old asphalt works out for us on the way we do it. It's not ideal, but it works out. So that's 65 a ton. 1 yard of concrete weighs approximately a ton. It's gonna be kind of difficult to differentiate the surface area there. And concrete's about $150 a yard. So I guess there's a comparison there, you know, concrete double the asphalt, but again, it's kind of different on your thickness. So I don't know if you could, I don't know how I would exactly compare, like, say, square yards, surface area. I don't think it would be quite a double the cost, but it is more expensive for concrete. So then that's the materials increase. Can I see yours then, just to make sure I don't get these numbers mixed up?
Yeah, you're at
Because the next one I have is the miscellaneous utilities.
I got a utility
Yeah.
reduction to 6,000.
Utilities increased to 6,000
increased to
because in the past, we've gone above our 4,500
Right.
for utilities, so I assume we're gonna continue going above it. So I just got closer to 25's actual with that.
25's the actual 6,100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
And then the next one is
Miscellaneous
reduction by half. That's just coffee supplies. We didn't quite spend $1,500, so for the most part, I was trying to, if I took something and increased it, I took it from something else. And so, some of these are just chipping away at something to get it somewhere else. And that would be one of those. Fuel would be the next, just a general fuel increase because fuel is increasing. Plus, we do have the asphalt recycler, we do not have it yet, but we will have the asphalt recycler, which runs on diesel. So we will have an increase in diesel just due to using that. And hopefully, we get to use it considerably. You know, like I plan on that being worn out. If I can wear the machine out, I wanna try, you know, so we will have a fuel increase from that. And then if we get down into capital outlays, 402, 403, so 402 and 403.
Close that door, please. Sorry.
No, that's all right, I'm waiting.
That's too much
I heard it
interference.
just after you said it, yep. So, I gotta remember here. This split, it had 60,000 in 402 before. And I need to put a roof and some work on the building, the shop building, like a lot of work. Yes, immediately if I can. So I put 30,000 into that for roof replacement for next year. And so I was taking that away from the equipment capital outlay. And so, I still need that money in there though, you know, it's kinda like, I don't know, I still would like to have that in there, but I know I have some other
Not this year.
expenses too, so it's gonna have to wait, but yeah. So that's why that changed, and then the transfer to capital equipment would have been the other 30 out of that 60. If that makes sense.
So I have a question about future down the line, and we're talking down the line, but somewhere we might want to start. You know, Randy has that metal building across the street from your building. And I don't know if it's gonna be passed down to family, but at some point, it's gonna hopefully come up for sale. And, you know, I was a strong advocate when that came up for sale from Larry. You know, we should have nabbed it then.
Yeah,
And,
an ideal.
you know, that's something, you know, if we gotta put back money, you know, to end up purchasing that, so we have that whole block there.
Yeah.
I just think we missed badly on that.
So in that same topic, which, you know, we'll discuss more at length later, but Jeff and Jamie and I have gone to look at the AT&T property that's for sale just across the ditch, the drainage ditch.
800 block of
Okay, yeah,
South
I know what you're
Iuka.
talking about.
So they would like us to consider purchasing that, you know, and,
So would that be for the line barn then?
well,
It would be probably for Public Works. We're not exactly sure which
which
department yet.
department yet, so,
Kelvin would like to acquire the water department's building as part of the then line department, so it's all in one area.
Jamie,
What did I say?
you said Kelvin.
Yeah, moving Kelvin to the new location.
But Kelvin's not excited about that idea, so but like Brad said, it's adjacent to our utilities, we need more garage space and we need more storage yard, and so it makes sense to acquire it while it's for sale, rather than 5-10 years later saying, we really should have purchased that property that's adjacent to the rest of our utilities.
And I know that's probably not an ideal building to put trucks, but you could put pickup trucks, equipment.
Correct.
That is not, so anyway, my hope is somewhere down the line that the city could purchase that. And then you'd have that whole block there.
Yeah.
So the land we're talking about is the one off of 10th Street that's available for sale, by the big barnuminium that I thought the city was looking at
So it's,
to buy.
is it Iuka?
Yeah.
And Ninth and Iuka.
9th, sorry.
Actually, both pieces of property we were talking about are Ninth and Iuka. One's on,
And the building you're
One
talking about, sir, is,
The one he's talking about is at 9th and Jackson.
okay, and that was someone else.
it's not for sale now.
No, it's not for
not
sale.
for sale.
But it was at one point.
Yeah.
And I had a discussion with one of our employees who's a relative of the owner and said, if there's any interest in selling that, would you please
Okay, fair enough.
discuss that with the
Yeah.
city?
I just think it would be ideal for this city.
I agree.
Agreed.
And it's a nice piece of property.
Well, it's when you have so many of our departments, you know, in one area, it just makes sense that if there's one carve out that's not ours, that we would acquire it so that we could, I mean, Jamie's equipment is scattered all throughout, you know, that several block area. Some of it's at the power plant, some of it's at the line bar. I mean, and he talks about that all the time. If we could consolidate his poles and his transformers and his switches and all that stuff into one area, it would be ideal for him.
I just wanted to bring it up, being Nick was here right now, and
Well,
Yeah, I've got a lot of equipment that doesn't get to sit under a roof, not a lot, but some, it's just a lean-to roof, you know, and the sun and weather just deteriorates equipment.
Yeah.
Um,
And Nick's, I would encourage any of you and members of the public to make an appointment to walk through the street department building. That building has got to be 65 years past its life expectancy, and it really is in rough shape. And these guys just continue to chug along with that building, but it's a little embarrassing that we have city employees housed in such a space.
sanitation is the same way.
Don't tell the county appraisers how much work's gone into the building, so.
Okay,
They probably watched this video.
I know, I know.
all right, do we have any other things for streets?
So on this, it's just really, what I've got here figured is $8,796 increase. But that really falls all the way back up to the top of just wages and insurance, which I didn't have any part of changing. It just came, I think that's just yearly increases possibly. But everything that say, I have my hands in changing or spending, it all stayed. I took money from one place to pay for something else.
Okay.
So there is an $8,796 increase, but it's wages and insurance.
So everything under Nick's control, he controlled.
Okay, perfect. And so Nick, how long have you been at the helm of the street department, I guess?
60 days, has it been?
Gotcha.
Ish,
Okay.
ish.
Yeah,
I mean, less than Jeff has been
yeah,
in his
he-
position.
I think he took over about 2 months after I did, that street.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this goes back to the succession plan
Yeah,
that we've
no,
talked
it-
about for years.
No, that's perfectly fine. I was just curious how long he's been at the helm, so.
Yeah, it's been good to have some younger ideas and familiarity
Yeah.
with technology and Nick's, he's energetic about making some changes and it's good for the city,
No,
especially in the street department.
Is the sweeper going good?
I saw it this morning. Yeah.
Right now,
Just don't like the word sweeper. No, I'm just joking. It is running right now.
Okay.
Yes, we have, where is this real wood?
No.
It is, okay.
Running, but not running good.
It is, it's running, but we had it running fine and then bam, you have a small hydraulic leak that you spend half a day trying to find and it's just, yes, it is running fine right now.
I saw it running on 10th Street coming here this morning.
Yep, every day I look at it and say, just keep going. But no, it's doing okay. It's just, we did have a 3 or 4 week delay on getting a hydraulic hose. I've never had a delay for parts, one hydraulic hose.
Is it a special hose? Can not B&B Hydraulics do any of that?
So we
No.
did finally find a place in Kansas City. Even the parts person in the where we get all of our parts for this equipment from didn't even know this place in Kansas City could make these hoses. And I think they purchased the fittings specifically for these machines.
Oh, okay.
So this is built in the Netherlands, and so it's not standard European fittings even, it's not standard metric fittings. It's a hydraulic fitting that we can't get around here. So I cannot just go get a hydraulic hose made, unfortunately. So when it comes to it, I just sit there and wait until it shows up. But yeah, this particular hose had to come overseas and I can only assume it got stuck in customs and that's why it took 4 weeks. But, so, off of one, $80 hose. Yeah.
So just generally, how seasonal is the work in your department?
Well, there's always something to do, and it changes by the season, I was just talking to somebody this morning about this, that in the wintertime, you're like, man, I can't wait for it to warm up so we can get this type of stuff done, In the cold and wet, I would say we have less to do because we can't really fix streets that are wet, material just doesn't stick. But there are other things we can do like crack sealing that you want to do when it's cold, but cold and dry. 'Cause again, it's an asphalt and oil-based material and oil and water don't like each other. So it's the really cold and wet time that we're just, like today, it's not cold, but it's wet.
Yeah.
And so today puts a halt to a lot of things. So you have to reroute and
days like this, they
Get
get
your
their
feet wet.
shop time.
Yeah.
For a lot of our departments.
cleaning drains.
It's not like they can go help somewhere else, cause the parks is probably.
Exactly, yeah, even parks, they can't mow today, it's probably too wet on the grass, I mean.
Well, this is for 2028, but what's an oil distributor?
An oil distributor is a tank that sprays an asphalt emulsion oil for chip seal.
Okay,
We can also use it for spot repairs, putting a asphalt down ahead of the patch makes the patch last longer. So that was that, kind of moving money back there on the
And you're
402.
budgeting for it?
Yeah, we currently have a truck mounted unit that's quite old and.
1948.
I was trying to be nice.
No, I want them to know.
It is functional,
It's good.
barely. So, you know, it's one of
I
those,
work on it every year.
if it stops, we can run it, but if it won't.
But I mean, that shows not just us, but the community, how much you guys are like, we want this thing to survive as long as it can, I
We're
mean.
pushing them to the very limit of their life.
I mean,
So-
that's the thing, we're not buying new equipment every other day, you
I've gotten
know?
really good at rebuilding the carburetor on a 1948 Wisconsin V4.
Kind of fun, isn't it?
It is, you know,
Yeah.
how quick can I get it done?
Yeah, but it shows you how much you guys try to make sure our equipment lasts until I've done all that I can.
Yeah,
And kind of a side note, that oil distributor is part of us increasing and getting back to the chip seal program that we used to have. And this is what I was typing up just today. And so it's a multi-step because that equipment is expensive. It's just expensive all over the board. We just sold at auction our chip spreader. And that was like a early 70s model, and it had just gotten to where you cannot use it. It wouldn't stop and it wouldn't steer. So,
Somebody bought it?
yes, somebody bought it for scrap metal.
scrap metal.
It was instantly scrapped.
Okay.
Yep, they bought it for the tonnage. But, so we purchased a tailgate version as kind of our first step getting back into chip seal. It's gonna be a slow process with the tailgate version,
But it just
but
mounts
it's
to a
better
dump
than,
truck.
better
so-
than zero. And it costs considerably less. So, yeah. That would be the next upgrade, would be the oil distributor trailer.
Okay.
I just want to point out with this budget, if you're looking at 25's actuals in the salary sections, the 100s, you're gonna see 25's is way less than budget. And that's an example of this fund, this is a fund that struggles with the cost of all the projects that at year end, I had to move that salary related cost back to the general fund because this fund didn't have enough budget authority for what needed to happen. And so if you're wondering why actuals in 25 was 62,000, but we budget 200,000 for it, that's where we have to get flexible at year end. Once we know how much those projects cost, some of that salary cost has to move back to the general fund.
Are we getting close to break or what are we?
We still have to go over pool, but then I think we were gonna do a working lunch because we had to have an executive session, cause we still have to go over the Blythe, the teen center and all that.
But
I gotta bug out for about 45 minutes.
Are you,
so-
yeah, and if we need, is there anything since,
No, she's gonna come pick me up behind. her.
okay, and then do you have any concerns over the pool before?
City of Pratt has
I don't
one
think so.
sweeper and you're almost done getting that
So,
paid off. Is that correct?
so let me go move, I'm gonna go move my, the city manager car so Jan has room back there.
Oh, you sure?
Oh, yeah.
I'm at least gonna.
I'm sorry for that.
You're okay,
And, but, so for everybody that's here, we can do a working lunch, cause we'll have food here.
But Doug, did you have any concerns over the pool or any of the donations?
I don't think so.
With Blythe or?
That's the
I
pool
think,
there.
well, the Blythe, we talked about that.
Yeah, Alita.
They're for me too. Obviously, they're having trouble too.
I emailed you back.
And I think what we need to do is, these do not need to be flipped back and forth. We need to separate this, so this is right in line.
She starts getting wound up. I
Being
I have all of them.
critical of her, she's done, they've all done a wonderful job, but
Yeah.
we're going over, we need the numbers and turn these to where we could just lay this right here and go, oh.
Crazy. That's impressive.
That's what I did.
I actually was working on that.
Did you drop a
Plan. That's part of it. Yeah, that was what I was telling you the other day, that's, don't like take that for 100%.
No,
That's just
it
like,
was quick,
it just
good,
gives you an
quick.
idea of things.
I'd like
Yeah. It is.
But I know it is. I know you're
I
on
mean,
that.
I mean, it's, yeah, no, this whole, I don't want to know what I'm gonna call it, a report.
Yeah, that's good.
Is all like, make this.
That's fine. It's not good starting point.
But it's, that's just lightweight aggregate, which is the most expensive.
$4,000 for fireworks.
Was it?
Yes.
I did. I'm waiting on him to call me back again. Heft. He told me, no, he's gotta get it out of eastern Kansas. So anybody that can haul it out of eastern Kansas can be our source. And that's the same source that Brian Simpson can get it from. And it's pretty much the exact same.
Standing up,
Heft. No, so the lightweight is so
driving to Ohio, it's been so long, I got
difficult to compare the two. At least in my mind.
flexor. So that's been a week ago, and I still feel it when I go upstairs, just kind of like a funny bone.
And so like, Heft told me.
Right.
You can do a C&D sand, which is a good
That's from
sand
Sid.
seal, that's what he's talking about. $16 a ton.
That's gonna be hard to say no to.
I know, and we're talking like 45 a ton on chip.
We had that form.
So it's triple, but
It's triple.
I
think the value and quality.
that is exactly why I got ChatGPT making it look nice. And you can
Somebody already
compare,
picked
I
one.
like,
we can compare things for things. And even, and it's even figuring out like, you know, the lifespan of sand seal versus the lifespan of chip seal
Did I
versus the
say
life.
break and I did not hear? Can we go to the restroom?
I'm gonna pause this while
say,
everybody
can I-
has their private
That's
discussion.
just part of the list for tomorrow.
We are recording.
Okay, all right. So Jeff and Justin, I guess the floor is yours over the pool and, oh, my bad, my apologies.
That's fine.
That was very good, Regina, thank you.
Oh, okay. Hey, yeah, we were starting up unless, yeah, because we wanted to wait for you and stuff, so.
So I brought to the department head meeting a week or two ago, chicken biscuits. I was trying to, you know, like change it up a little bit. Well, I have a new air fryer and I was in and out of departments and in and out of dispatch and the police department and municipal court. So I took them to my house and put them in my air fryer and left it for 15 minutes. And then circled back around, picked them up, brought them to the department head meeting, and I have been mercilessly teased about the crackers that the biscuits turned into because they were in a little bit long.
Yeah.
Like, almost like breaking your teeth?
Hockey pucks.
Yeah, like. Pull the chicken nugget, throw away the biscuit.
Ah, nice.
Beggars can't be choosers.
I just was hungry.
Alrighty, so let's begin at 444. Jeff and Justin.
I'll start at the top with the personnel
Okay.
line items. We made a small change to the 102 with the wages and salaries. We just knocked off $2,000. So we went from 120 proposed to 118 proposed in 2027. We came in actual at 113 in 25, which was a drop off from the year before. And then you can see a considerable drop off from 24 to 25 in the overtime. So there was $20,000 spent in overtime. Last year, we only spent $4,000. And then
And kudos to these guys for doing that because Brad and Justin have really taken, you know, controlling overtime seriously.
Okay, so I was about to say, man, that is a big down, which is great, you know.
You're doing great.
It was a pretty big swing, and we didn't change anything last year, other than just trying to stay on top of it and make people follow the schedule. This year, we did do a new schedule change, rotation change. So there used to be on average 13 lifeguards or 12 or so lifeguards in a front desk and then 2 slides and those 3. So there's usually about 15 people in the rotation. Well, now we're down to 9 lifeguards, and a manager, so 10 in the rotation.
Who's our manager this year, by the way?
Marissa Schelling, well, it's kind of been a combination. Marley Bates
Yes.
has done it the last couple of years. Well, she's back, but in a temporary, because she took a new internship. So she's kind of been shadowing or showing Carissa the ropes on how to do things. So it's kind of been both of them. And then towards the end of the summer, it'll just be Carissa.
Okay.
And then Brad, of course. Cause she also helps with our concession stuff, so sometimes Brad will cover a few hours or we'll step somebody up and have them manage. But that has allowed us to back that number down. We think it's gonna be less than that, 113,000, but just being conservative, we backed it down a little bit. Because we're taking, what, 4 or so workers out of the rotation every day. So that's by 8 hours or so. I mean, you're looking at 30 hours a day of pay that we're taking out. So we think that number is gonna be lower. Lifeguards still get the same amount of breaks, pretty much. All the new lifeguards love it. They think it's great. Some of the old lifeguards kind of are like, oh, but it's just changed, so. We moved that $2,000 to our lifeguard training line item. You'll see that on 107. So we took a $2,000 deduction on salaries and moved it to conference, education, and travel. So you'll see that number go from 3 to 5,000. Just the lifeguard training alone, their certifications, their recertifications, $3,000 wasn't covering it. It's about $225 per certification. So when you're having 12 to 15 new lifeguards plus your recertifying from others, $3,000 goes pretty quick. So we bumped that one up to 5,000. And then the other change on my side of things was on pool concessions. We 444308. We separated those out last year, I believe, is that correct? When we made it separate at the middle of summer last year, to where we could differentiate between green sports complex concessions and pool concessions. So we put a number there, and well, that number is, you'll see a big jump because we know that we're selling a lot more stuff there. So that number's going from 8,526 to 15,027. But as the note says there beside, we can show the increase is budgeted due to the increase in revenue. We'll have way more revenue than that $7,500 or $6,500 increase. We have way more revenue than that. So that was just a number, because we know we're gonna spend way more money, so we're not going over. She can offset it at the end of the year with the revenue that the concessions brings in.
What was I, do we offer more options for food now at the concession stand, or is it different I'm assuming it's different compared to the baseball field?
It is much different. The hot foods are much smaller. Really, the only thing that we do is nachos and pulled pork, so you can have a sandwich or pulled pork nachos. But most of the stuff is like handheld Uncrustables, chips, those type of things. The hot food doesn't sell great at the pool, and we do hot dogs at the pool too. But the hot food doesn't really sell great at the pool.
And
handheld things.
And did we increase prices on food a little bit, or am I mistaken on that?
A little bit. So on some of the food, we had to go up. Some of the drinks, we had to go up. Most of the stuff at the pool is still dirt cheap. It's still $1 for pretty much all of the frozen treats. Some of the candy had to go up a little bit. It's like you can't sell Snickers for $1 when they cost you $1.25 at Sam's when you buy them in bulk. So some of that stuff we did have to increase pricing on, just because everything's gotten more expensive, so you have to. But that's really the only changes as far as the operation side of things go for us with the rec. You got any questions for me on any of that, or?
With concessions, did we, and again, please correct me, did we ever put, and maybe Jeff, you answer this, did we ever put like an AC unit in there? Cause I was always told it was like hot in there or something.
We did.
No,
In the concession, yes.
Yes.
Put in a split unit.
Yeah, split unit, okay.
concessions is cold.
Okay.
It's cold in there. There's 2 fans and a split unit. Most of the time, actually, the girl that works in there, most of the time, she has the turned up or the fans turned off because she gets cold, so.
Okay.
No, it works good.
The first year, though, you're right, they had a hard time getting the slushy
Yeah.
machines to solidify, and so we made the decision to put the split
Yeah,
unit in.
if it wasn't
last
in
year.
there, it would be brutal.
So last year we put that in there.
We keep it on like 75 or so, just so it's comfortable. And there's two big high-powered fans in there. Most of the time, like I said, she has the fans off, but if it wasn't in there, yeah, it'd be rough. It'd be
Yeah,
real
it would be
rough.
burning, but, okay.
Yeah, that was an afterthought, and it was added to we added that as part of the construction cost.
Okay.
There's one in there, and then there's one in the office in the guardhouse, cause we have computers and security camera, all the IT stuff is in that room, so there's one in there as well.
And we're not dealing with it, I know at the beginning when the pool was open, we dealt with vandalism, no more, are we really, knock on wood?
Nothing major that been made to my attention,
Okay.
No, I haven't seen anything.
not the pool.
Anyone banned this year?
Nope,
All right.
Not yet.
summer's young.
I just have to say, I've noticed, living at Parkwood, how many people, we've got the tennis courts there and the swimming pool, and then we extended the sidewalk around that park by and the usage of it is it's not huge, but it's used, it's definitely used, it's very nice, very nice. And all days of the week, you see, people out there taking their dog.
Yeah, my wife's grandma lives there, Virginia. She's on the second floor and her window faces out to the park, and she lets me know about all the different activities that are going on. Act like I was like, oh yeah, they had tennis lessons today? Okay, good, yeah.
Awesome.
She likes it too. She likes being able to see all the activities.
All right, any questions for Justin on his part with recreation and pool? Okay, keep up the good work, sir. All right, Jeff, your side now.
For mine, mostly concerned is capital improvement. Biggest things we have going forward is maintaining the equipment in the pump gallery and then preparing for repainting. The color repaint, I understand, should probably be scheduled as soon as 28 because it has about a 5-year lifespan.
Okay.
The white has more like a 10-year lifespan, but those are reoccurring costs. So budgeting for those at $10,000 for the next 2 years should give us enough to take care of that. And then it'd be $10,000 per year for white and $5,000 per year for the color after that. Because we have an estimated cost on the color right now of between 25 and 30,000, depending on how bad it is. And then the white is enormous. It's like $100,000 every 10 years.
Those are
So
epoxy paints?
that's that Tunemic brand. It's an epoxy, two-part epoxy, yeah.
Okay.
So those are the only real expenses we have right now for capital improvement. And then equipment, that is for pump replacement, electrical replacement. And that's just for what we don't see coming down the road. And that's just $2,000 a year. Just to put together a fund for when something goes wrong.
Well, I thought you guys did a great job shocking the pool after our incident earlier.
That was my first experience with that, and I was. I hope so,
One
but,
second.
yeah, it went really well for having to shut the pool down for 2 days, so.
Yeah, it was gross.
Lost Kyle.
We lost Kyle. That's all I've got for pool on the mechanical side, so.
So Tara, do you want to explain the transfers into the capital improvement to take care of the negative?
Oh, yeah, sorry, I was getting caught up on what happened at the pool. So, yeah, in '26, we budgeted more transfers to capital improvement, because of, and I don't know all the background, this is about when I started working with the city. The way the pool project was budgeted, some of it was coming from city funds. But more More came out of capital improvement for the pool project than the pool had set aside at the time. So we kinda we had the money there because other departments are putting money in there, but we need to get that kind of refunded back to the capital improvement fund. That's a one-off thing. If budgets all go well in '26 and we can fully do that transfer all the way in '26, that'll get the pool back to whole, yeah.
Can we not use travel and tourism for any of this?
Well, I think that we could certainly make the case that some could be used, but I think that right now our travel and tourism is tight because of the Point Pavilion.
Okay.
Because of what?
The Point Pavilion, and because, you know, we are doing more tourism activities, you know, the
Yeah.
Gotcha.
music concerts and things like that.
Okay. Any other questions for Jeff over? Cool. Okay. Alright.
Questions for Jeff?
Tammy or Susan, do you guys have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, so with that, I think we're gonna go back, correct, Gina? And we're gonna go back to now our donations, so that will be under the tab Day 1, 9:15 session. So,
Oh, God.
yeah. I'm sorry.
Are we still looking at 1 o'clock for sanitation?
Hopefully,
Or do you want me to postpone him a little bit?
Gina? I mean, the big one, I'll be frank, the big one I think we'll be talking about, the one I have a big note on is the blight. I don't know.
I don't know yet.
Page. Where it says
So just go to the tab, it says 9:15 session,
Right here.
so right there.
Tab
Right
number
there.
2, Day 1, 9:15 session.
Okay.
So I think just keep it.
Keep it at 1? All right.
Okay, as I said, she's the,
Okay, I mean, I'd just rather have them here
No,
for a few
that's fine.
minutes than. Okay, so this is a question. Kyle, you asked me over the weekend whether the Blythe typically asks for $30,000 because that number seemed high.
right,
So I sent Alita an email, and she emailed me back and said that in most years, the commission provides $20,000.
but last year we held the line, I think, across the board from what we paid them in 2025, correct?
Well, so last year they had asked for $5,000 less than what they had typically asked for.
Okay,
And so we granted the request that they gave us. But Christina didn't realize that they had asked for less, and so she and Bill Bergner came to the commission meeting and said, why are you giving us less money? And we said, well, because we gave you what you asked for. And so this year, they've asked for $30,000 instead of the $20,000 that they used to ask for.
okay, that makes sense. As I said, I didn't remember from that, but I don't know what's everyone's thoughts on the Blythe with 30,000. I mean, the biggest question is, you know, all these areas are asking for donations from, you know, Circles, Hope, you know, Pratt Humane Society, Teen Center, Youth Corps, Vernon Philly Art Museum. And, you know, we've kind of said to ourselves, we want to try and hold the line this year, you know, in everything. So it's just, I don't know, for me, it's hard to give so much, $10,000 extra to the Blythe. But that's just me. I mean, I'm only one of 5. So Monty and Jeanette, and I know.
So we've only given them what in the past?
20,
Just 20.
20,000.
20,000, and they're asking for
30. So that is what we gave them for this year. That's all they're getting for this year. So right here is their new proposal, which is.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
That is accurate, right, Alita, that historically we've given the Blythe $20,000?
Yeah.
And I did
No,
text.
this year we're only giving them 15 because that's all they asked for.
But we did give them that extra 5, didn't we though? No, we didn't. Okay. They said, thank you, I just couldn't remember, so. Now I texted Zach said the same thing, we've given him usually 20,000 in the past.
So did they give an explanation why they want the extra 10 grand?
So they say on their letter, Brad, they say in the second paragraph, second to last paragraph, they say one additional consideration when asking for additional funding this year is the fact that Blythe turns 15 years old in 2026. As you know, we have always operated at or below the break-even line year after year. As the building ages, so does our repair and capital expense. Soon we'll see an increase in cost to maintain our facility.
And it's our job to maintain that facility?
What I would say goes into this is, okay, the benefit the city receives from what they do with basketball, volleyball, leagues, tournaments, et cetera, that they're a meaningful generator of economic activity. You know, like Green Sports Complex brings people in, so do they. And so, you know, like, it costs us to run Green Sports Complex. So.
But it also is not free to go to those tournaments. There
The
are,
same at Green.
We also pay court rental whenever we go to Blythe, don't we, Justin?
We pay what?
We pay court rental.
For the rec stuff that's there.
Do they pay for the recs? Do we pay for the rec stuff, court rental?
We pay for we pay for anytime we rent something, we pay a rental fee for it.
And plus, you're paying,
to the Blythe.
Yeah.
Two Blythe, correct.
and plus, they are, correct me if I'm wrong, they're making revenue off of memberships too. I
They
mean,
are
if
a
you,
nonprofit, just to throw that in.
yeah. The thing is though, this is me, this is just me. If we give them the 30,000, we're gonna have to give everyone else what they're asking for.
I don't think so.
Sounds like we're kind of showing a little favoritism. But again, that's me.
It's apples and oranges, what the Hope Center does, what the Humane Society does, and what Blythe does.
I just feel $10,000 extra is excessive.
And I'm not saying we do the 30, but
Yeah.
I could see 25.
Another consideration would be to meet the shortfall in '26, to bring it up to 20, and then in '27, keep it at 20 so that we're maintaining a historical amount, because it would be the same net dollar amount if we give them 25 next year instead to give them the extra 5 this year to bring them up to their 20, and then next year to keep it at 20, so that we're not increasing it. Because if we increase it for 27, they're gonna always ask us to increase it.
Because they're going from 15 to 30 now. Because remember, they asked for the $5,000 less.
By mistake.
And
It wasn't their intention. They did it, but that wasn't their intention.
Someone didn't catch that?
I don't know their operations.
Well, I mean, they didn't catch it until we gave them the 15,000, then they thought we were trying to shortfall them, I think. We said, no, that was the paperwork you gave us. It's just, I mean, I do agree, jumping from 15 to 30 is very extreme.
So how many years has it been at 20?
it's hard to tell because we pay them. I think when they opened. 16. Yeah, we paid them 1,500 a month. 17.
That's why they don't want her to leave.
So in 17, you paid them 18.
What'd you say?
In 16, you paid them 18,000. In 17, you paid them 30,000. Same in 18.
30 and 18 we did?
And 17 and 18 were both 30,000.
Is there, Gina, were you around during that time?
I started with the city in March of 2017. I was the city attorney, so I wasn't part of the budget really. I wasn't in the budget hearings.
Doug would be the only one then to, or Brad, I mean, Brad, I know you were, building inspector, but.
I wasn't part of that.
So if you feel more comfortable, Kyle, another option is to wait until Doug comes back. You could table the Blythe.
Let's table the Blythe, cause I wanna hear what Doug's.
And it does look like you did 25,000 in 19, and then it's been 20,000 since 2020.
Yeah, it's been like that since I've been on the board. Yeah, let's just table that until.
That's fine. Well, and all these donations are kind of a package.
Yeah,
This
they
is
are.
how much money we're donating, so I don't have a problem with looking at all of them.
Okay.
To get a feel for what we're doing.
So the American Legion did not submit their request in time. You had a discussion last year about why you were going to not give funding to the Legion, but then who came in, Alita? A gentleman from the Legion came in and said, but when we took the building over, you told us that you would give us a utility credit. And I said, well, many commissions ago might have said that they would do that, but this commission has not made that guarantee. And so, anyway, he had come in and he had asked if the Legion could again have some sort of utility credit. There were philosophical reasons why the commission last year decided not to do that. But Brad, I know that you've worked with the Legion on that because you helped them with their building for a long time.
A long time.
Yeah.
Is that our
Long time.
building?
It was our building
It
at
was
one
our
time.
building.
I mean, the title to the property, did we give it to them?
For $1.
Yeah,
Okay.
just gave it to him for $1.
It was costing the city a lot of money to maintain.
Plus, there was some conflict with alcohol being served there, and that was a city piece of property. And according to our bylaws, you can't do that. And we were, derelict on our own.
Yeah. So are we considering that now? You want an opinion about? Why do we subsidize a bar?
That was the question last year.
I think that was our argument last year, and I think we all agreed to that.
I agree.
If
That was the
they can't make
biggest
a
reason.
go of it, then we'll look at something else there. They can give it back or whatever.
Yeah, I felt like they got a free building.
The gentleman's argument was that they give all of their money that they take in through alcohol sales back to the community.
Well, maybe they should use it to pay for their
A
utilities.
little bit of
and
it
that
at
kind of
least,
stuff.
yeah. You don't have to give it all, but a little bit. I agree.
I am not advocating, I'm just relaying
Yeah.
messages.
Yeah. I concur. I mean, if we give to the, I'm not saying every organization has a bar would all start asking for money, but kind of sets a precedent almost.
Is that the request form that I'm missing, the Legion?
Yeah, the Legion has never they
that's
did not turn one in.
That's fine, I was just looking to see
No,
if I was.
you're fine.
Thank you.
Alita, did you receive one later, one late? Okay. He came in and
He
asked.
came and picked one up, but he never brought it back.
Okay.
This year and last year?
Just this year.
Just this year, okay. Yes, I'm looking at a couple things ahead. Looks like Circles of Hope isn't changing, by the way. Looking from last year, we gave them 7,000, they're asking for 7,000 this year. I think that one's pretty,
Yeah, I would actually like to see a deal like, I'm not saying hold up this year, but how many people they served and that kind of thing. You know, if,
Actually, I mean, yeah, I haven't, actually, usually they come by once a year to kind of give us a summary, don't they, Jeanette?
Used to.
Yeah. But I know they kind of get, I know they have a letter right here, at least a little bit on, I think they talked about what they.
I hate to say this because my heart was in circles, but
Yeah,
they don't have a class going right now. I mean, they haven't recruited a new class.
when was the last class they had?
Well, it was last winter,
So 2025 or 2020,
but it probably went into
2026?
26.
Okay.
But then that one goes through spring and then there's another one. I mean, they just.
But they just haven't had one.
It's just, this is the first time they haven't had one.
it's just tough for them to get participants who want to do it, who want the help.
Yeah.
So, okay, just venturing down that
No.
path a little bit
No.
more. I think if they weren't here, Youth Corps has a program that they do in a lot of other places that, from what I gather, is more effective. And so there is that angle of, okay, my perception.
No.
Subsidize something less effective that prevents something more effective to come into town.
Ordinarily, I would argue that, except for this time.
So are you saying you're against what he?
No,
Oh, you were in favor of what he said, okay.
I just agree with,
Okay.
I say favor, but agree with.
So what would be what would be a good amount then? Yeah, I mean, they're asking for 7,000, do we drop it to 5,000? I mean, Jeanette, I mean, I know this is kind of your baby a little bit there, but I didn't know what your thoughts were.
Would you like to have somebody from Circles come and give an explanation?
Well, I feel like they should.
I mean, I don't remember were they here last year giving us anything, or it's been?
Kate, was she here last year? I can't remember.
I don't think so.
That was a year ago, I don't remember.
I think I recall somebody coming in within the last 2 years to speak towards Circles.
Within the
I know
last
they
2
have from
years,
the
yeah,
Hope Center.
but the last year, I don't know.
And I just have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Why is there no history here? All we're seeing is a final payment for 2026. Is there not historical data on who?
Are you talking about Circles or
In
what?
what amount?
What
Just in general.
Oh, that first page right there,
Yeah.
that says the actual payment and everything.
Is it possible to run a report on those? To not just get,
From last year.
but to get the last couple of years for each of these organizations? Say the last.
I have 26 and 25 right here.
I guess I'm just surprised it isn't there because you have historical data for all other budgeted items.
Yeah, I just put that we didn't have anything last year, so I just wanted people to know, here's what you did last year, so they could think about it, because we don't know who is gonna.
In years past, we just put into the agenda binder what their request was and what supporting documentation they provided.
Okay.
What did, in 2025, I know or not 2025. Yeah, 2025, sorry, I apologize. What did we give these organizations?
This won't change.
Or did any of them,
So in 2025, I'm pretty sure this is accurate. I'll just run down the list.
Okay.
So the Legion, you gave 1,800, theater 1,200, Blythe 20,000, Circles of Hope 7,000.
Can I interrupt you for a second? I think that when you're looking at the theater and the Legion for 2025, those were given through the mini grant fund, through travel and tourism, and those weren't considered charitable donations.
Mini grant fund, you said?
Right, because so the American Legion, the reason that we would have given them that money would have been for the fireworks on the 4th of July. Not as a utility credit.
It's my understanding they got $4,000 each year for the fireworks out of that fund,
To the Legion Riders.
for the Legion Riders.
Yeah, it's not,
Huh?
yeah, it's not part of this.
Oh, okay, then maybe I know that we give them some money through the
Yeah,
travel and tourism
yeah.
mini grant.
Yeah, I think it's a
Under
different
funding
vendor
It's a different-
request.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 1,800 is actually a donation then,
Mhm.
correct?
I believe
Okay.
so.
Okay.
So yeah, Blythe was 20,000, Circles of Hope 7,000, Hope Center was 9,000, Humane Society was 36,000, and then an $8,000 utility credit. Teen Center was 8,400, Youth Corps 3,600, and then the Vernon Art Museum 5,500. That was 2025's donations.
What'd you say Youth Corps was?
3,600,
Did we hold the line?
and that's what was given in 26 as well.
Okay, so we did hold the line. Okay.
We held the line on all of them last year, except we did not do a Legion or a theater, and then Blythe was the 15,000 because of the request. Other than that, everything else was between 25 and 26 the same.
I think the Circles of Hope is challenging because the mission is a very good mission.
Yeah, it is.
It's one of the few programs that don't just hand out, but try to educate people to change. But if, it sounds like you're saying they haven't been active.
Well, I hate to say anything, but I've just been disappointed, let's say that, disappointed that they didn't actively recruit class that I'm aware of, and I've tried to find out, or actively communicated what's happening with the program to our donors, which was always, we tried to do that on an annual basis. And I'm not aware of that happening. It is a good program, it's an excellent program, and we've had some real successes out of it.
I know one young lady who is participating in something that they're doing on Monday nights, but I don't know what that is.
You what now, who?
I know a young lady
Uh-huh.
who is participating in some sort of programming on Monday nights, but I don't know what all that programming entails.
Maybe it's Circles.
They call it Circles, at the Methodist Church.
Okay, well, that's it,
Yeah.
that's it.
I had 2 people graduate, I had pictures on Facebook, sorry to get in your discussion.
Oh, no, you're fine.
When did those, when was,
We had a,
Within the last 2 weeks.
What?
within the last 2
Within the last 2 weeks, there were 2 graduates from the program.
So, and then Gina, I got a question. I know this, is Bread of Life something new that they wanted to request, by the way?
So that's a food bank, right?
Yes. And they're asking for,
No?
Isn't the Bread of Life that that storefront
The
on
soup
the west side of
kitchen?
the street that serves a meal once a week?
A hot meal.
Correct.
yes, and they are just asking for utilities? Are they just asking like for a little bit cheaper or subsidized, I'm assuming?
Well, I know they spend a lot on utilities, I do volunteer there. That's the biggest bill.
As I said, I don't know, are they, Let's ask Bree how much they spent last year in utilities.
I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
And believe me, Circles will always be, I'll always talk about it as a very beneficial program.
Oh,
It really is. I just am not sure how it's doing now, I guess. Do you go?
Well, I went, at the beginning of June to one of their meetings and, I would say there were probably 25 people there, yes.
That'll tell you what your average bill
And it seemed that there were two different groups, one that was more advanced than the other.
Right.
And they split off after an initial meeting.
Right.
And it was some of those that were
This is their average bill for the whole,
not
for the
veterans
past 12 months.
that graduated
Which roughly
recently,
calculates what it's saying number.
so.
Okay, well, good, thank you. Then because.
There is something going on, I'm not sure how well it's attended and received. But I do know the Bread of Life is very well attended. Whenever we serve, which is about once every 4 to 6 weeks, we have somewhere upwards of 130 meals that we serve. And that's, some people bring it, come and take them to go, and some of them dine in, and it's, we have regulars who come every Tuesday.
Is there a way to determine their qualifications
Oh,
for
okay.
Bread of Life? Or just can anybody come and get them?
Anybody can come to Bread of Life and eat. There's no requirements. There is a donation. Sometimes donations are higher than others, but it,
There's not an income.
no.
She made it.
They pay about just under $4,300 a year,
$4,300 a year.
right under it.
So, okay, I'm, call it devil's advocate, call it being opinionated. It's like the Bread of Life. Okay, honestly, you open it up, free food for everybody. Is that something we need to subsidize? If it's once every 4 to 6 weeks, is it, I mean,
Oh,
power
no,
to you for doing it, but
it's
as far
every
as.
week. Every week they hold a meal there on Tuesday. I just know that I go every 4 to 6 weeks to volunteer. And at that point, there are that many, there's generally that many people every week. And they do accept donations and receive donations from people who come in for the meals. But they are having trouble with the utilities because there's no other real source of income that I'm aware of.
But as far as taking money from all of our taxpayers and giving it, that goes for any of these. And giving it to them, is that, okay, just because somebody asks for money and they have a good cause, does that mean we have to give it to them?
No, I agree.
And, okay, like Youth Corps is in here. I personally give money to Youth Corps. I believe very strongly in their mission. I just don't know that the city needs to give them money.
That's what we're here for.
I mean, the bottom line is, why do we need to make any charitable donations? You know, if it doesn't generate something for the city, you know, let citizens make their own determination of where charitable donations go, rather than us taking their property tax money and giving some of it away to charitable things.
What do you think?
Damned if we do and damned if we
Well,
don't.
yeah.
I was gonna say, but maybe that's not even in line with it, that we maybe, I'm thinking of Circle specifically, just reduce, maybe not give them the full request, but reduce that amount with maybe some stipulations of report a couple times a year or something on, I don't know.
You know, if you're talking about circles, I was surprised at their financial statement. Do they really need our donation?
Well, that is like the Circle, the Hope Center, I think's financial, it's just Circles is a piece out of it.
This is the Hope Center, the profit loss is from the Hope Center.
Are they connected?
No, I didn't think they.
Circles
Circles
is
is-
under the umbrella of the Hope Center.
So there, the bottom fourth of the page has circles and then slightly indented their expenses for a total of 26,000.
So, you know, in the past, and again, just by way of information, the commission decided that it was advantageous to have these organizations in Pratt to help the underprivileged people. So having the Hope Center includes the Agape Clinic. Having Circles, the intention was to help lift people out of poverty. And for better or worse, I think that each of these charitable organizations has come to rely on some subsidy from the city.
I know you're right.
Well, I thought in the past we talked about kind of ratcheting these down slowly.
Yeah, I really did think we talked about like, yeah, keeping it in the rain, you know, like.
Because I do think you're right, they do depend on this. And so we can't
So maybe
surprise them.
if we could contribute a lesser amount with an explanation that next year we need some kind of
What you did.
validation of what happened and
Some effectiveness. Yeah. Okay, like 2 people graduated from Circles. Okay, so if you class every 6 months, if that's normal, then there's 4 graduates a year. That's
2,000 per just about.
yeah.
Not a dent in our taxpayer population.
It was 3 graduates. One of them wasn't pictured. I looked at the Facebook post just to see.
what, I'm sorry.
There were 3 graduates from Circles, but one just wasn't in the picture.
Tammy, Susan, you got any comments on?
Tough decision.
Yep.
And so, my opinion, on like Circles, if they're effective, yes, I think it's worth supporting. I just
Yeah.
like information on their effectiveness in the future. You know, like we got the Humane Society, is this 36,000 for their taking our animal control animals? Okay,
So we do receive a service. If we didn't have the contract with the Humane Society, then the police department would be required to have our own dog pound, which would be a considerable expense as well.
so because they do that, it's not like a donation, in my mind, that they're providing a service.
Yeah, they're providing, and we also give them 8,000 in energy too, don't we, Regina, or something like that?
Utility credit.
Yeah.
Then my question would be, why would they be considered on this page as a donation if they're providing a service and we're paying for that service?
It's always, this isn't
I mean-
the right answer, but it's always been done that way.
Yeah.
We do sign a contract with them every year.
Yeah, I recall that, but I mean, it seems to me
City and county
that
both get
it's
to
a
them.
different category than, I mean, what does the teen center provide the city a service? You know, how is the Circles of Hope providing the city a service? Where those appear and seem to me more like they are charitable contributions than the Humane Society would be. Just categorically.
Yeah, I hear you, Tammy. I think that the donation also does help keep them afloat And if,
So is this in addition to the contract?
no, this is part of the contract, but they, we sign the contract in December of every year.
Right.
So it varies how many animals go to the Humane Society. Sometimes it's 5, sometimes it's 1 in a month. But either way, the donation that the city gives to them does keep them 12 months a year, so that on the months that there's more or less, they can take the animals. So Bree gave me the averages for the Bread of Life, and their average is between $300 and $350 a month in utilities.
So really, it
So
doesn't
4,200.
it doesn't cost us as much to give in real dollars, it doesn't cost us as much to give an energy credit.
It's a loss of revenue.
It's a loss of revenue, but dollar-wise, if you go cost to us, it's not that much.
I'd say it costs the same either way. I don't like the energy credits at all. My opinion is show the cost where the cost is. If we're cutting if we're giving them $9,000, then call it giving them $9,000. Don't hide it within an energy credit. Just opinion.
This has always been a tough one.
This is always, I'll say Susan and Tammy, this is probably always the toughest part of the budget. Everything else is pretty black and white.
As far as the Blythe, I think if I was them, I'm thinking if I don't ask for it, I'm not gonna get it, so I'll just ask for 30 and hope for 15.
And they've gotten it.
Well, last year,
Yeah.
last year Gina brought it up and I completely forgot. They made the mistake of asking for 15. That's when they came to the meeting and asked, well, why'd you give us 15? We've always gotten 20. Well, that's when we told them, well, you made the
Yeah.
error in all this. I'm,
Tara, do you have any knowledge what other cities do?
Not for this stuff specifically, I mean, it's gonna be.
I think the public might have a hard time wrestling with why we would reduce our donation to Circles and the Hope Center and increase our donation to the Blythe. I think that that's kind of an optical challenge to get over.
so what would be a comfortable number to give the Blythe anyway? 'Cause I think 20. Jeanette?
I was thinking not any higher
Yeah.
than what they requested.
I kind of agree with Brad. Give them a little, but not 30. But I have a problem like with Monty giving any tax dollars, but it seems, I think the county contributes to these, don't they?
And I have heard the Hope Center, when they have given reports in the past, say, yes, we received these donations from you, but we also provided a lot more than this in paying underprivileged people's utilities that would have been cut off.
But they have a healthy balance sheet. I mean,
I'm not advocating,
Yeah.
I'm just informing.
The county has lots of groups that come forward and give a speech and ask for a donation, and they thank them and tell them that they'll get back to them at a later time, and there's quite a few of the same ones that go to each of you.
And then I think
Don't.
the county, they're required to pay for like 18 different organizations almost. There's some statutes that they have to cover, I'm pretty sure.
you're talking 84,000 requested. I mean, that's actual, I mean, that was from.
2026.
Yeah, 2026. But then if you add that extra 15, because looking at it across the board, I think they're almost, there's a few that are asking for an increase. I think the teen center asked for an increase and a couple others. I mean, that's gonna be over 100,000.
Well, I'll just say, if we're gonna be revenue neutral, we shouldn't probably give any more than we gave last year.
I was gonna agree with Doug there. If you're asking all the departments to stay revenue neutral, and then you turn around and increase donations, it's gonna rub some departments, cause we're trying to toe the line.
Yeah.
You are.
And stay right where we're at, or reduce. Not that the individual, you know, groups don't need more, but, you know, so does everybody else.
I would say at least give the Blythe back their 20. That's where I would at least say give them back their 20, since they screwed up the paperwork and then we've given them 20 for the last 5 years. Paperwork got screwed up for this year, but I would at least say give them their 20 back.
And I can't argue that they've really, for travel and tourism, for hotel fees, they've done a good job, but would they have done that anyway without our contribution?
Blythe?
Blythe.
Part of it is them maintaining their facility where it's desirable for people to come and participate in volleyball, basketball, whatever there. And it getting 15 years old, there's some significant expenses that come along,
Sure.
like how long is their flooring gonna last, et cetera. I would have
So-
gone 25 on Blythe, that's my opinion.
So let's go take each one of these and make a vote on it and make a decision on it.
Okay. All right. Blythe. What's our final number? I think, Monty, you're saying 25 probably, right? Okay.
I'm saying 15,
15,
you're saying 20.
I was gonna say 20.
20,
20.
and I'm gonna say 20 as well, so.
Sounds like 20 gets.
Okay, 20 is what they're gonna get.
So do we
Because
need to
that's what
make a
they
mo-
got before and they made the mistake last year.
Yeah,
Do we need to make that a motion, or do we?
I mean, the budget hasn't been approved.
Oh,
It's true.
okay.
These are recommendations.
These are recommendations.
And it's for budgetary purposes for
Yeah.
Tara to be able to.
So we're just saying to Tara what to put in, so 20,000 is what the Blythe.
Okay.
Okay. All right, circles of, I'm sorry, bread of life, because that's the next one on our. So they pay under $4,300 a year in utilities altogether. That's what I calculated with the max of.
That is, so in 2024, they paid $4,207. In 2025, they paid $4,374.
Okay. All right, so I'll just say, well, I would say next year they would be paying 4,500, just to kind of give or take inflation and all. Now, all they're asking is for utility energy savings. What's everyone's thoughts on that one?
And their average per month is doing,
350, 350, give or take, but I increased that to 4,500 for next year, just to be on the safe side of inflation.
Is Bread of Life gonna be here for a long time?
Oh, I believe so. I mean, there's a great need. There's a food deficit. We've got lots of families who come and get the food, individuals. I know some of them are homeless who come in there.
Yeah, I'm in the phase it out,
Phase out the energy savings
yeah, or the subsidy.
or the subsidy.
I put it in the charity
Yeah,
category and
But we haven't been doing anything.
no, this is their first year asking for it. Bread of Life this is their first year.
okay, so wouldn't be phasing down, it'd just be holding it at 0. That's where I am.
So are they part of the Hope Center, or are they?
No,
They're their own
They're their
thing.
own entity.
Okay.
How do they pay for the food?
I believe it's mainly donations, but I'm not positive.
I
I'm
think so.
surprised they're not under the Hope Center.
Or church or anything.
Mhm.
I think different churches take
Yeah, I think
days
so
to
too.
provide the meal.
Okay. So do we wanna help with their utilities at all, or we? I know Monty's already kinda said what he wants to do. Doug?
I'm kind of with Monty.
Okay. Jeanette? Yeah. Okay. They get, we're just gonna,
Not do what we haven't done.
not do what we haven't done.
Get started.
Okay, Circles of Hope. They are asking for the same amount from last year. Do we want to continue to give them the 7,000, or do we wanna decrease that? So Monty, or Brad, we'll start with Brad.
Yeah, start over there.
Yeah, we'll start with Brad. I'm picking on you too, Monty.
Well, if we're gonna do anything, you know, keep the same and lower, we don't need to go any further.
No.
Right.
Okay.
And because I do love the program, but
Mm-hmm.
let's don't increase it any.
Okay, so just keep it at 7,000 then, from both of you, just keep, Doug?
I don't know. So they are part of the Hope Center though, or they are not.
They're under the umbrella of the Hope Center. The Hope Center doesn't fund them in any way, but it allows them to act as a nonprofit.
In other words, and correct me if I'm wrong, the Hope Center kinda, when someone in poverty would come to them, they kinda guide them to the Circles of Hope, correct, Jeanette?
Sorta.
Isn't there participation in circles, isn't there some connection where the Hope Center will only help if somebody is willing to go through the Circles
I
program?
don't think it's an either or. There's definite encouragement to participate. But it's not like, well, if you don't do that, I won't give you these groceries.
The Hope Center, from what I read, is a step deal, you know, like they'll give you the immediate need without
Right.
too many hoops. Repeated need, there's additional documentation required. And I don't know, at some point
It
it
comes
just
up
comes
to a
in.
point that, you know, you may not get this again if you can't make some progress.
Exactly.
I just,
I'm keeping it the same.
Keep it the same?
I do
Okay.
the deposits every morning, and I always go through all the checks to make sure they're written correctly. And there's always, every day, there's a check from the Hope Center in our deposit. Every day,
And what's that
sometimes
for?
more than one.
I'm sorry,
Oh,
I didn't.
people with their
utilities or whatever.
Utilities, there's always a check.
Yeah, I mean, I will say Pamela's always told me that, is that,
Yeah,
It's every day.
Yeah.
For different people.
so for Circles of Hope, keep it at 7,000?
That's all right, but we need a report on effectiveness.
yeah.
So, Regina, I don't know who wants to reach out to them, but if they could come talk to us in the next month or two before we finalize the budget, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay. All right, who's next? Hope Center? Or
Teen Center.
what?
In the teen center now?
Or teen?
Pratt
Oh,
Teen Center.
Pratt Teen Center.
Well, Hope Center's after Circles of Hope,
If you're going by
if you're going by
this list,
Yeah,
Oh, I was just
yeah,
going-
I was going through the book, and right now, after that, it was the Pratt Teen Center. I know they're asking for 700, to 1,000, but we're holding the line, so.
Is there a request from the Hope Center? Oh, I see the cash flows. Okay, never mind. Well, it's like with,
I get confused by them every year with how they put the Circles of Hope.
So you're going by Teen Center, last year 8,400, this year 12,000?
Yeah, but if we wanna hold the line, we're gonna just, keep it at 700 then.
We certainly don't wanna go over, I don't think.
I appreciate all that they do, I think it's great, but
Yeah, it's
if
great.
if we're saying we're holding the line for everyone, then we have to.
Pratt Teen Center,
Yeah.
is that what we're talking
Yeah.
about? It says 1,000 a month.
Yeah, they want they want 1,000 a month, but we only give them 700 per month.
Okay.
7 or 750?
It's 7.
7.
Yeah, so
I think stay the same.
stay the same. Okay. Philly. They're asking for 5725.
I'm guessing if that increases, it's because we do their, we're a member, you know, one of their high-level members
Okay.
as an organization.
So that 5,500 isn't really a donate, it's a membership, well,
I believe it's a membership.
okay, so I guess
And so that membership is going up to 57.
25. So while the museum, they said statement of need, while the museum maintains a balanced budget, rising costs of supplies, insurance, facilities, and labors are projected expenses increase by 7%. Like all nonprofits, 75% of our operating budget comes from contributed income. We respectfully request a 5% increase for total contribution. The additional $275 will help offset rising operation costs and allow us to better serve community needs. Doesn't really say that they're increasing membership donations, but I could be wrong.
In the whole grand scheme of things, it's not much.
I volunteer at the Philly, and I was surprised at the draw, how it brings people in from all across the state for different events, not every, but from all across the state. It's, 'cause it's kind of one of a kind.
They're
It's a little bit
they're
like-
looking at expanding too.
It's a little bit like the Blythe.
Yeah.
We're subsidizing them because they bring
Yeah.
people in.
So I'm okay giving them their
Time too.
57.25. Brad, are you okay with that?
It does say in their letter that the additional $275 will help offset rising operating costs.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
I mean, we gave the Blythe, you know, their extra, we gave them 5,000 back, you know, so I don't think 275 is gonna
No.
hurt us. So I guess 57.25 then, everyone?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
That includes the membership.
Yeah, that'll include the membership.
I was trying to look on their website to see what the cost of the membership was, but
I always like how much Brittany puts into our binders on
It
everything.
was like 5,000, wasn't it, for that, our level?
Gina?
Sure we paid 55.
Okay.
That's what I thought. And when we paid that to them, we received a membership.
Yes, it says that in their letter. Your annual membership donation of $5,500 plays a vital role.
So that's not really a subsidy, it's a membership.
Just the $275 would be the subsidy.
I'm good.
Okay, we're good with that. Okay. All right, Youth Core Ministries, they're keeping their money the same. They're asking for 500. Last year, we gave them 3,600, so we're good there. So, or do you?
go lower, in my opinion. And back to what I said about donations, that's trying to be consistent. Don't have to, that's just my opinion.
What's everyone's thoughts?
Well, to make it all revenue neutral, let's take 250 off of it that we given to the Philly and take it off the youth core.
There you go, Doug.
I know it's decreasing it, but $250 can't make a difference in their, I don't think.
I don't know.
It's a matter of principle, you know.
I think it'll be fine.
Whatever you guys want, I'm good with it.
The assistance will help in Barron Utilities, so I mean, basically, they're using it to pay us for their electric, their utility bills, I'm assuming.
Much.
We're getting the money back, aren't we, technically? That's all they said, that what the assistance will be used for with Barron Utilities, so I'm assuming they pay us the money we give them, for the utilities, we charge them.
But anything we give money to can pay as utilities.
Yeah.
Same kind of deal.
Okay.
So that, are we doing that, reduce it 250, so it's 3350?
Yep, I guess.
So how much?
So we're gonna take Youth Core Ministry from 500 to 250,
Well,
or are you saying?
from 30, we're taking,
They only get 300 a month right now. They're asking for 500.
Oh,
they're asking for 500?
they're asking for
Is that what
five,
they're, yeah.
Oh,
So
oh,
they get 3,600 a year, which is 300 a month. That's what we gave them in 26 and 25.
okay, my apologies. So what do we wanna do with that then? Keep them at 300 or do we wanna decrease the 300 to
I'll just keep it the same,
keep
I
it the
guess.
same?
Just keep.
Yeah, keep it the same, okay. All right, so we'll hold the line with Youth Corps Ministries. And then the Pratt Humane Society, are we okay? I mean, as I said, I know it's more of a contract base and all that, but I know the 36,000 pays for, you know, the dogs that the police pick up or animal control picks up. I'm assuming still we're gonna keep the 8,000 in energy savings, or we wanted to decrease that over time and let it kind of,
I don't know, when you look at animal control plus Humane Society, we're paying a lot of money out for animal control. I mean,
now, didn't they spend a lot of money? Because we had this argument with them like 2-3 years ago, I think in budget talks. Didn't they insulate a lot of that now?
They did some upgrades to their building and their HVAC system, I believe.
So are they saving money already by doing that, I wonder? I mean, what was their utilities over the last couple of years, I guess?
I'm gonna ask for you.
Because I don't,
And are we having much trouble with them not having room when we have animals we catch and need to take somewhere and?
I have not heard any complaints in the last.
and Maria just started then, right?
She's the new manager.
The average.
I just think it ought to be, it's their responsibility to have room for our animals when we catch them and take them out there.
They have special kennels just for the city for that reason.
and very rarely,
Change.
it's been a long time, they've had to do an overflow like the Skags, isn't it? That's, well, in an emergency, I
Yeah.
think they,
There used to, like, when,
Or did they actually
under prior chiefs of police, there was a lot of
200.
conflict back and forth. I haven't heard of any this year.
good.
So we just give them a big credit.
Yeah, we
So
give
they're
them-
still in it.
The way it is, or
Well, I mean, but if we're, I mean, the biggest thing is, I mean, the 36,000, I think
See how many
we're perfectly fine with since it's part of our contract. But I think it's the 8,000 in energy credit that,
They made 4 payments last year after we gave them 8,000.
okay?
So 8,000 didn't cover it?
They paid about $1,800.
Total?
Total, on top of the
On top.
8,000.
On top of 8,000.
Yeah, so they had about $9,800 of, if they wouldn't have had the credit, that's what they would have paid.
And they didn't ask for any more, did they?
I don't even think they they didn't turn anything in, did they?
I don't have anything.
I mean, it hasn't it been that if you don't
Because it's a
turn something in,
contract,
we
though.
kinda,
Of course, does the new person know that?
well, probably not. Maria probably doesn't, but wouldn't Jackie have turned something in, you would think?
I'd say,
Isn't the county and city, don't you both have some type of, I don't mean to speak out
No,
of turn, you
no.
both give money to them, so I
So
think
they
you
used,
had
Well,
3
our
involved in the contract.
yeah, I mean, our donation was the $8,000 credit. So because since we already do a contract with them for animal control, I think that was our donation. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? That's our donation, was the energy.
I
correct.
think
Yeah.
so.
So so does the county give them money then?
yeah, thank you for.
I mean, I didn't attend their budget meeting, I don't know what
Okay.
they decided, I shouldn't speak for them.
No.
For some reason, I thought both of you guys had an agreement with them or a contract or something.
But by statute, they have to take our animals, right?
Well, because of our agreement.
Because of our contract agreement.
So, yeah, in 2026, we have budgeted to give them an $8,000 utility credit. 2025, it was $8,000. 2024, it was $7,000. And 2023, it was $6,000.
I don't think we should increase it.
Okay. All right, we'll just keep it their energy savings at 8,000? Okay. Okay. All right, and then Hope Center, the only thing is, did they turn or anything in?
Yeah,
I just have,
I mean, all we have is their
all I
spread.
have is the circles.
Hope Center just gave us their balance sheets and profit losses. We really not got anything from Pamela on how much they wanna give.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, they have 252,000 cash at the end of they're financially, I'm impressed.
yeah, I mean, we
What they
usually
did.
give them, we give them 9,000 a year.
$75,000 in an investment account.
Yeah, say 411,
Yeah.
the general, 83,000.
It's hard to say what pages.
Oh,
Well, Henry Jones, 75,000.
you're actually just,
Kudos to them to not being cash strapped,
No,
but it also factors in to what extent
it's on this page, that page, and that
Thank
page. Yep.
should we be subsidizing them.
yeah.
And I mean,
So they didn't really
honestly, they
request
could be more generous and run their balance sheet into the ground if they chose to give out more benefits.
Right,
So
It's not done yet. I'm just gonna get some coffee.
what do you think?
Does anybody else want coffee?
Yeah, I would,
Yeah, that'd
thank
be
you.
great.
I'll go help
You need a
her.
tray?
I got it. I'll go help her.
are you thinking cut it?
hot tea.
I don't know, what do you think?
I wouldn't raise it, but-
I wouldn't raise it, yeah.
So the Hope Center started as a coalition of churches locally, people in need going to church.
Right, right.
They would go to one place, and that way there wouldn't be duplication of benefits, and it would be better known where to go for the help. And so, it's the church's deal, and good for them. It just gets to what extent is it ours to subsidize it?
Well, I don't really, you say it's a church's deal. That's kind of like saying it's a church's responsibility for people in poverty. And it's really not. It's that person's responsibility. And Hope Center is supposedly a resource to connect with, to get some help, to stabilize yourself, and will then hopefully
And
build on.
the Hope Center is an information resource, not just a financial or food resource. And so, okay, what they do is really good. Is there enough government help to people in need without us also donating cash to the Hope Center?
Do we know if the county donates? They do?
Or they did. I haven't been to a meeting for this.
Thank you.
I know they went and spoke to him, but they didn't make any
Does
decision
anyone
that
else,
day.
Jeanette,
I don't
here's
know.
call. Brad, did you want any? Monty, you good?
Thank you.
Thank you.
So what did we, I apologize, I went to go help Gina. What did we agree on with, Hope Center?
No additional.
We have it.
It's whether we should be giving
Got it.
at all, that much.
That's probably a stretch.
Okay.
Susan or Tammy, what, I mean, again, I know, tough decisions here, but
Well, once again, they said there was not a document for an actual request from the Hope Center.
and-
It was specifically for
Gonna
circles.
be a complete shock if we take it all away.
I agree.
I mean, that's what, I mean, and that's what happened to the teen center, correct, Gina? Because again, they didn't,
Right.
yeah.
So
Once
since they did,
notified, they need to submit, how does that work? That they need
Another
to,
letter.
you send a letter to each,
And that happens
this
back
is
in
your
what,
date and time
March?
and.
In May.
so to me, our wiggle room to
End of
remain
April,
revenue
May.
neutral is what did we increase or whatever, what can we take off of their 9,000 to make everything even Steven for last year?
Well, I mean, we gave 5,000 to the Blythe.
And an extra 250 to the,
Yeah, 275 to Philly. So you're gonna give them,
Whatever that is from 9,000.
yeah.
Just an idea.
$3,725. $3,725 is what we would give Hope Center. If we would say the 5,000 we gave the Blythe and the 275 we gave to the,
So what if we cut it by 5,000 and, or, it's just an idea. I'm on the fence on everything on this.
I just don't know if we should cut the, and again, that's just me. I don't think we should cut the Hope Center by all of a sudden, you know, again, it could have been, Pam could have forgot, I don't know, but I would hate for, you know, to cut it from 9 to 4, like that.
That's a huge.
So what about cut it 2,000 and tell them we are phasing it out over the next several years? Is that?
Yeah,
To start,
it's a start.
Yeah, I like it.
Okay,
So what would we be giving them then?
7.
7, okay.
And the reason is, since they didn't make a specific request, and we're ratcheting down over the next couple of years,
Yeah,
so they can
donation.
budget for that.
Yeah, so for donations and just,
Okay.
yeah, okay. All right, I think that's all of them. John, I apologize, I know you guys.
Where is, I think he was first.
Josh, yes, Josh, I apologize, you guys came here at 1 and then you're like, sitting here waiting and all that, so. Okay, with that being said, we are gonna go to the tab, which is number 4, day 1, the 1 o'clock session for sanitation. Yeah.
I didn't make too many adjustments this year. What we did make was out of my 458, 402,
You said 458 what?
402.
Okay.
It's 10.9, what was proposed. We were gonna take 1,000 out of it and put it in 458, 307 for motor fuels. Bring it up to 38,000. And another 1,000 out of it and put it into 458, 302, my equipment, truck repair parts, and make it 51,000. That is most of the changes, for that part.
so, I just wanna remind the commissioners that sanitation is an enterprise fund, so it is self-sustaining. And in fact, each, the sanitation department and the wastewater department and electric department all make some transfers in to help support the general fund. But any increases for the sanitation department would be funded through sanitation fees. You know, the service that we provide by picking up the solid waste and not from ad valorem taxes.
So how many trucks do you run at a day? Run at a time each day? A couple?
Four trucks. In the summer, it's 4 trucks, and in the winter, it's 3, because of compost. So one compost is run every day, and then east and west side trash, and then our morning route. Food business trucks, so.
So your overtime at about 20,000 a year, when's that incurred?
Well, yeah,
That's all the
because,
holidays, and then,
Saturday replica.
yeah, a little bit on Saturday, but that's just 3 hours, but most of it's holidays, that and we call it Christmas Eve or whatever, you know. So the day or so, whatever, but depending on the holiday, but it's mostly holidays is what takes up most of my overtime.
I realize you guys make a sacrifice to run the routes the same day, no matter whether it's on a holiday or not. And it's nice from a resident standpoint, but I realize that's a sacrifice on the part of your people to do that.
We try to do the best we can. I was always told if we skipped the day or whatever, didn't run on the holiday, it's like a week and a half to try to catch up. To catch back up, so that's why we've, from
And
what
the
I've been told.
confusion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I had in my notes, there's no rate increase for 2027. Did we already talk about that, or?
I thought we did a 5% increase because we missed it on when we did the fee schedule.
Yes.
We missed sanitation, and we covered it in a commission meeting just a few ago at a 5%
Because it
increase.
says no rate increase for 2027, but
This was done before that commission meeting.
So we did
had
have a
been had.
5%,
We did
okay.
increase it 5%.
But, and I don't know if Doug, you were in the hospital when
I
we
think
did.
so.
Yeah.
okay,
I think it was when you
I
were
probably
going.
missed that, sorry.
You're okay. No, you're fine. Okay.
And then on my capital improvement,
Wrong way.
capital improvement fund, we're looking to try and get a new storage shed possibly this year. Instead of trying to repair the one we have, it's been there for a while.
Say that again.
That storage shed, that old brick shed in the south corner. We are looking at maybe getting a new one instead of trying to replace the roof.
Yeah, my wife has given me static that we're out looking at houses that need torn down, and we got a building
That need torn
of our
down.
own that
Yeah.
it's dilapidated.
So give me more room to store any of my extra stuff so I can try to keep my yard cleaned up more and stuff like that. And then maybe next year get some rock. Around.
This was one I checked, when we were talking about the cemetery buying, you were talking about new rock for yard, maybe buying at the same time for
Correct.
cemetery.
If we can lot a bunch of these smaller projects together and get a better rate on our purchase, then we'll absolutely do that, yeah.
Probably ties heavily with the price of fuel.
Agreed,
Freight's the main issue there.
Is the county is not, or where we take our trash there, they're not expecting to raise anything on us, right?
We have no control over that. We don't really have much input on that.
Is it $26,000 a month? Is that what we pay them? I think it's around $26,000.
county?
Yeah, I believe that's,
Yeah.
25
Yeah.
26,
something.
yeah.
Can't remember the exact amount, but it's 25,000 something. Then we pay them extra for sludge disposal.
yeah, but that's through the wastewater fund.
Hot coffee.
It's twice today.
You're right.
Josh, you're doing a really good
Yeah.
job.
You know, Josh, you've been at the helm of sanitation for what, 2-3 years now?
Yeah.
I think you've really vastly improved on your knowledge with the budget and everything over the last couple of years, so.
Your guys are friendly. Yeah, I mean, they're so
Getting there.
friendly.
Yeah, you guys are, I mean, you have some of the nicest guys, I mean, everything, so. And are you guys and again, knock on wood, full staff, or?
What time do you start in the morning? You guys are,
About 6.
yeah, that's amazing. That's great.
Try to beat the heat.
Sure,
Heat and all
yeah.
that stuff. Yeah. Trying to keep full crew.
Yeah.
And we're
Get one or
expecting
two more-
delivery of
one
the
or
new
more
trash
drivers,
truck.
so- Oh, sorry.
New trash truck delivery next month
I
theoretically?
believe so, yes. I do,
And that's
yeah.
only 3 months behind schedule, so that's pretty good.
Okay.
And then you'll have a full fleet of the type of truck that you have found to be most
So
beneficial.
the hail boxes, yeah.
Perfect.
Very good.
In
Awesome.
your opinion, is a better quality?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, they get run all, it's all 8 hours a day, so just try to keep what parts I can on stock, the most wearable ones. But they seem to be all right. It's just some stuff, what we can't do, It's hard to happen to, like, we don't have dedicated hydraulic mechanics around here, so we gotta take it to Hutch for real in-depth things. So that makes it a little tough, but it is what it is.
Okay. All right, any other questions for Josh? All right,
Thank you.
keep up the good work, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, wastewater, John Kissel. How's everyone doing down there?
We're doing good. It's certainly been, hasn't been the easiest few weeks, but just publicly saying, but it's by the Lord's grace that we're through it. We had a new guy start today, so we're excited about him and what the experience he brings, so I think we're doing well overall.
I do want to say, I thought you did a wonderful service for Andrew and everything, so.
I want to say to you and everyone of the city representation, I know the family appreciated it, I appreciated it, and so we appreciate all you did for the family. I know they were in last week to get some stuff finalized from his benefits and whatnot, so. But they were appreciative of all the representation, and we miss Andrew every day, and I would give anything to have him back. But we're moving forward, so we're doing well.
Good.
So bear with me, it's my first time doing this.
You're okay.
You're doing good.
We're breaking in a lot of people this year.
Yeah, that's okay. All right. Floor's yours, sir.
The biggest change that we have done is in our 4, 5, 6, 200 categories, our contractual services. Under the communications, it had been budgeted for the last several years at $10,000, and that was for the dark fiber and all that sort of stuff that came in. So that's all been installed. So what we did is in that line item is we dropped it from 10 to 3,000. Talking to Alita, our portion is about $2,700 for the internet, so I just rounded that to 3,000. And so I took that $7,000 and I added 5,000 to the 204 line item, our professional services, to take that from 85 to 90. So we're not spending more money, I'm just moving money around. And so 5,000 went to the 204s. I cut our miscellaneous, our 4, 5, 6, 206, I cut that down by half. So from 1,000 to 5. Then the other change was the 210 line item, the shipping and postage. I dropped that from 2,000 to 1,000. So that's the biggest change in the 200 categories. The 301 or the 300s, I took the other $2,000 from that 7,000 and I added it to our chemical budget, the 4, 5, 6, 310, to up that another $2,000 because chemicals are getting more and more expensive. Well, just like everything else. So that's the major, it's not really asking for money, we just shifted that $7,000 and put it into a couple of different line items to increase those budgets. That's really the biggest change we've had on our budget.
Are there any kind of grant funds available for any of this equipment, or since you're an enterprise department?
There is no
you're
such
out a
thing
lot?
as grants for equipment. There's grants for maintenance, but not for equipment itself.
We used ARPA money
Yeah.
to help provide infrastructure in the
Yeah,
wastewater
those UV lights, didn't we use ARPA funds for that?
And then I had another question, and it's not really for you, but I've noticed every department has different cost for internet. Is that because of their use? I don't understand the costs on internet.
I'd have to
Some of
look
them's
at that.
1,500, some of them's 4,500.
So some of the departments have tablets that
How
help,
about our Verizon bill?
well, the internet charges on,
I mean, communications,
You
the
mean-
205,
Right.
that is for Verizon and Ideatech and Cox, because Cox is our backup to Ideatech, and our Ideatech bill runs 4,000, 4,500 a month. Verizon runs 25 to 3,000 a month, depending on,
Ideatech is all of our phones, all of our hardwire phones.
and our internet,
Yes, and then Verizon is,
phones and tablets.
And then Cox is just backup.
Yeah, Cox is $798 a month or something, so.
I'm just asking.
Sure.
I don't.
yeah, communication costs are, they're expensive.
Regina's budget takes the brunt
Good.
of all of that. So,
What is specifically built to the city manager budget? Is it idea tax? Is it the,
It's
okay.
the $1,500 a month. Basic internet
And phone?
and phone, yeah.
It's nice of you.
Okay.
The
Sorry to
Verizon
get off
bill
track.
is broken down by department and whose phone goes where, and so.
And I mean, some of the departments have to have tablets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Police department's big in the Verizon bill.
They have
Goes there.
a laptop in every patrol vehicle.
So,
Sorry, John.
The only other thing that I would mention is, I know Jeff had budgeted, if I can find that, what I had. For this year, you put a $15,000 for the airport building.
I don't think capital improvement.
We have, here it is. He budgeted 15,000. I have quotes for a new building and extending concrete pad that we would need right now for just the building and the concrete. We're at $7,700 and he budgeted $15,000 for that building. It is probably something that we need because that building is not well. If it's, I spent a lot of time in there Sunday morning because of the storm. We were dripping water in there, so we're needing to probably push with that.
It took extensive damage when that last hailstorm that went through, so.
at the airport?
Yes, so it's due for a roof anyway, and at the cost of replacing the roof, we're looking at probably 20% of replacing the building, so.
So what will
So
the
that's
cost
budgeted.
of the building be?
Do what?
What was your,
The cost of the building itself was $54.40. That's a metal building.
Yep.
It's able to withstand the 140 mile per hour winds, is what they say.
Is it just brick and mortar up there, or is it
currently it's stick frame.
Stick.
stick frame? Okay.
I don't know if it's on there.
Is it part of your spreadsheet?
Right here.
This one?
And obviously a metal
I think
roof
it's gonna
also.
cost more.
Yes.
So will insurance pay for any of that? Or it's beyond insurance?
Well, are you
But we've only
sure?
had the roof looked at
Because this was.
as far as insurance.
This is for a metal.
And I got a couple quotes, I passed them on to Bree, I don't know
This is significant.
what we're talking about now is instead of spending money on repairing the roof, just going ahead, since we budgeted for this already, just doing this project.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Talk about that. I mean, I can approve 7,500.
Okay.
Yeah, so Jeff and I will talk about that and we can get.
And that's with you doing all the labor, tear down and.
They will come, build it them, they will order it and they will come install it.
No way.
Wow.
For how much?
For $5,400.
Yes, ma'am.
With the concrete, it was what, 7,700?
With the concrete, the exact number I have is $7,640.
Our long-term plan for that out there is to build out that concrete and building so that we can put a gas pump out there. So that in the event we lose power, we can throw on a trash pump and continue to pump to that lagoon and don't have backups at the airport. And that'll all be contained in that building.
That's a good plan.
Who is the concrete, I'm sorry, would they lay the concrete?
I have a quote from Orozco to come do that.
Okay, perfect.
Right now, the building is 10 by 10, we're looking at making it 10 by 16.
Wow.
That's a good price.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a great plan.
Yeah.
Who's that quote?
Get that in writing.
Who's that quote from?
I'll talk to you later.
Okay.
He knows the guy.
Okay. Alrighty, any other things for John?
Thank you.
Can we explain the capital equipment
Oh, yes,
purchase,
please,
transfer and all that?
yes.
We haven't.
No, we have not, I'm sorry.
It's, did that in 45645.
I'm just here to help you out.
You had $100,000 budgeted this year in there. You took the payment out of that, correct?
Correct.
The 67,681, which dropped that number to 32,319 for the rest of this year. If I'm understanding that correctly. What we are asking for is just to kind of make even numbers. I guess that this would be asking for money to put it to $40,000 for next year.
Just to clarify something, and this is actually to Tara. Tara, for that forklift, I'm assuming that was a typo. You have it for 20, was it budgeted for 30,000? Because then after that, it's 3,000 for wastewater. I'm so sorry, I
The
just,
3,000 is for a replacement down the road,
Okay.
10 years.
but the 30,000 was,
A purchase price, should we go with that?
okay,
We have not yet.
okay.
The 3,000 is just so we know what to budget for going forward.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Wanted to make sure if it was not a typo or not.
No, some of the beauty of having the breakdown of the capital improvement funds is so that the departments can look and see, okay, I have to make this big purchase in 2026. The life expectancy is 15 years, so I'm gonna take that, divide it by 15, and then budget for it every year. So that should cut down on future lease purchases at some point.
Okay.
So have you already bought the forklift or?
No, sir. In truth told and talking, I don't know if a forklift is actually gonna fit our needs down there. It would be strictly for one purpose only, and I'd like to have something maybe that could do multiple things. So we're looking at just different things. We haven't committed to a forklift, we were just, let's put some money back there, so if we do find something at a good price that would work, let's get it. But we do not have that yet.
We move around, or they move around 250-gallon shuttle totes of chemicals throughout the plant. And we have to go borrow a front loader or whatever to move those around. A forklift would give them the ability to do it in-house and not have to tie up somebody else's equipment. But like you said, that's a one-off equipment. And the only other thing we could use it for is change lights. So it's not really a good use of the funds, so.
Okay.
Works on a skid loader and
Discussion is being made of whether or not we can justify a skid steer. There's a lot of them in the city. I didn't really want to push that button yet.
yeah.
You're speaking my foreman's language. when you say
Yeah,
that.
I have been asked multiple times if they can get a skid steer. Still, it's a hard no.
Okay. Any other questions or for John? No?
Thank you.
Well, hey, great job on your first budget.
All right, thank you.
And we're keeping you guys in our thoughts and
I
prayers.
appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Yes. Okay, Water Department, Kelvin.
Good afternoon. Kelvin. Hang on, let us catch up here.
So I believe we'll be at 454, correct, Kelvin?
Yes.
Should just keep looking.
I got you. Yep. Yep.
I do have some of these printouts if you need to look at, if you're like me, you'd like to see something a little larger, you know?
Yeah, no, that'd be great.
I have contacts in, but
Technically, I'm legally blind without mine.
I got my readers on, and this is small.
These are definitely small print.
I love it that you're younger than me, but your eyes are worse than mine.
Lost weight.
Yeah.
What'd you do?
Been trying
It's
to work
the,
at it.
Some miles.
There.
Alright.
Thank you.
Oh, well, I'll take my gun.
This is a lot better.
And Susan and, Kelvin, do you have a couple extra for Susan and Tammy, by the way?
Yes, I
Thank
do.
you very much.
You're saying you can see just fine?
Yeah, I'm good.
Thank you. Oh, wow.
Kelvin always does a great job doing his own kind of thing right here.
Well, here we are, another year, another budget. So, what I've been working on, as y'all know, I've been really running short, finding some experienced help. We've been struggling a little bit, and so I'm trying to build my department up. We got a lot, you guys are gracious enough to give us a lot of good equipment, a lot of new equipment, trying to find a new way, better way of doing things. And so what I'm looking at doing here is to add to my department by 1 employee. And what I would do to offset that is I take my part-time employee, which I normally just have 15,000 here marked a year per year, and I'd knock that down to 0 and take that extra 15,000 and move it into the regular employees. So altogether in the regular employees, it'd be 45,000 additional monies that I'd be asking for. Tara was going to work on doing something with the benefit side of it, right? Or was that included on that, you know, we talked about?
That's already just included.
Okay. So that's our biggest thing that we're really looking at. I increased the full-time, decreased the part-time. The 107 category, I did no increase on that. And then 108, that was our uniforms, I decreased that just a little bit, so.
Are we not seeing any any cost increases for education and training at all?
See where I'm at on education and training. I left it as is right now because I had enough in there this year to cover everything, so I just left it straight there.
Okay, perfect.
So Kelvin, clarify for me if you would, about the 7 employees versus 6 that you've had. Historically, it's been at?
I've been at 6 for a long time. And, you know, with people coming and going and everything, it seems like last year I was always short 1. Then we had a medical issue on top of that where a guy was gone for a long time. And man, that dipped us down so far that it's taken forever for us to keep up. So if you have one that leaves and then another one that has another personal problem, and you know, it just devastates our department, especially where you're limited with experience and everything. You know, we like to see 2 full crews that can go out and hop in a backhoe and go out and fix a leak. And you know, if you lose one that has that experience and then you have some new guys, that's really crippling for your department. So we're just trying to build a 2 division. You know, we have 2 backhoes, and there's a lot of times that we've have several leaks going on at the same time. And being able to say, okay, today you 2 are working together, and then tomorrow a different 2 will be working together. It just helps your department build and not be so tied to just the same people. And it will also prevent some burnout too, you know, because if you're doing everything every day, the same thing all day long, jumping down a water hole, you know, coming out dirty, muddy, you know, every now and again you need to have that little bit of a, hey, you've been in the hole for 3 or 4 days, it's time for you to come out and let someone else in there. You know, it gives us a little moving room, you know.
As far as that experience, basically you have to grow your own, right? You don't hire anybody that's got
you know,
experience.
You might find some people that have some backhoe experience and maybe some has some hydro excavation experience, but they do things kind of in their own way where they're not really used to working with utilities. A lot of times when you get those guys, they're out there in the oil field where there's nothing but a pipeline for them and no one else. With us, is we're looking at every utility that's buried, you know, so, and you still have to take a lot of extra time.
Okay.
And you have a full staff right now?
Right now I do have.
At 6, correct, or at
6, yes.
Okay.
I do have one loaner that's there for a reason, you know, but, because of, the medical issue carryover, so. Pretty much, my budget's pretty much about the same year to year as far as the small end stuff. It's the capital equipment, capital reserves where I really, always stretch mine, but in the 200 categories, 201, no increase needed. 202, I did a little bit just based off of the equipment expense. I've already kind of burned through that. So that's something with some of our old equipment. We have a lot of repairs, so.
How old is that equipment there?
Well, mostly my utility trucks. I have, like my well truck right now is 130, 140,000 miles, which is a lot of miles for in the city. But by the time you get out, you're driving it all day and you're going well to well, you're going to location for Kansas One Call locates, and you're going other places for water samples. I mean, those guys get a lot of driving in. And some of the vehicles, you know, like one, I think it's 17 years old, 18 years old, and it's got 115,000 miles on, and the doors, you know, I mean, we patch them up, and these guys, they're muddy all the time, so you're getting in and out, and you know, it don't take long for those trucks to break down, the seats break down, the doors get a little loose, the windows won't roll up, so we try to, if we can't find the part new, then we go out and pick up 54 and find another model the same way, and might have to change the door. Hopefully you know, luckily our colors match, you know, there's always a lot of white pickups out there, so, but they are aging.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, the equipment, the backhoes, the hydros, the drilling machine we got last year, those are all the high-end stuff. Now we're just be focusing on vehicles, which is a lot cheaper, so.
What do we have to do with the Primo water station at Walmart? I didn't know we were involved in that.
Well, we have two different areas of what we do is bottled water for the nitrates. And then we also have a fountain at our shop. We used to buy from another source and the water wasn't really so fresh. So we buy our bottled water from there.
Okay.
The bulk, or I guess the bottled water for what we can hand out because of the nitrate issues, we have a place down here that we store, so. The 202, some of that is radio repairs on telemetry. I've added a little bit because some of our RTUs in our wells are remote transmitting units. They're like model year, I think those models are about 2000, so they're 26 years old. And they will not offer, they won't actually support those anymore. So we're gonna have to look at start upgrading some of our equipment. So I'm figuring one per year. And then I know on this Well 17 project, the water towers were gonna be upgraded to the what they call the Ethernet RTU radio system, so. Pretty much my prescriptions, or excuse me, subscriptions and dues are the same every year. Nothing really, I mean, there's been a few changes. Our GPS is gonna require a new type of yearly subscription, but other than that. 300s, pretty much the same there as I think on 302 is the only one I had to really increase on. And 306. I'm moving too fast, just shout out, so. My 400 categories, that's my 402, that's basically every year. My water meters, the radio reads, the wellhead replacement meters, I try to do 2 per year. And if I have like a water line locator that goes bad, then I'll replace it. So I just add a little there for just in case. If we can get well 17 online, if we can go out to bid and get well 17 online, want to plug that well number 8 over here on 10th and Mountain, get rid of that building. It's on the southeast side of that intersection.
Please.
Hill out.
Yes, please. It's getting pretty ugly.
17.
Well, can you give us an update real quick on 17?
Yes.
The last I knew was that the distribution side, getting the water main or out to well 17 was approved by KDHE. The well and everything downhole at this point has not been approved, as last I was told. But as soon as we get them to approve it, it's ready to go out for bid, so.
But our water analysis on that we sent in, that all came back.
Yes, we're ready to go on that.
Correct.
And the location of 17 is it still near the solar farm, or is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the west side of the solar farm.
What was the nitrate levels for those?
We were run high 6s, low 7s.
Okay.
And the same thing for 18, wasn't it?
Yes.
Future 18?
7s, yeah.
Yeah.
But we have so many.
We don't love that, but that's the best that we're finding.
So with the location, Kelvin, of where the nitrate plant will be, you know, and everything, is that still gonna cost us a good chunk of money still to get those pipes out there to 17 and 18 and all that, or is it gonna be?
Well, with 17, it's calculated in that grant.
Okay.
And that was gonna be pretty much a pretty large main. And it was going to go from 17 past 16 as a real large main, but it was going to also be designed so when 18 and 19 come online, that's large enough to support all those wells and pushing water towards town. So.
Okay. Like I said, I know we've really focusing on this with these nitrates and everything.
Yeah.
So.
And 7s is higher than what we want, but the thing of it is we have so many test wells over the years that we've drilled out there, and everything exception of one location was in the 7s. So I think if we get these wells established, we will probably stay there for quite some time. Hopefully.
And how are we, and speaking, just since we're talking about wells, is it well 6 or well 7 that's?
6, relocating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How's that coming along?
We've made contact with the property owners. Mike Younger hasn't gave us any response from KDHE as the permitting on whether or not we can yet move that. That's pretty much where we're waiting on, is we're just waiting on the KDHE response.
Well, they came back with some clarifications for some of the questions, like we answered their questions and then they wanted some clarifications, which I think Mike gave them last week.
Yeah, they were worried about some of our pollutant controls for that well radius, because it encroached on some of the residential backyards. We explained that we'd put up signage to alleviate some of that. I assume that. Did we get a response from that?
It sounded like Rob Gavin was on board with that. Dan Clare is the one that's always a stickler with that. And by rightfully, they just want to protect that watershed area and make sure that no one's parking cars back there and just letting fluids leak out and be absorbed into the ground, so.
It really is the way to avoid excessive regulatory code requirements to relocate it within its general area. And then you have a brand new well.
Yeah, and where is well 6 located again at?
New in Garfield. If this works out, it's probably about the only location that we would have in town that this would be a fit, because that happens to be a pretty large area, that field or the grounds around there. And there's not a lot of houses, where every place else we're just packed with houses, so. It'd be real fortunate if this works out.
And so the commission is aware that we've been a part of the class action PFAS lawsuit against 3M and DuPont and Tyco, and we've received hundreds of thousands of dollars. I think just under $400,000 thus far. We anticipate receiving more through future years, but Jeff and Kelvin would like to use the money that we've received and set aside for that to build well 6, so that there's no financing involved. It's just a direct.
And how much is it to do a complete rebuild?
On this well right here, I mean, where you're staying within the perimeter close to where the existing is, we're talking well house and all probably $450. Where well 17, where you had to move it all the way across town from the old water right, then you're talking multiple millions, of course, but.
Okay. As I said, just want that clarification so people can understand, you know, what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, the number's big, but not compared to what the cost of a new well is, so.
Typically.
Probably about 20 cents on the dollar.
Yeah.
Compared to what.
Well 6 is one of our better wells.
It's not a large producer, and it's been going downhill for a number of years, and.
Just because how old it is though.
Yes.
Yeah.
But the quality
The
of the water
quality
is.
6.5 on nitrates,
And it's part of the reduction in the quantity that we've received because we had to sleeve it.
That was the original, yes. We wasn't aware that it was sleeved back in 1970, I guess. And that always reduces the yield of the well. And then the buildup and time will also have an effect on that. There was a lot of areas, you know, irrigation from 1970s actually dropped that water level in that well to the point where the screens were. They were, when that well would kick on, those screens would be exposed. That's not right. You should never have that situation. So with a new well, it will resolve all those issues. The material, it just, everything seems to be going the same direction. It still climbs, so we're just staying a little bit in front of it. I think we just do a small percentage just to so capital equipment. Well, just like I said, the trucks and everything are getting a little older. Even though the hydro is relatively new, in 8 years it'd be pretty well wore out, so we just started building a little bit for that, so. Full tractor, same, if it blows up, we'll have a little bit of money to buy another one, so we just kind of keep that money the same. Same thing with the big dump truck. Really, that dump truck with that directional drill, that's what it takes to pull the equipment with it. The thing's so heavy you can't pull it with a 1-ton truck, so you gotta have that dump truck for that. The contingencies, 999's emergency unpredictable events category, I call it. That's for water wells, anything that's down hole or motor replacement. 613, we went to 250,000 a year. Part of that was when EPA looked at us real close. They did us on our water towers because we haven't cracked them open in a while, cleaned them out, and did physical inspection on them. And I promised them that next year early, we will go out to bid and we'll get all three of those taken care of. And then the other 200,000 is going to be for the ongoing situation with the wells, trying to find new water, so.
Will this budget reflect the new nitrate plant, or is that a whole separate budget? Completely separate.
It's a multi-year.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say, yeah, for that.
It's like it's in a 4-phase kind of, it's 4 or 3 phases.
Really 3.
Yeah.
The new well would be phase 1, a blending plant would be phase 2, and then a biofiltration would be the final phase.
Have we, Gina, I know we can have these conversations later, but have we came down to the conclusion yet if nitrate or that carbonization that Taylorville corrected? Have KDHE or anyone kind of give us an idea of where, if we can even do that, or?
They seem to be on board with us exploring that prospect. I mean, we need to do a test. There's things that we need to do.
Yes,
We need
of course.
to do a test, but also because just getting the plant built is likely to take 10 years, you know.
It'll be long gone, it'll be built long gone after we're all gone.
I don't know about that,
Wait a minute,
but
long gone from what?
Serving up here, let me correct, let the record show.
so
serving up-
morbid, because you're the youngest one up there.
Yeah, I know.
But anyway, I'm confident that more and more of these plants are going to be built in the meantime, and that's an advantage to us because we're not gonna put the biofiltration
I don't even
in.
think we're gonna need a beta project eventually. We could rely on other people, KDH&E could take their data.
And remember
with
that when we build the plant, just mixing the water will bring us into the regulatory limits for some time.
Yeah.
EBH is estimating 15 to 20 years. And so that gives us some time to let other communities experiment also with that type of treatment.
And also the carbonization thing also would allow, it would even possibly cut the cost of building our entire
Yeah, so carbon filtration.
carbon filtration, yes.
I think of carbonization like we're not pumping water bubbles into.
Yeah,
Anyway, yes, because the cost savings are twofold. One, it's that we are not trunking as many water lines way out to the airport, or not to the airport, but out to the solar farm where
right,
they were gonna build it and back. The other thing that it reduces is those huge brine ponds, that we won't have to build the brine ponds, we won't have to maintain the brine ponds. And so that's a huge cost savings, both in original infrastructure and in maintenance over the years.
yeah.
And in 10 or 15 years, there could be different technology.
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for Kelvin?
It just seems scary, we've shut down so many wells and we still have water.
He's stressed out about it.
I don't blame you.
I would be,
Gray,
yeah,
There's light at the end of the tunnel. We have good prospect wells and possible
But-
well 6, so.
Kelvin, I think, I always appreciate, your report is, I always like it, especially seeing like where we at on the wells, the levels of it and everything. It's very straightforward to help explain exactly what we're dealing with. And I know you had to send out a mailer, of course, for well 9 and all that, but it shows that, again, it's offline. We had it tested. KDHE just requires us to send out the mailer. Okay, any other things? Okay, perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff, are you officially done?
I'm out.
All right.
Quitter.
If you'll stick around, I need something to.
All right. Justin, please don't take any offense, but I gotta go to the bathroom, so. Do we wanna just take a short little break?
Would you like me to pause the video?
Yes, let's pause the video, take a short little pee break, and then we'll get back to work.
God, Messi's already scored 2 goals.
My apologies.
Messi's already scored 2 goals in this game.
And we're unmuted, right, Jeff?
Not anymore.
Or now.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Justin, rec department, this of course, everyone, is 447 after number 5, day 1, by the way.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Nope, you're fine, right there. Right there, yeah. Okay, all right.
Good?
Yes, we're good, Justin.
All right. So I'll try to go in order here on 447-122, that's medical insurance. That number was really high for us over the last several years. And so I talked it over, and then we had 121 and 120 that I thought were low. And since there was several years of that number being high, we took some money from 122 and put it into 121 and 120 and split that. So if you see the social security number, we bumped it up about 5,000. Retirement, we bumped it up about 6,000 and some change. And then we took away about $25,000. And still, that was a number that Tara felt comfortable with discussing, that it was still way higher than it's been the last several years, but we still wanted a cushion just to be safe in there. So again, we didn't change any necessarily of that money, we just kind of moved it around. And then we do still have some left over that we'll get to in the bottom of where we added to. The next one is 447-214, rentals and leases. You'll see a jump there. We had budgeted the up to 13,000, which is the same as 26. But I wanted to make note that number is higher because we are renting, like we have more games at the Blythe or more games. We used the pack this year for basketball because we had so many teams. So we had to pay like an extra $1,000 for that for basketball. So that number is going up to 13,000.
And remember, when we started the day, we talked about how the rec numbers, it's a little deceptive because by renting more spaces, that means he's got more teams, which means he's got more registration fees coming in. So even though it looks like rec is spending more, they are also bringing in a lot more revenue than they have in years past.
So, and Justin, I know you can't maybe answer this, but I'm just curious, medical insurance, why, Gina, do you have any idea why it was so high, but then?
What I assume is that it was never adjusted. So several years ago, you would have had Bruce in the rec department, you would have had Larry in the rec department, you would have had Amber Chisholm. And so I assume that they probably had larger
premiums.
Yeah, because maybe family plans or whatever,
Okay.
but, and then it just was never adjusted down.
Okay. Thank you.
And then, so that number is a little higher, and then 447-302, you'll see a raise there. They've been budgeting way less than what's been spent out of that account for several years now, so requested some of that money from medical insurance that we still had for equipment supplies up to 20,000 there from 12,000 in 26. That's an $8,000 increase. And then, like I said, that's just taking that leftover money still from medical insurance that we had, and we haven't asked for any more money. And then the concession supply items, this is what Regina was talking about too, 308, 447-308. You'll see there's a pretty significant jump there. From in 26, the proposed budget was 47,000. I requested up to $65,000 in that, which is an increase of about 18,000. Our revenues are gonna easily precede that, be well over that. Obviously, that's the nature of, we're selling a lot more things, that means we're having to buy a lot more things to sell. So we looked at the revenues, and the revenues are way over that number of 18,000, so we felt very comfortable putting that to 65, and the note there, Tara's able to show the offset of increased revenue to where it can offset that budget line item. I'm bringing in concessions.
I know you had a tournament this weekend. How many more tournaments do we have for
We're done for the year now. We shut down at the end of June. The kids stuff shuts down. So we had an average of about 35 and a half teams. This last one we just had was 38. So every tournament on average was about 35 teams for the summer. Our biggest tournament that I could find in the last 5 or 6 years was 34 teams, and that was an outlier. Most of them were upper teens, low 20s to maybe mid 20s. I'd say an average was probably low 20s. So we were able to average 35 teams a tournament.
And I just want to point out, Justin's been at this job for only 1 year.
Yeah.
So that is, Justin, that really shows how much you and Brad have really turned the rec department around.
Yeah, we've tried, like I said, the concession stand is done tremendously well. Like on a tournament weekend, it's nothing for the concessions to do $10,000 in sales in 2 days. That's double what it's been in the past. The year-end numbers it'll be substantially higher than what the projections are, I can say that. So the concession stand has done well for us. And then down to the bottom, the last change, 447, or into the capital equipment, 447,402. That number you see went from 10.5 and 26 to 15.5. That's mainly for equipment for mowers. That's the biggest expense that we have. That's an ongoing basis. We try to purchase a mower every 2 to 3 years. And we space them out to where we normally run 3 mowers at a time and have 1 in reserve. So then every 3 years we replace the oldest one with the new one. And so that's what that, and then also a little bit of that is for the mowers and that line item. And then also in the capital equipment reserve, it's kind of half and half, to where some of that money is going to capital equipment reserve and then some of it is going into our equipment. We're doing more tournaments, more events. We're having to use more fields. It's taken us more money to maintain those fields. So we're playing at 6th Street now. We're playing games there. We're playing games at Lemon Park, Angood, Dickerson. Playing at PCC as well. We don't necessarily pay to maintain PCC, but the more places we play, just the more expensive the equipment is that we're gonna need to maintain.
How much do we have to pay if a tournament, if we have to use PCC facilities, how much do they charge us?
So currently, there was a little bit of a issue at the beginning, but we had conversations with coach, ADs, Linda Lannerman, VP of Operations. And now basically the stance is that if it's available, we can use it whenever we need to use it.
Wow.
So we've worked out a pretty good relationship. They use a lot of our stuff. They play softball at Angood. They run track, soccer, used to be flag football out at Keller Sports Complex. Tennis plays at Walter Blake. So a lot of their sports teams play at our facilities. So it was nice for them to reciprocate that. To where we can use the baseball field if we need it. We've used it. We played 1 tournament there, and then we got rained on in 2 tournaments, which is last weekend, and we had to move games there. So we don't schedule their field, but if we get a downpour like we did on Saturday night, Dickerson we couldn't play at, so we moved those games to PCC. So that's kind of the relationship or partnership that we have with them to use that field.
So as far as what facilities you take care of in the rec department versus the parks, like, do you do all of Green Sports and Keller and
Correct, so we do all of Green Sports, we do all of Keller. The tennis courts, we do the tennis courts, the actual tennis courts, the fencing gates, lines, anything inside of those gates, we do. The parks do the outside part. And the same thing with 6th Street. We do the baseball fields, softball fields, the batting cages, everything that's inside of that. and then they do the park part. And then same thing with Lemon Park, we do Angood Field and Dickerson, and then the parks do everything outside of the fences for the fields.
So you mow the outfield and that kind
We
of.
mow the fields, anything inside the fences, we take care of all the field work that goes on with the fields. And then they mow the outside, the parks part. And then Green, we do everything at Green, we do everything at Keller. And then you'll see a big jump on transfer to capital, well, not, capital improvement, I should say. And that is for turf replacement. So you see it started, last year, we started putting $25,000 a year
It's back over here now.
into 447, 406. That transfer, $25,000 was a great start, but after kind of putting pencil to paper and getting some turf quotes for what replacement would be, the $25,000 a year wasn't quite gonna get us there. So we bumped that up to, you see, $35,000 a year for turf replacement. To give you a little quick rundown, the turf is about 6 years old. They say 10 years is kind of the standard, but if you take really good care of it, which I think we do, we could probably push it to 13 to 15 years. So we've got another 7, 8, maybe 10 years. 10 years will probably be pushing it.
Yeah.
So we're trying to set that money aside to where when it comes time to replace that turf, we have the money set aside in the account and we can just pay for it.
How much do you think that'd be?
Right now would be probably about $500,000 to $600,000 to do 4 of them. Cause Smokey's a lot bigger. That's cheaper than what it would be to install them. But to overlay it, they say it's about, that was the number that I got was about $500,000. Give or take. They don't know the exact number till they get in there, tear it out, see
Yeah.
what the base layer is, XYZ.
I mean, the field at Zerger, that was 15 years old, wasn't it? 13, 15?
Yeah, it was 15 and
Yeah.
it was,
Yeah, I mean, how much, I can't remember how much the district, or I don't know if it was.
I'm not sure what it was cheaper than a new install because it was an overlay, they were redoing it. So a lot of the base and things were there, they just had to touch up a few things, but, it's normally about, I think he said 50 to 60% of what the initial cost is to overlay it, to go in and put new turf down.
And then the Keller, that one's not that old, is it?
That one's 2020.
Okay, so.
2019-ish, 2020, somewhere in there. And actually the contract has the college paying to replace the turf
Okay,
in the
that's what I was curious about is when that turf is gone, or when that turf is.
They're supposed to pay for that.
Correct. They're supposed to be budgeting every year to show that they're setting money back to when it's time to replace the track and turf.
Check on that, or do we verify that?
Have you had any conversations?
I haven't had any direct conversations. That's something I was gonna bring up too about budgeting, about how we charge entities or what our agreements are with entities, cause I think it's great that we have the facilities that a lot of USD 382, they play baseball, softball, at Green. Skyline plays baseball at Dickerson, they play softball at Green on our nets. The college uses, like we just talked about, all the different facilities. We need to come to a meeting point to figure out exactly what the going rate should be for those field uses a year.
Don't they, and I don't know, I always thought that USD 382, didn't they pay 25?
No, so they paid $5,000 a year per field, and that's supposed to end this year is what I've been told. So that's where I catch a lot of this is what I've been told or what I've heard. To where we need to, that's why I wanna sit down with everyone and really figure out exactly how much each person's supposed to pay and to make sure they're paying it, so that money can go into that turf replacement fund. To where 5,000, and that ends this year. We need to keep that going. I'm not saying it has to be 10,000 a year, whatever the commission and the body decides on and the groups. But we need to make sure everyone's pitching in whenever that time comes to make sure everyone's paying their fair share. And we love to have everyone at our facilities, but it's not free to maintain them, so.
No, and you're right, you know, the biggest thing is just like, we're trying to have a tight budget, USD 382 and probably Skyline, and everyone's trying to have tight budgets.
I mean, if you think, so you think $5,000 a year for a baseball field, so that's for the baseball team to practice, play games at. Do you think, I look at it and say, do you think 382 would pay $5,000 a year for a football field? They just spent $700,000 to redo theirs, like $5,000 a year is a bargain.
Sounds too cheap.
To where, we don't wanna run people out, you know, but $5,000 in the scheme of your team's getting to play and practice somewhere for the entire season. The football field costs more than that.
Is that how
The gym
much-
costs more than that.
Is that how much they paid for or for track is I mean, when they have their track meet or anything?
Track, so I'm not sure on the 100% on the agreements on the track of what each, you know, organization paid to help build it. That was built in. So, I mean, there's a wall out there but it doesn't necessarily show what the agreements and contracts were. I know they pitched in 382, Skyline, the college, pitched in for the track, but I don't know the exact specifics of what those numbers, that was 5 years before my time.
Gina or Doug, do you guys remember?
I don't remember. So was that a drainage problem? You know, whenever it rained, it would flood the batting cages, is that?
The $5,000 that was spent, you see on the capital improvement, was it a year ago, was $5,000 greatly spent.
Okay.
We got almost 4 inches of rain Saturday night. We played games on Sunday out there. It was a river running through there, so it did exactly what it was supposed to do. It made the water go into those channels. And then I was out there this morning, there's no standing water there. And those, where those ditches are. There used to be, if we got a rain, there'd be water.
Oh, yeah.
There'd be a pond behind left field of Smoky for several days.
We called it Lake Smoky.
Lake Smoky. So they did a great, I believe that was Weber's, their service did that. Did an excellent job on that. So those are the main things, like I said, that didn't really necessarily ask for any money up at the top, other than the biggest thing were the turf replacement increase and the capital equipment reserve increase, to where you see the change in dollars at the bottom. As far as the everyday budget, we didn't necessarily ask for any more money, we just moved some money around.
And the revenues that, the extra revenues that the rec has been bringing in will cover those increases.
Yeah, so the proposed revenue, if you look on that rec trust account, which would be that 52 fund, the proposed for 26 was $40,000. I'm gonna say we're gonna push about $90,000 this year. Just from the baseball tournaments alone. We probably are gonna income about, just turned in a little over $9,000 from the gate. The gate's probably gonna be close to $50,000 from 6 tournaments.
50,000?
It averages about $8,000 to $10,000 a weekend. And then the tournament entry fees are another, we just got a $33,000 check a couple weeks ago, and then we'll get another $5,000 check. So this probably gonna be around 40 in entry fees, $40,000. So the proposed was 40,000. I think we are gonna get close to 90,000 this
In the
year.
middle of June, you're already at 98,000.
Yeah, so there you go.
Middle of June?
So just paying admission.
Last week?
Was that
98?
50,000?
Correct. Correct.
98.5, actually.
So, there's, and then the concession,
Include anything, he just.
the concession revenue is drastically higher than, like, we had a drastic jump last year, kinda in the middle of the year, and then this year we've had a full year, that it's even drastically higher than last year's number.
My gosh, Justin.
So,
Good job.
it is a little bit extra in those equipment line items, the supply line items, the rentals, but it's drastically less than the revenue that's brought in, so.
Right.
And remember, they're controlling costs better than costs have been controlled in the past as far as overtime. And Justin, has tried to right-size any wages, you know, when it comes to concession workers or pool workers, but they're controlling the overtime costs quite a bit.
Like this past weekend, instead of having both of our full-time workers out there who make way more than our part-time workers, we had our part-time workers work the full weekend, paid them an overtime rate that was less than what the full-timers making the rate. So just those cost savings help us a lot, and it gets those guys some extra money. But yeah, we're trying to cut overtime as much as we can.
No.
But
As I said, Justin, you know, I think it's impressive how much the rec department's changed in 1 year under your leadership, and Brad as well. I mean, you guys have done phenomenal.
yeah, we put in some effort. The team's done a lot, but a lot of it's buy-in from the community too. We got good community support. The guys show up, the teams show up. It's not any one or two people, so.
Right, and I mean, and as you said, you had teams now begging to come into our tournaments.
Yeah, so, yeah, we've branched out, and so I know the logistics probably don't understand the layouts, but I mean, for us to pull off, we had a couple of 43 team tournaments. We're kind of busting at the seams at 43. Like we played at Green, we played at PCC, we played at Lemon, both fields, and we played at 6th Street in a day. So we played at every single baseball field in the city. So that was cool. That was
How do
pretty cool.
you get umpires and?
That's the hardest part, is the umpires. You know, when it's just Green, that's only 4 fields, so that's 8 umpires, maybe 2 reserves, so 10. But when you're playing at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, that's 16, plus a couple of reserves. Now you're at like 20 umpires. Yeah,
How much do we pay them an hour?
it's per game.
Oh, per game.
It depends on the age. It's $50 to $55 a game. So they get paid good. We take care of them. But it's by far the hardest part of the tournaments is finding 20 umpires in a weekend. That's a number. And then 20.
Right.
So if you have 2 scorekeepers at every field too. We put 2 high school kids or early college kids in every press box. That's 20 of those workers, plus concessions, plus gate. So I like to see how much money we give back to the local kids.
Yeah.
We got umpires that are kids, they're high schoolers, early college, scorekeepers, like a lot of that money's dumping right back into the community, so
Yeah.
that's what's nice.
And I will say with kind of on the discussion of the rec trust fund that's now a budgeted fund because of the amount of income we're bringing in that's not donations. We had to switch that to a budgeted fund last year, so it'll be budgeted again. This year we did move a lot of the like scorekeeper umps, that kind of stuff. We used to move almost fully into travel and tourism and had those funds help cover it. With how tight we'll get to travel and tourism, that budget's gonna be with the Point project. We did move some of the ump and scorekeepers, a little bit of Justin's salary. We're allocating now to this rec trust fund where the tournament revenue's coming in, so it's hoping to cover that cost a little bit too.
And Tara, I don't know if you're aware of this, but this community lost Florence Loomis this year, and she is leaving a considerable amount of money to the Park and Rec departments.
Who?
Florence Loomis.
Oh.
Porter's mom. And it will be restricted to interest income for the first 40 years. You probably know more about it than I do, Monty.
Actually, on that one, I don't.
Okay, this is just a conversation I had with Porter recently.
So I bring that up because when we get to travel and tourism, if we need a flex
Yeah.
we might have to allocate more of that ump. We might need to move some more expenses to this rec trust if we need.
And I think
Free up
that's
some
fair
travel
with,
and
I mean,
tourism.
those are expenses from those tournaments, so if they're bringing in that much more revenue, then they should pay a larger share. Or we, I should say. Any questions on rec, move to maintenance? You good?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yep.
Thank you.
Alright. Maintenance we'll be quick on this one. I did ask, we'll start at 457-102. I asked for some part-time, wages on there. We've been one person short for longer than I've been here. The third position's tough with the fire truck coverage on call. That scares a lot of people away. I think if it was just maintenance, we could feel it yesterday. But the fire truck, I don't know what it is, it just scares a lot of people away, the on-call and weekends and nights and, so in order to alleviate some of the overtime from our full-time guys, that's why I requested some part-time wages in there. Because we've been taking a little bit of a hit on overtime. Right now, especially, one of the employees is off on injury leave. So now we really only have one of 3 positions, and that's an on-call position, so they're on call pretty much 24/7. So those on-call hours add up. And then obviously they work shift work too, so they have built-in overtime, so the overtime hours add up too. So trying to figure out ways to cut down on the overtime hours, and it's to give some part-time help. Whether that be a high school kid, look for some hours, or like this summer, we pulled in an employee from the college. They're a 9-month contract employee, so they're looking for work in the summer. We brought them over, doing absolutely fabulous. I wish we could get him on full-time. We're still working on that. But he doing great. So just things like that. That allows the full-time employee to be able to take off for a few more hours, so we're not paying them as much overtime. So that's why I'm asking for some part-time wages, to try to cut back on overtime. Medical insurance, the same thing as what rec was. You can see that it was budgeted in 25 for 59,000. Actual was 36, and that's pretty on par for the last 3 years, 23, 24, and 25. So then I just asked to reduce that, and that reduction there is where I'm covering most of the money for that part-time help. So there's a reduction of about $12 or so thousand, and then that's where those part-time wages come from. And then down at the bottom, we can go to 457-403, buildings and land, just municipal building, community center upgrades. That got bumped up. What's the same as 26 really, so there's not much difference from 26. We just kept it the same. It's just higher than 25. And then that's all I got. We can go over, we didn't change anything drastic in the capital improvement or capital equipment, except for we bumped. There we go, sorry. Thank you. We bumped the service truck up 1 year. So our service truck went out, and then, so it was set for year 28. I don't know if we can't make, we have the money in the account, we just moved that up to 27 because our service truck stopped working. It was gonna cost more to fix than it was worth several months ago. So then Bree gave us her truck that she was no longer using, so we're riding it until, but with the intention of, we think it can last us a year, and then we're gonna make the purchase for that, a service truck, which is our maintenance truck, next year. So the money was already in that account, we just moved the purchase up 1 year due to our truck failing, and we're riding Bree's truck until it quits out on us. So we've already had to do a few minor things, which it's actually out of commission right now, which is why the employee, he's actually a mechanic instructor, so he's actually fixing the starter in it right now, so that part-time help. So he's putting the new starter in and hopefully we can get it back up and running, so. We know, we can see the writing on the wall that it's probably not gonna last us too long, so we bumped that service truck up a year instead of 28.
So, and that exchange, that interdepartmental exchange is one of the cost-cutting measures that our department heads work hard on. So Bree, her meter reader inherited a vehicle from the police department. So Bree had budgeted to buy a new truck, but she just inherited the old animal control truck. Justin's department had budgeted for a truck and he inherited Bree's truck. So these cost cutting, measures go on every day despite whatever you nonsense you see on social media.
So what's the cat?
Toolcat, so that's our multi-use, it's kind of like a UTV, it's also kind of like a skid steer. So it looks like a UTV, but it's got the hydraulics on the front like a skid steer. So we have bucket for it, we have forks, wastewater will come over and use it. We have a mower on the front that the line department will go, they'll come borrow it and they'll go mow the solar farm on the outside with it. So it's a multi-use. We use it to move dirt, to mow with, to plow snow. That's how our maintenance guys plow the community center, municipal building, fire station. Out here, they use the Toolcat. This has we have a snow blade for it as well.
So what's the payoff part?
So it was a lease that was, I'm not sure, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, maybe.
That wasn't the thing, okay.
The thing
Yeah.
that made Gary so mad.
The thing that made Gary mad, okay.
It's all gonna work out.
Yeah.
Well, because we're almost at the payoff point.
Yeah, so that's to the point where that lease is up in 27, and then that's the option to buy it.
Okay.
Whenever it comes time. Whenever the lease is up, you have the option to purchase it. So that would be that 20, I believe that's what the option to purchase is, 26,000.
Must have been leased from the seller because I don't think a bank would.
It was White Star
It was
Bank.
from Bobcat, yeah.
Yes.
White Star
It was
Machinery.
from Sterling.
Yeah, it was, and it did not come to the commission because it was a misunderstanding that it was under 10,000.
Can I say I wasn't the city manager at
Yeah,
the
she was
time?
not the city manager at the time.
But so the three departments had done lease purchase agreements with this bank. They had a very creative saleswoman who convinced 3 different departments that it was fine for budgetary purposes for them to all sign their own lease agreements and have it not go through the
It
commission.
was a learning experience.
It was.
It sure
It was, and we forgave all. We just said, don't do it again.
That's right.
Before my time too.
Before yours and Gina's.
We don't use it a ton, like it's not as important as our mowers to us, but like we let the lineman guys use it, whoever needs it, we're like, come get it. Like we have it, let's use it, so.
Jeff and I used it to explore the green trails, when we were just starting to clean up the green trails.
We try to get our money's worth out of it, put it like that.
And then, Justin, I just have one question, I just get asked by the community, where are we kind of at with the point? Just kind of a quick update.
I can give you a quick update. I don't know how quick. So we had a meeting last week. The architects and engineers, I tried to speed them up a little bit. August 15th, they said, no, we think August 30th is when they'll.
Break ground?
No, not quite. Construction documents.
Although we have broken ground with the
We
boring
have,
machine.
yeah, Kelvin's got the sewer lines in, so August 5th or August 30th for the construction documents. Once we get those, we can process them. Then we can go out to bid shortly thereafter. 45 days for the bid process. We get them all back, make the selections, and then we can start the actual breaking ground to like where you see like actual building going on. But we do have the clearance for all the site plans. That's how they've already been able to put the sewer lines in. Start moving dirt. We got the sampling back for the building pad the other day. So action's happening. Maybe not as fast as we'd like, but it's moving in the right direction and we can kind of see the light at the end. So that's where we're at. So
Perfect. Thank you. As I said, I was just kind of curious where we were at.
Oh, I get it.
It's gonna be beautiful.
It is.
I will say the exterior design, that was the final holdup. It's been 99 point, I haven't seen signed, sealed, and delivered yet, but 99.9% done. The architects and engineers are full go, like I said, so now it might just be like a little color scheme thing or something, but interior's been done for a while, exterior's now done, so.
We've had local experts, Shenielle Thibault
Yep.
has helped with the exterior
She
design.
was tremendous. My eyes do not see the same way that her eyes do, so she's been great as far as getting everyone on the same page and making our thoughts and visions actually come to something that the architects and engineers can work with.
Perfect.
So as far as street extension, what's the status on that? Or
So Jeff has applied for a grant, a cost share grant for Sixth Street expansion.
Which was denied.
Yeah, so that was step one, to try to get that. And the next thing is, so it goes where Fincham ends, right? We'll have to extend the parking where it goes, and it'll go almost to the property line, and then it'll come down south. So, we went for the grant, did not get it, so now we're gonna have to see where all the bids come back and figure out exactly what the best way to move forward on the, getting that done, so.
Okay, perfect. Any other questions? All right, thanks, Justin.
Thank you.
All right, I'm assuming Tiffany is next. All right, our tourism ambassador. Even though I call you tourism director.
It's okay, I'll answer the whatever you want me to know.
If you want to come up here to the podium. Or you can sit in a chair, or you can sit in a chair too.
Either side of the chair.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Where are we at?
We are going to be on 427, correct?
425.
425. Yeah, 425, and then we'll.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Hang on a minute.
You got it, Jeanette, or? Okay, no worries.
So 427 or 425?
425.
Have page numbers.
We're gonna have page numbers next year.
It's, go to 6, day 1, session 315, and then just flip like one page back.
It says Convention and Tourism Fund.
I'm recognizing it now, it's like.
So what is the estimated completion date of the Point Pavilion?
So that is a great question. 18 months is the construction timeline, is what, the number we've always been told or heard in the construction design meetings. So when that 18 months starts is dependent on when everything gets finalized, but they think 12 months would be too short, 15 months is probably where it's at, but they give 18 months for a little cushion. 3 to 4 months for foundation, concrete, 3 to 4 months to build the structure, and then 3 to 4 months to actually do all the inside work. So somewhere in there.
All right, Tiffany, floor is yours.
Okay, here we go, we'll just start at the top here. Sorry, of course, of all days, my contacts aren't working today, so I'm trying to read this here as we go. First thing I'm seeing is the concert revenues. We obviously upped those the last year, and then upped it even more this year. And then we lowered it again for an estimated revenue for 2027. I don't think we're gonna reach the 90,000 this year. I'm not sure where we got that number that kind of seems like it was a wild guess because we had just started everything last year when we did this process, so we're kind of throwing out a number there. We're at 53. Probably have 2 more big events of the year as far as concert revenue, but I just don't. I'm much more comfortable with what we've got projected for 2027.
Okay.
At 55. No changes to the reimburse there. The salary, like Tara said, that's down for 2027 because of moving some of Justin's salary out of that line item. I didn't really touch much of that first section there. As far as those changes. My department doesn't use much as far as office expenses, so those are just kind of putting a little bit there just in case something is used, but you can tell we haven't used that line item much. Have a building, so the chamber director, that has changed some, the professional services, because we don't.
Yeah, we don't pay them.
Right.
Not, what was it, it wasn't 9,000, was it, that we?
Well, in 25, we paid 40,000.
No, okay, so that number was larger that year because that was when I first started and we were taking concert expenses out of that line item. And we have since started a line item just for concert expenses. So that extra amount out of there that is over was like my band deposits, which then I made back in revenue. But that's why that shows that so much more. We still just paid them the 20,000.
So we talked about that, we're continuing that 20,000.
The 30,000?
To the chamber or?
20.
No, because that was for travel and tourism.
Okay, not for economic development.
No,
Economic development is
Okay.
separate.
that is.
Okay, thank you.
So what's this 20,000 if it's not going to the chamber? They're under professional services.
It
So-
is going to the chamber, isn't it?
No, no, because, so we have an economic development, some of our economic development money goes to the chamber. This was the tourism, which one of the last directors said that she wasn't gonna do the tourism work anymore, so Tiffany took over the tourism work, and so that money is probably just budgeted, but not,
But for her.
I mean, it's a
There's just a
placeholder.
variety of.
Right, like I said, we were using it for
Expenses.
concert expenses, but now we've put that into another line item. Yeah, we were paying them to.
So the 20 is just there just in case then?
So for like 2026, so far through where we're at today, that account has just under $10,000 in expenses, and there's actually some of this that I think I need to reclass down to that concert expense line.
Right.
Cause most of that 10,000 is actually concert related. So there's not much going into that.
I can't remember at what
account right
point
now.
we decided we needed to separate that so we could keep it
Yeah, I think we
clear.
just recently kind of decided we needed to do that.
So that 20 sounds high to me, based on what you're saying.
For professional expenses, I mean, some of the things, Monty, that, although you could also count this as, you could put it into a number of different buckets. Well, first of all, let me start by saying travel and tourism money comes from the bed tax, and so we are limited on what we can spend it on. It's not like we can transfer the money and use it for general fund or any of the utilities. We can't. We have to use it on tourism. And in the past, we had a hard time finding enough areas to put that money to be statutory compliant, which is one of the reasons why the rec director had some of his salary paid out of that, because that would make sense too, because it brings in tourists. But one of the things that we had to do for our last concert at the municipal building was they needed 2 dressing rooms. And so we put some money into the old girls' locker room to refurbish it, to make it, serviceable for females. I mean, and then we also had to add, some things like a toilet. Intergreen did some services there. We had to add a sink. Intergreen did some services there for that, add an electric outlet. So those are some of those professional services probably that could be used in that line item.
Okay. So honestly, stuff we don't usually consider professional services.
Oh, we consider Intergreen services professional services.
Oh, and other things, it's not maintenance expense or something like that.
That's why I was saying we could put it into several different buckets. But we can also reallocate that to a different line item as long as it stays within the tourism category.
Okay.
I am freezing to death. Is anybody else?
Yes, I'm always.
I'm on the cool
Chilly.
side.
I'm perfectly fine, but I'm also warm-blooded.
You want to turn that down, Jamie, please?
Or just off.
Turn it
Or
up,
whichever direction.
or just
Turn the air conditioner up or down.
Okay, turn it up.
turn the fans off, that's probably,
The fans are, that's possible.
Thank you.
I'd turn it to 70.
Okay, so yeah, it did used to be 1,500 a month for the chamber to do the tourism activity that I took over at the end of 2025.
Or I think it was January of 2025.
Yeah,
You took it over.
so.
So this brings to mind the Philly and Blythe money is for them bringing people into town. Could that not be put through here if, if we're basically needing to allocate expenses to this fund?
The Blythe money does come out of travel and tourism.
Okay,
Yeah, that already is coded to that. So I hadn't thought about putting the Phillies money
Well-
there, but we could.
yeah, the Philly is a membership. Well, or it's a,
A donation / membership.
well,
It's a
a
membership.
subsidy that a membership comes with.
I will
Right.
caution, I don't think we need to be trying to find expenses to put into this fund right now with the point project commitment. I actually had to move expenses out of this fund this year to the rec fund to free up stuff for the
Okay.
point, so.
Okay.
I'm actually more concerned about having too many expenses than not enough. Because I don't
Paying too
know
much on you.
how much is gonna hit this year that the city is going to have to pay their own.
Well, especially since construction's gonna take 18 months, I would not be worried about 2026.
Well, this is 27 though. 27 budget.
Right. But, so when you say this year, you mean 26?
Sorry, I meant the
Okay,
year we're
okay.
budgeting, yeah.
Yes.
So the next year, we can maybe reallocate some of that stuff. if we want.
Exactly.
So we have
Yeah.
a little bit to use for this project. Okay. Going down. Communications, still not really using that fund much. That's some overage for advertising concerts if needed, if I run out of advertising money and I'm doing special events type of things. Like the 4th of July, 3rd of July event, I might do some advertising out of that, for that. That wasn't maybe allocated because that was kind of a spontaneous event. Dues and subscriptions, that's remained the same. 2025 was up a little bit because there were some commitments that were made before I started and then I made some others. Changed things just a little bit. Printing and advertising, we raised it for this year, which I think is gonna be great. I think we won't have any issues there, and keeping that the same. I would like to keep it the same. I think we can still continue to, I've been making cuts with that, and I still think we can continue to make some cuts with some of the things that have been done in the past and moving into what
What's your-
currently hits me.
What's your feel on return on investment? Does anybody listen to those radio ads?
It's so hard. It's so hard because as soon as I think that radio's dead and we shouldn't spend a penny on it, then I have 3 people tell me they heard a radio ad. Same thing with TV. I've been cutting it down. I'm actually trying with KWCH a little more of like a tracking phones to see where people are going and where people are from, and more Pandora type ads, Spotify ads. I'm trying some different things. It's really hard to gauge. And so I'm working with KWCH, offers some things where they can track it all of what we're doing out there a little better. So I'm putting a little money into that this year for research to kind of see what's working and what's not working, because I'm just really not sure. I really feel like we probably get the best return for our investments for table tent flyers around town sometimes. Like people see flyers and signs, banners, yard signs, that stuff more than anything else. Facebook's free. Every once in a while, I'll spend a little money to boost something, but usually the free stuff works just as well as, spending a little bit. So it's a learning curve, and I haven't found any great tangible data on it. So that's why I'm trying to get them to help me with the processes they have to see if I can But that's the question I always ask other marketing people, other advertising people, when I go to conferences and stuff, like what's working, and everybody's frustrated with it, like it's not as, the more connected we've gotten, the more avenues that you have to throw out the line, cause everybody does different things. So I don't have a good answer for that, unfortunately.
It's okay.
I'm trying lots of different
That's
things.
okay.
This is to promote what?
Just to promote Pratt in general. Concerts, but Philly Fest and just the museums in general. I've done a lot this year, just putting out the 4 museums so people know that we have museums. A little bit of the sports tournaments, I try to share that stuff, but it's kind of in its own avenue. The people that are looking for sports tournaments know where to look. They're going to the specific websites to sign up for tournaments. But just kind of Pratt in general, Miss Kansas, just all the activities we've got, but just, kind of don't forget about us, come visit us, we've got stuff going on. So. But I'm good with that number being where it's at there. Concert, there we added the concert, the 215 is the concert expenses, so we've been
That looks high compared to the 55,000 of projected revenue.
right, and as of right now, we're at about 20 is what we've spent, and that's me estimating finishing my next 2 events. So
So probably is high.
it is high, I think that's high.
But you can spend that on these other things you've been talking about,
Yeah.
potentially needing.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like when Tara said, we have to stay in the fund, but the line items can shift.
And I think, this is the first, 26 could be the first full year that we've separated concert stuff out, so once we have 26 ending, we can kind of see where that's at and adjust the budget next year.
It's been a learning curve figuring out where everything should go, and since it wasn't itemized because I didn't exist and we kind of jumped in and started going and I'm learning it and Tara's learning it, so yeah. I think that'll be more around, I think we'll be under 30 for the year in that fund, but that's pure concert, like we said, there's other things that.
And I think that perhaps when we set those numbers, we wondered if we couldn't have some bigger names come, and that'll evolve over time too.
And if you do, you got the budget there to promote it. I sympathize on the advertising effectiveness. That's tough. Takes a specific advertising, something you're specifically advertising to see much response.
You just gotta throw out lots of different things and.
It's easy to say it doesn't work.
Tara, what has our revenue been from the bed tax this year? Has it tracked?
I think it's tracked kind of how it has been the last few years. So yeah, because we get paid that quarterly. So we've received 2 payments in 2026 and it's at just over $197,000 for 2026 so far. And again, there's some lag, so if you think of all these tournaments and
June's
stuff.
our big month and that's not in there.
We won't see that money until the next quarter yeah.
June's definitely the biggest month.
And then I had 25s up if I can find it. There it is. So those first 2 payments in 25. So it is down, in 25, we're at 227,000 for the first 2 quarters. It is down a little bit, so I was trying to be a little conservative, but again, that could be timing. I don't know exactly, how all the state timing of that. So we'll see when we get the next payment we'll get is August.
in August.
first part of August.
Okay.
Okay. Carry on here. Office supplies, again, don't really use any. Equipment supplies, I'm not even sure what we, again, that's for like, we've been using it for upgrading municipal building and upgrading the concert stuff. The expense last year for that was we bought the stage,
That's what I thought.
which we've already were renting out to the 4-H. This 4th of July event. It's gonna come in handy to have one in town because there wasn't a nice one that can be used. So I think that that was money well spent. I
And
don't-
Paramount was our biggest concert last year.
For sure,
And we used the stage for that.
right.
We'll use it this year for your boy band
For the
concert.
boy band concert, yeah. So it'll get used 3 times this summer, between the 3rd of July, the Jason Boland at the fair, and the Full House one, so. That's good to have, and we did rent it out to the 4-H for very little, but you know, we can. Basically, I saw that as having if something were to happen to it, that's our, if we needed to replace a piece of it, that would cover a chunk of it, to kind of have that in case that happens with the stage for renting it out. Materials. That would be like, we bought the crowd dividers, that we can post flyers on at the events, but we can also keep, you know, our VIP area, that kind of stuff. That was an expense that we spent those on. And those may have to be replaced as we use them. So I think keeping a little bit in there, it's only $500, that's good to have in case we need to do those. Don't use any fuels. Tara, I'll let you, the capital equipment. Special projects.
Yeah, this is kind of where I started moving a little bit of money around, just not knowing how the pavilion project expenses are gonna hit, when they're gonna hit for 27. The capital equipment is, started putting money back last year for that, just to help with any of equipment replacements and stuff. Travel and tourism never had its own reserve for that kind of stuff. So started putting that away because over the last couple of years, there was purchases of equipment and stuff needed for the concerts and in the municipal building, et cetera, for that, so we started putting money aside. But the special projects, I moved that 50,000 that usually is budgeted there down, it might be on your next page, I'm not sure, to the transfer to pavilion project line for now. Again, just not 100% knowing what we're gonna need to cover out of pocket. And then I know there was talks about potentially our share of that project maybe might get leased with, be done through a lease for doing the equipment or whatnot that's gonna go into the building. So we're gonna need to be able to pay for a lease payment at some point out of this fund.
So that money will carry over.
Yeah, the fund, this fund itself is its own fund, so if we don't spend that money, it'll still be in that fund as a cash carryover.
Okay.
So that's where the carryover, that's why there's the carryover every year has been like last year there was, it brought in what, $70,000 more than what we budgeted for, so we should have carried over a lot of that money, correct? Is that?
Yeah, this
so
fund
it just
doesn't-
keeps- It just keeps building on
If it's not
itself.
spent.
It doesn't go to the general
Yeah, cause once the
fund.
bed tax hits this fund, it has to stay in this fund unless it's spent on travel and tourism type stuff. It can't get moved to the general fund because it's, that bed tax is required to be spent a certain way.
How much carryover was in that last year at the end of 25?
Find it, I have that file pulled up right now.
Spend as much money, but like it's in there.
Okay.
That you could budget it. Like we have a cushion where like in 27, we could budget more than 50,000.
So it had at the end of last year. Another small print. So yeah, we ended unencumbered cash, so things we hadn't committed to yet was just over $300,000.
That's just over time, we built up money and not spent as much, so now there's $300 extra, or 300,000 extra in there.
Yeah.
Well, Tiffany and I have heard from the hotel managers that they've been full and that these tournaments have made a big impact. So it'll be interesting to see what the August payment looks like.
I know they were full this weekend because the Baymont, after the storm, they got a little rain and one of my umpires had a little bit of water come in his room, and so he went to the front desk and he's like, I've got one room left that I can switch you over to. So the Best Western was full. I mean, I know they're doing good on tournament weekends. I don't know about all the other times, but I know with it was 38 teams, there was 5 Pratt teams. So even if only half of those other 30-ish teams stay, it's 12 rooms easily for each team. So I'd say there's probably 15 to 20 teams that stay the night in the hotels on those tournaments easily.
Yeah, our next payment will be interesting because that should cover April, May, June
Which is the big-
activity, so.
That's our, yeah, we only had one tournament in March, so the other 5 will be in that stretch.
But, and Miss Kansas is in
Miss
there and they
Kansas
were
is a big one.
full most of that whole week.
Yeah, the Miss Kansas is a big one.
At least 2 of the hotels I know were pretty full that whole week, so,
They were full.
yeah.
And it'll be fun to see, so there's been some grassroots effort to begin to have more 4th of July activities here in Pratt, which is why we're doing the 3rd of July activity at Lemon Park. And if that becomes an annual thing, part of the draw is everybody, so when I first approached the department heads about doing a July 3rd event, they were all like, no way, all our guys are going out of town. Okay, well, we want to give them a reason to stay in town. And so hopefully things like that, as we work together with Tiffany and these other organizations, hopefully more people will stay here for activities.
And they say it takes 3 to 4 times to do an event before it really sticks. So 3rd year, people are like, oh, there's always this,
Yeah.
Oktoberfest is always this weekend. So, and that's hard for me if we
And-
don't have like a wild success on something, but we've had good success on a lot of our events.
And I think it shows it, Tiffany and Justin. I think with the way the rec department, tourism has done a lot of things, I know the one event that really did not really pull off, and that was not because of the city, was, I hate to say, it was Pratt Jam. It just never really
Right,
kicked off the way those organizations wanted them to.
right.
Yeah, that one kind of competed a little bit with Oktoberfest and it couldn't.
Oktoberfest, homecoming, it competed with a lot of things, but 4th of July,
But a great idea, and had they had someone that was, a paid employee that could have maybe helped to organize that, I think that helps, and I've tried to, cause I think that's part of my job is to help those organizations. Give them a solid place of someone that's here to help kind of organize those.
and it is
things.
possible if you were here, what, was that 4 years ago when they started that? I think 2022, and if you were here then, maybe it would have, but we don't know.
Yeah, you just gotta try those things and.
But I've seen those successful, in Illinois, there was a town in particular, about the same size as Pratt. And they started, it was called Homestead Days, probably 35 years ago, on one day,
Yeah.
about a week after Labor Day. And it's built over the years where, there's hundreds, thousands of people that come to town. Their parade, 3-4 hours long, they've got 5, 6, 7 marching bands. It's just incredible for this little town, and it's a 3-day weekend now.
Right. And Medicine Lodge, there's a treaty thing like every
other year. Well, they do something every year, but they do a big thing every other year. And I don't think that's a bad idea too, save the date and do something, but every other year we're gonna do the whole shebang.
Yeah.
Cause people that are coming back, they can't always afford to come back every year, but every other year to come see their classmates and stuff. And people just, sometimes you have to start small, like we're starting small with the July 3rd. And then we'll grow.
Yeah.
off of it. So, okay, sorry, I lost where we were at.
No, well, I think we're,
Yeah, I think we're good, Tiffany. So, but I think you've done a great job. You've been at first year,
No, we're a year and a half.
year and a half. Well, I think you've done great with the concerts you brought in and all the great things you've done. I mean, I think it's awesome, and people have all told me that it's great that they have concerts, it's great that we can be back at the municipal building, and then also too, everyone thinks it's great with how much the municipal building has changed with the new windows, the curtains, the whole kit and caboodle.
And a lot of it is community happiness, keeping our community here, keeping people wanting to live in Pratt. And we do wanna fill the hotels for the transient guest tax, but we're also trying to keep people living in Pratt and happy. So, which reminded, Regina left, but I need to maneuver the system here a little bit, and we need to do a resolution to allow a beer garden at the event on the 3rd.
Okay, I think, can we do that, or does it?
I don't know, she told me that we could.
No, I was more saying, can we do it tomorrow?
Oh, that's fine, I don't care when, I just would like to, if we're able to do it, I would like to be able to advertise that that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't,
Because we're getting out our flyers and it doesn't say that on it, obviously, but if we can make it happen,
Yeah.
I think that will bring people to the.
Let's see why we can't.
was the Elks gonna,
So they are meeting, we presented the opportunity to the Elks, we would love for someone else to do it, because I only have 4 licenses, plus it would just be nice to be a fundraiser for them. They weren't sure that they would have the people to do it. They don't meet until tomorrow night, and our event is a week and a half away, and we need to advertise and organize, and so our backup plan was for the city to do it. I wrote the resolution with Bree's help that doesn't say who is going to do it, that we're going to allow it. It doesn't have a name as whether it's the Elks or the city of Pratt. And I don't know if that's a correct way to do that or not. I'm still learning all of this. But yeah, there's the resolution. It could be voted on tomorrow.
yeah, I think we planned on doing some stuff like
Perfect.
actions that we need to take care of, like we
Awesome.
need to take care of
So,
airport
but
authority, all that tomorrow.
That's the flyer that we're working off of now.
Okay.
As far as, just so you guys know what's going on.
This is on Facebook, will be on Facebook.
It is on Facebook
That's what
now.
I thought.
But the beer garden thing isn't until
We haven't mentioned that in paper anywhere.
But
And that would only be during the evening concert. So you see the kids, the family event ends at 7. We were talking about starting the beer garden at 7:30. The concert would start at 8. It would be confined within Dickerson. Just to have that as 4th of July thing. But that's all so yeah.
yeah, I
Put it
think
on
we'll
your list for
probably,
tomorrow, that's
yeah, we'll
great.
probably put it on our list for tomorrow.
Perfect. I just wanted you guys to have the flyer and the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Alrighty, Jamie, and I know you guys have been patient. I guess, you guys wanna come up and everything, and then hopefully we can. I don't care, whichever one. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick then.
So too, but I gotta stay and do my taxes for the month.
It's a B-day. I need to split some of this up next year. Flip these around. I think tomorrow's gonna be an easier day. But it's just hard, 'cause like all these left. But they're easier ones.
What is tomorrow?
Fire, which fire is gonna last an hour and a half. Police stuff.
Oh, fire, we haven't done police. Planning,
Fire,
zoning, IT.
police, and then all the
Oh, yeah, that's
admin.
gotta be easy.
Yeah, tomorrow will be an easier, lighter day. And then I'm gonna get a little in the city the rest of the week.
Oh,
I think I'm spending like 10 hours in the car this week.
oh my.
From Pikes.
road has been invaded by the electric department. So how's Jamie's workspace looking, Evan?
Huh?
How's Jamie's workspace looking?
It's got primer on the walls.
It's got paint on parts of it.
Oh, yeah? Come look on Wednesday.
Stretching.
We may have an extension sometime.
Huh? Can't see that.
Let him in.
Do you need water in here?
No, I'm good.
No, I'm fine. Okay.
They're gonna have to do a resolution tomorrow. You need that?
I already know that.
Okay.
These are
I'll remember. Welcome. No motions yet.
Just the executive session.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're only 30 minutes behind. That's not bad.
We're only what,
We're
30?
only 30 minutes behind.
We're actually kind of
That's
like
not
on
bad.
track if you, because you guys took 30 minutes.
That's true, we did a 30-minute executive session, but here's the thing, these guys have their budgets really well. I mean, John, when we sat alone, you know, with Jamie, John and I, John just went, I did this, everything's the same. Yeah. These guys are pretty efficient.
And that's kind of
Pick up
what we're
time.
gonna do tonight, or today.
Figured.
Yeah, pretty close, so. I'll wait for Palmer to get back.
How are the electric revenues tracking this year, to date? Kara?
Let me run that, I don't have that fun ran, but.
Doug, are you okay if we hold off on the resolution till tomorrow?
Yeah.
Okay.
Better ask Regina.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, no problem. We'll just maybe at the end of the day, take the actions, you know?
I concur, just take all the actions tomorrow.
We're at a little over 5.1 million through June 12th was the last deposit date.
How much did you say?
So that, how does that compare to
5.1.
previous year or?
It is, try to get an equivalent to date. I haven't hit summer really, well, it's been a cool summer.
You just jinxed us.
I know.
Start.
Yeah, please.
So probably as the rest of the departments, we're asked to try to hold the line this year's budget. And we did a pretty good job of it. We had to cut out some things that we were looking forward to doing in the future to make that happen though. And before I get too far into this, making this budget, I don't wanna say we're zeroed out, but we're pretty close. But going forward in the next few years, we can't hold that line. There's no way by the time personnel expenses get up there, fuel's getting more expensive, equipment's getting more expensive, materials. It's actually outrunning us right now, so, you've heard me, I don't know if you guys were around then or not, I know Doug probably was, heard me say this years ago about trying to keep up with inflation and we weren't doing it. And the same thing with the wages. Wages right now, I think we're sitting pretty good on. I know there was 2 years ago, there was an increase with the
Yes.
line department, and then last year we did it with the power plant employees. Part of that was because Brian retired.
Yes.
And that helped out a lot. Then we had a whole lot of new kids, so, and that's kind of where we sit with that. But other than that, I'll just let these guys, I'll probably just let John go first, and he can explain to you his thoughts and why some of these line items are raised, some of them were lowered, or but most of them are all just gonna be pretty close, the same as what we did last year.
Okay.
It's when we get into capital equipments and reserves, and that may change, but that happens every year. We have something that comes up, and we kind of change our direction of where we were going with it. So
So
I'll just turn it, go ahead.
John's is Distribution. So when you're looking at your spreadsheets, look at the bottom right and look for, or the bottom left. So not management, not production, but distribution.
Total distribution, looks like it
Where are
is
you looking at? Here in-
it looks like it's 463. Yes. Yep.
Do you want me to come show you? Jim?
I got you.
I hate to be lost, but I thought I was up, right?
Yeah, right
See,
there.
there's production, it was the next one after
Production.
that.
Yep.
I have trouble keeping track of what's forward.
That's
and back.
management,
Yeah.
So it's
So-
management, production, and then distribution.
distribution.
Turn this way. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, John, the floor is yours.
Okay, I'm gonna start off with 101 and the personnel up top. That was a big one that had to be changed, what you guys were just talking about the pay scale raise. That wasn't adjusted for the year before, so that had to be made up for this year, so that was a big increase. That was really the biggest increase, the only increase that we really had on the whole budget. So to make up for that, I had to take some stuff out of our capital equipment or capital improvements, which would be for the line shop building. So I reduced that by $125,000 to make up for the personnel expenses.
How much do you usually save back a year for that?
For the budgeting,
Yes, for the budget.
for the employees,
No.
Line barn.
line barn was 250,000.
Okay.
I cut it down to 125.
Okay.
So that was a big increase, so we had to make that adjustment. Everything else on there, longevity, which is 103. Overtime pay always seems to be a little skewed because in our actuals, we show over because when we get reimbursed from the towns that we go and service, that doesn't go back into that account. So we don't actually see that reimbursement. So a lot of those will show over the budget, but we're under the budget after we got our reimbursement.
So where
And it
does it
does go
go?
into the fund, it just goes in as a revenue.
Yeah.
So it goes back into Fund 41 as reimbursed revenue.
Okay.
It's just we can't net the expense. But the money does go back there.
So on that one, most of the
Clarify
time,
that.
the overtime is pretty close
Mhm.
if you take that into account, so. Down the line, then all the other stuff is mainly for the budget people to take care of with the disability insurance and all that stuff. So now we're down in the contractual services, our 200 accounts. All of that remained exactly the same. I did not increase anything. That has been the third year in a row that we have held that. So like Jamie was saying, we're trying to keep it, we're trying to keep it there, but things are getting more expensive. A lot of that has our equipment expenses, contractual services. So anything we have worked on equipment wise goes into that. That is getting outrageously expensive, having trucks and stuff worked on. So hopefully we can keep holding that, but I don't know for how long, but everything stayed the same in that one. And we'll go down to our commodities, our 300 accounts. Everything in that one stayed exactly the same. We did not raise anything in there. That one, motor fuels is a big one. If the prices don't change on that, that one's gonna be a hard one to keep underneath. And then, of course, equipment supplies, that is parts, tools, anything we buy for our trucks. That will be another one that it just depends on the year, depends on how many things we have break down. But hopefully we have good years, but this year already has been, we've had some big hits with our chipper truck going down, or our chipper and some other bucket trucks and stuff that have been worked on, but hopefully we'll have a good last half of this year and we can stay under. Then we'll come over to our capital outlays, our 400 accounts. That is where I had to make the adjustment on our building. So it dropped that. And everything else has stayed pretty much exactly the same, and that is for all of our equipment, trucks, everything we're purchasing, that'll be here in the future. We purchase all of our metering out of that account. And so, we budget for everything. I have a lots of notes and everything for how long we've budgeted on everything and what we have in those amounts, but on the second sheet, which I think you guys have, it kind of shows an outlay of what years we plan on buying equipment. We have the boring machine stuff, which was already purchased and done, but we have the,
Hang on, John, we're trying to find out.
Yeah, going the wrong, it'd still be under distribution, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we are, our 7-year capital equipment plan for electric distribution.
Okay, I found it. Here it is. Okay, you got it, okay. Let me see. Nope, that's department other.